If I heard that you 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 way you do it, the way I live life. Way you do it, the way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live life. Way you do it, the way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live life. Way you do it, the way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do
Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here at Esports World Cup for PUBG. Today's the first media day. I'm going to see if I can grab some players and get a little chat out of them before the tournament begins. So let's go and see who is here. Hey guys, I found Team Falcon's Kickstart. How are you, Kick?
I'm doing good.
How are you feeling coming as the defending champions here at EWC?
It feels good. I think it's good for the confidence just knowing you won last year. But other than that, it's a new set of games and something new to focus on.
Well, speaking of something to focus on, I mean, I feel like the pressure is there for the Falcons, especially with the club championship on the line. What do you have to say to that?
I mean, we want to win for Falcons, but also we want to win for ourselves, and that's our main priority is, you know, lifting the trophy. And it would be amazing to win the club championship as well, though.
All right, keep your eyes on the prize and good luck to Team Falcons. Look who I found in the makeup room, Twisted Minds Perfectix. Hey, good to see you again. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Hello.
Well, with this year, Twisted Minds is probably hoping for a different result at EWC, right? Well, how's the team feeling?
Yeah, last year was better than this, but we are confident and we are preparing a lot to EWC, and I think we are ready.
You're ready? Did you get some sleep tonight?
Yes, me yes, but my teammates came at 3 a.m. and they didn't sleep.
Well, we still have a couple of days to catch up on the sleep, and best of luck to you here at EWC. Look who I found, the Vietnamese Dream Team AGAL, and oh my goodness, who do I talk to first? Well, Himas, how are you feeling? How was the flight over?
Himas ơi, mình đang cảm thấy như thế nào? Chuyến bay vừa rồi như thế nào?
Chuyến bay vừa rồi nó bão táp lắm ạ, mệt lắm.
The flight was super stormy to me, and I'm very tired.
Maybe the start is rocky, but it'll get better. Okay, well, Taikon, good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a while. Well, how's the team synergy like with all the powerhouses here and the new rookie faces joining the team?
Tài ơi, rất là vui được gặp lại em ha. Thì hiện tại là mình đang có những cái thành viên mà mình đã chơi chung trước đấy, giống như là anh Himas đi. Thì cái tinh thần đồng đội hiện tại như thế nào?
Em nghĩ sau chuyến bay rồi tinh thần đội cũng đi lên lắm á.
I think that after the flight, our synergy will go up definitely.
Oh, it's going up.
Yes, it's going
all right,
up,
that's
definitely.
good. And I had a quick question. Is this hair a coincidence? Did you guys plan it?
Tóc này là mọi người có kế hoạch là mình nhuộm chung hay sao?
Bên NC vừa rồi thấy em bắn kinh quá nên bắt trước em á. Dạ anh nói sao nghe vậy ạ?
So Himax said that like, since Taikon observed me that I'm shooting too, like aggressively, so he planned it, to have the same hair. Like
Oh,
me.
it's to become more like
Yes.
Himas. All right. Well, good luck to AGAL. Thank you for the interview.
Ok, chúc mừng nha. May mắn.
Look who I ran into, the pink-haired mascot of TDT team. Hello, good to see you, Hwang. How are you? Well, first time in Riyadh, first EWC for you. How's it been like?
Hello Hoàng, rất vui được gặp bạn. Đây là mùa giải đầu tiên EWC dành cho bạn, thì bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào ở Riyadh?
Đây là lần đầu tiên mà em tham dự nên là em thấy rất vui ạ. Cũng giống như đợt ở bên Thái.
Okay, this is the first time that I'm in Riyadh, so I'm very excited at the same time, a bit nervous.
A bit nervous. Well, how's the team energy like? What is the goal for the team, may I ask?
Không biết là team của mình á, là cái tinh thần đồng đội như thế nào, cũng như là cái mục tiêu năm nay cho cái mùa giải này là gì?
Bọn em lúc nào cũng sống chết có nhau nên là bọn em sẽ tự tin về mặt đồng đội khá nhiều ấy, nên nếu mà mục tiêu của bọn em thì top càng cao càng tốt.
So our synergy is to the death tears us apart, and also for this year's our goal is to reach as high as possible. Yeah.
All right, love that. Maybe climb it one at a time, and then in the end, you'll take the trophy. All right. Well, Hwang, another question I wanted to ask: Do you have your eyes on any other teams?
Không biết là mình đang để mắt tới cái đồng đội khác của trong mùa giải này hay không? Đấu
Là để tới
tức là đúng rồi, chính xác, tức là mình sẽ coi thử coi là đối thủ của mình để mắt tới đối thủ khác.
Em không để ý tới ai ạ. Đối với em thì ai cũng như nhau nên là em với đồng đội sẽ cố gắng làm tốt.
To be honest, I don't have my eyes on any team at the moment because to me, each team has their own strength. So I'm just focusing on my team right now.
All right, one step at a time. Good luck to TDT Hwang. Thank you. Look who I found wandering in the lobby. It's Aches Left. All right, Aches Left, good to see you. How are you? How's Riyadh once again?
首先很高兴又再次能见到你，就是这次来到利雅得感受如何呢？
其实已经来利雅得很多次了吧，就感觉其实还是蛮熟悉的，因为都是住一样的酒店嘛，还是挺开心吧。
It's great to be here. This isn't my first rodeo here in Riyadh. I've been here many times, staying in the same hotel, so it's very much familiar grounds for me.
Familiar must be a good sign for you to take the trophy this year. Last year, you came a little bit short. How confident are you to taking that trophy this year?
就是这次呢，来到电竞世界杯，去年呢你拿了一个亚军，今年你觉得你夺冠希望有多大呢？
夺冠希望这不好说，这 PUBG 这个游戏，只是希望就是能比去年再进步一点点吧。
It's hard to say of a game like PUBG because luck plays a pretty big factor and there's a lot of variables in there. But I do hope that we can improve a little bit more from last year.
Yeah, speaking of luck, is this new hairstyle your luck charm?
这次就是说到运气，那这次你的新发型是不是就为了促进这个运气这部分呢？
也不是吧，就是我回去剪头，我的理发师跟我说，就是我之前那个头型很久了嘛，可以换个新的。那我说正好，那就看你的操作了。
Well, I went to a hairdresser and he says that you've kept your previous hairstyle for a very long time. It's time for a change. He's like, all right, say less. Do just like do your thing.
Oh, do your thing. Okay, switching it up. I love that. Well, good luck to you, Aches Left. All right, thank you again. Poof, and who is next to me? It's Toyo Team's Capitan. Capitan, how are you?
I'm very, very good. Thank you.
It's your first time here at EWC, right?
Not really. It's my second time. The first one was in 2023, but the name was changed. I don't remember really. But the game is 8.
This game is 8, and how are you feeling with your team now coming in under a new org? Are you feeling very, very excited?
Yeah. We are very excited. We want to play now, really. I think we really want to win this tournament, so really a good expectation for us.
All right, love the enthusiasm. Good luck to you for the remaining week. Well, that is a wrap for Media Day here at PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 2025. We heard what the players said, what their mindset is going to be like, so I can't wait to see them on the stage. So let's get some PUBG here going at EWC. Let's go! Whee!
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
We're here. It's time for PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC, and it is going to be an absolute battle.
Buckle. It's a belt buckle.
It's always the belt buckle.
It always is. But yeah, no, you're right. There's a 2-time defending champion for EWC here, but they're going to have to work very, very hard to reclaim that crown, Toffees.
It's going to be a tall order because we have 24 of the best teams from around the world here to earn their spot, lift that trophy, and maybe secure the club championship. Guys, it's time for PUBG.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Esports World Cup, PUBG Battlegrounds. We have had 5 weeks of amazing action, but there are still 2 weeks left, and we've got 4 games that are going on right now that are massively important. PUBG Battlegrounds, of course, Teamfight Tactics, Tekken, as well as having Rocket League. There is a ton of action still left on the table, Godspeed.
Yeah, but of course, it is about PUBG Battlegrounds. We have 5 days of action for you guys, 3 of that being the group stage, 2 of that being the finals, 6 games, 12-game finals to finally see if the Falcons can be the 3-peat winners or if we're going to crown a new champion. That being said, if you're unfamiliar with the format or you're just tuning in, we have a quick explainer for you to show how everything's going to go down.
PUBG Battlegrounds is returning to Riyadh with 24 top teams heading to the 2025 Esports World Cup. 8 have been invited based on the global power rankings, whilst the remaining 16 teams had to battle it out through the qualifiers to earn a spot at the Esports World Cup. From August 12th to the 16th, these squads will battle it out to become the Esports World Cup champions across 2 stages of competition that will determine who is the best of the best. Things get started with the group stage on August the 12th. 24 teams will be split across 3 groups of 8. 2 groups will play against each other on each day of the group stage, with each team playing a total of 12 maps across 2 days. The 16 teams with the most points at the end of the group stage will qualify directly to the finals, with the remaining 8 teams being eliminated. On August the 15th, the grand finals kicks off. 12 matches will determine who walks away victorious and who goes home disappointed. The team with the most points after all 12 games have been played will be crowned the Esports World Cup champions. With almost $1.8 million prize pool and valuable club championship points on the line, teams will be giving it their all on the Battlegrounds, so you don't want to miss out on any of the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Kadia Esports Arena. I'm Toby, joined by Porosaurus, and we're in for an insane amount of games here for the PUBG Battlegrounds tournament. We're stood in front of the key wall where dreams will be made and keys will be crushed.
They're going to be crushed indeed. There is a lot of money on the line, $2 million, in fact. And not even that. There's also $10K on the line for the MVP. There's also potential club championship points. So much at stake here today, and so much at stake this weekend, especially with the rest of the PUBG calendar coming up too. It's a lot of stuff on the line here.
We're in for a great time, and to explain to you exactly how the club championship works, we have a video prepared for all of you.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Hi guys, it's Bella and Paper Thin here to give you a little STC Club Championship update. We had week 5 and the race is still wide open. Well, week 6 starts today and we have 4 games in the run.
Absolutely, and there are 5 teams right now that are really in contention for that Club Championship. You have Team Liquid, Team Falcons, Team Vitality, Virtus Pro, and Twisted Minds all in the hunt.
Yeah, and well, Team Liquid overtook their spot on the top with their EAFC win, and that was just an amazing game to watch.
Absolutely, but PUBG is going to be a real turning point here at EWC 2025, especially for Virtus Pro, who needs a win so they can qualify for the Club Championship. It's really important for them to do well here in PUBG.
And another team that we have to have our eyes on is Team Falcons. We have a solid PUBG team here, so who knows, they might take their spot again.
No doubt, they're the defending champions.
And well, we are done here, so we're going to send it over to the studio.
In one of the harshest conditions on Earth, we now have one team that will rise out of 24. Which team will be forged by flames as we determine who is going to become our champion here at PUBG at the Esports World Cup. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, bringing you all of the action that's going to be going on throughout the next couple of days. And joining me to my left-hand side to get things going, we have Avenger, as always. We have Toffees, as always. And of course, the man, the myth, the legend. He spent a year in Greece reloading an M249 and he was able to reload it 4 times. He is the 2-time Lanimal. He is Godspeed.
Thank you. I appreciate a fantastic intro.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's nice to be on a desk for once. Usually I have to say couch.
Yes. We're going to have a good time here. We are going to have a good time with all of the games going down. It's one of the best fixtures on the calendar. That is for sure, Avenger. I'm excited.
Yeah, last year was absolutely insane. We had some of the craziest games we've seen in a long while. And here we're back. All the players have been talking about it for so long now, right? And yeah, they're back to prove who's the best.
Back. It's going to be good, Toffees.
I think it's good, and I think it's awesome that we still have the club race going on, right? The fact last year when we got here, it was kind of over, and so the guys were just playing for themselves. But a lot of guys are playing for their brands as well, and I think that added pressure is going to make it a very, very intense competition.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be participating throughout all of the festivities that are going down here. We have 24 excellent teams across the board. We are blessed in PUBG with the fact that every single region can compete. Godspeed. The 24 teams across this, of course, A versus B playing today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this lobby, every time we have a lobby for EWC, you're like, oh, this is the strongest lobby. This is the strongest lobby. The strength of this lobby, especially, I mean, going into groups, right? We have groups now. We have 3 different days. only a 2-day final, boo. But even still, I feel like every region is very well represented, and I think this is going to be a crazy event.
And here's the thing. I'd say we would look at this normally and be like, well, there's a group of death. But I think this is going to just be a wild group stages because across the board, the spread is erratic in some ways. We've got a lot of teams that are unexpected that I don't really know what they're going to do out there. And we also have a lot of really experienced pros spread throughout those lobbies as well. So it should be good to watch no matter how you slice it.
At the same time, though, we're going to have all of our teams arriving as well. The Jamil Motorsports arrival for these teams to get them on the stage and prepared. You can see them all entering at the moment here. They know what is at stake. As mentioned prior here, Avenger, $1.8 million almost on the line for the prize pool. All of these players look forward to this tournament all year round.
Yeah, it's the biggest one. They all want to come here. They all want to come here and win. And what makes it more exciting, obviously, is, as we talked about, we have so many teams that are playing PUBG as well that are competing at the very top for the club championship.
And not only that they're at their top, they have everything they need here to play at their best, right? Whether it's training rooms, whether it's catering, whether it's the cars, whether it's the hotel, they will tell you across the board, this is the event that sets them up to play their best. And I think that's what we're going to see is the best PUBG that any of these teams have put up all year.
And one team, of course, looking for some expertise, some excellence here is, of course, Team Falcons, our club championship winners prior. And now, with this roster, who has been able to be successful in Riyadh many a time here, Godspeed, they are looking for not only big prize pool, but big championship points.
Absolutely. And I talked to Tig actually at PNC, and he said, look, the only thing that we're focusing on pretty much all year, like the PGSs are great, but it's EWC. EWC is the focus, obviously the prize pool, and then the club championship, being able to win that for the Falcons. Yeah, it's huge.
Well, let's hear from Team Falcons coming in, as this is the roster defending their honor.
And I found a couch full of Team Falcons. Hi, guys. Hello. Oh, well, how are you guys feeling? How are you, Stremzy? How's your first day here?
That was a bit shambles, but we're here and we're excited and we're going to compete, so that's fun.
The usual for Team Falcons. Well, Kick, let me ask you, as the defending champion, the pressure is still there, but I heard there's even more pressure with the club championship on the line. What do you have to say to that?
There's definitely more pressure because we're on Falcons this year, and every win counts in every game. But for us, just another business day, another EWC to win.
Oh, okay. Well, Tig, do you have anything you would like to add?
Inshallah, we will win the trophy.
All right, good luck to Team Falcons.
Got to agree with Bella. Good luck to Team Falcons here. But again, when it comes to Riyadh, there is nothing but gold on this team's mind, Avenger.
Yeah, exactly. This team is just insane. This exact lineup has done it last year. The three-man call did it 2 years ago. And obviously, these guys here, it's their focus. I talked to Shrimsy and he's saying, we're the BO12 finals specialists, and we're here to do it again.
I like that point. BO12 special finalists. The other thing I love about this team, Kickstart was added sort of after the Gamers 8 win, but everybody else, we're talking 2020. Like, we still talk about this team as one of the heaviest competitors in the world, and they have been doing it for 3-4 years. I mean, that is a long time to maintain this level.
Yeah, I think what's important as well, Godspeed, is PGS 7 and PGS 8, they didn't get victories there, but they were on podium every single time. They looked fantastic over in China.
Absolutely. They had back-to-back third places, which is a huge boost. Even though, Tig himself was like, again, we're just really focused on making sure EWC is the prize and we're able to win that, but they were able to get back thirds. PGC was a little disappointing. I think they got 10th place, but overall, they've found consistency and only missed like one event last year.
Well, let's not play too lightly. I mean, there is the shadow of PGC, right? The fact that they don't make the grand finals will loom large over their entire year. So I do think this is a good chance for them to set that tone heading into PGC this year. Yes, we're back to back to back. Yes, we can go the distance. Yes, we are still the team that we have been sort of touted to be for so long. And I look forward to seeing them do that here.
That being said, they might have got third at PGS 8, but our winners of PGS 8 internationally, of course, was BB Team, and they're looking for even more gold here at the Esports World Cup.
Hey everyone, welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I've got a doozy and Phil First here from BB Team, and they're going to answer some questions. Guys, I feel like the biggest thing to first and foremost talk about is you guys were overdue a major LAN victory and you guys got it at PGS 8. So first of all, congratulations. I feel like this is the kicker, right? It can go one of two ways now. So in one way, it's like a weight off your shoulders now, and you're like, oh, we've got that major land victory. Now we can get momentum going into the next tournament. Or you get added pressure to perform at every single event that you go into now because everyone's watching you as champions. Which way do you think it's going to go, Aduzi?
I think usually for everyone it's going to be add more pressure, but not for us, because I already told to my boys like we have to forget it, because it was like 3 months ago and it's we already celebrated, so this doesn't mean anything, because everyone still keep playing, keep practicing, and we just have to think about new tournaments. When we're coming to the LAN tournaments, we're not expecting to win a tournament or like dreaming about the championship. We're just playing our game, doing what we practice at home, and like watching the result at the finish of the tournament. That's it.
Ice cold, I like it. Now, thinking about the next tournament, we're here. It's EWC. This is the next major event. Do you feel that the improvements that you guys have had over the past year, because let's face it, 14th place last year, EWC, it's not what you guys wanted, but now you're on a roll and you're performing really well. What do you think is the reason for all of this improvement for you guys as a team?
I think the key thing we changed the player, because like a year ago here we was in different roster, we like had another player, so now with new player we feeling better. He's like fit our team pretty well.
Are there any teams that you feel like, oh, they could be pretty difficult if we run into them? I know you play them throughout the year, but you know, who are you looking out for?
I think DNF from Korea, they actually just dominated the region. Top 5 of power ranking, like 17, Falcon, Twisted. They still, I think, good and gonna show some good results on EWC.
That has been BB Team. I'm Barney Banks. See you in the next one.
BB Team after international success here most recently, and of course, Avenger, I have always said this team is going to win at least 2 internationals. That's what this team is capable of.
I thought it was 1, but
no, 2. I've always said 2.
But obviously these guys here, they're coming here and they're just focused. You know, you can tell how cool, calm, collected these guys are. And it's their full focus just to see how it goes, play our game, focus on our strategies, and we're just gonna come in there. And you know, a 4th into a 1st place at PGS, that's some insane this year level of performance.
So here's the thing, and I think you noticed this too, is when you talk about last year, you know, EWC, PGC, not results they're going to be happy with, sub 10 every single time.
Yep.
They said it as well. You add Molodok to this roster, and all of a sudden we're looking at these 4s and these 1s. This team looks like maybe James is right. There is a super progression here.
What do you think about that?
Do you think James is right?
Look at me. Look at Steve.
But I do think you're right. I think that change to Molodok and the fact that it wasn't just a honeymoon phase, the fact that they are continuing to play well, tells me that do they win this one? I don't know that I'm willing to make that statement yet, but I think this is a top 6 performance.
I just think they're getting better and better as we go along.
Some people... You're not holding your mic to your face. Anyway, no. At the same time, people said that they played even better at 7 than they did at 8, but then won 8. But anyway, let's talk about what's coming up next as well, because we've got our Saudi National Bank head-to-head here between 2 teams that deserve the limelight. This is an exciting one, boys, because the Expendables are current PGC champions and now back on LAN. Not only do we have Himas, but the majority of that server's roster, they're here with All Gamers Global here, Martin, and Vietnam across the board is looking fantastic in 2025.
Yeah, just coming off the PNC Championship as well, with 2 of the players on Expendables coming in there. The IGL coming in, Delwyn, of course. Tanu was at PNC, one of the most insane performances I've ever seen. In 12 games, he had 36 kills. He dropped an average of 3 kills per game. He had a 50 total in 18 games. There's just some insane performance of this. And Vietnam is coming in to prove us why they're such a strong nation right now.
Obviously, Godspeed the Animal himself, he was covering PNC. And I think that when you look at the progression of Vietnam as a whole, it's not just the fact that they've leveled up. It's also that they look like they have fun whilst doing it. They're crazy.
That's the crazy thing, is they're so dangerous, especially when they're having fun. And I think overall, like the last couple of years, years, just looking at Southeast Asia, right? You also include, you have Vietnam, you have Thailand as well, having very big successes overall. I think this region is very dangerous. And the crazy thing is, like, looking at PNC before going in, Vietnam with different rosters throughout the years never failed to get less than 4th, which is absolutely mind-blowing with completely different rosters.
I agree, and I think it's so cool that Vietnam's getting a head-to-head, right? Like, that speaks to the region, but I got to give some love to Expendables. They are the PGC champions. Yes. I think a lot of people, when it happened, were like, well, it was a weird PGC, right? Like, how much can we put into this? But you cannot argue the glories of glories. When this guy joined the roster, there was a big pivot. They start performing well. Even at the PGSs, yes, they didn't win. They played less than I would expect a PGC champion to play, but still, those performance numbers, they are good. They could still will put up a very good showing.
We rarely highlight individual players in our openings, but how excited are you to finally have Himas back on a proper LAN stage?
I mean, it's just, this guy's been an animal, right? And then what we've seen from him online in the qualifiers throughout the year, and it's just, this guy, what he did in PNC as well with the guys, obviously, it's just next level. He's such a good player. I would argue he's like up there in the GOAT category at the moment. Not right there in number 1 just yet, but he is definitely in there in the discussion.
Yeah, definitely.
I just think they're hungry as well after missing PGS 7 and 8.
I think so.
They are starving to get this LAN going and, more importantly, to win, especially coming off of the PNC.
Well, let's take a look at where all you guys have kind of ranked some of these teams, right? This is the Aramco Power Rankings coming into day number 1. And this is our kind of thoughts for who is going to do well. Who's going to try and take the championship here, Toffees, and who's going to be able to make waves. There's some obvious names in there in some of these categories.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very obvious. When you look at the Freaks, you look at the back-to-back-to-back Falcons, yeah, there was a different name. It was the Sonics at one point, but it's essentially the same roster, the same system. Then you get BB Team, who obviously won 8. Easy favorite to put up there. And 17, who I think is kind of the one we argued about a little bit to put up here, but they have just had so much consistency since the day they were born into PUBG. It's hard not to consider them a favorite.
Yeah, for sure. Going to contenders as well here. Like, we had to have AGL or Gamers Global there, and like, they're just such a good roster, but they haven't been on LAN for quite a while. Twisted Minds didn't perform to the level that we know that they're capable of doing this year. Liquid, a team that should also have been at PGS 7-8 but didn't manage to. Now they're here. We know they're capable of, and of course our PGC champion, defending champion, Expendables, they had to be into the contenders too.
Yeah, which is crazy because you'd imagine they'd be the favorites, but coming into this event, they're not. And so looking at the dark horses, I mean, we kind of toiled on this as well, talking about like, we go by regions, but realistically it was by the teams we actually thought could be the dark horses to win this. Na'Vi obviously coming in last year had a fairly good year, but inconsistencies. Virtus Pro as well. They've had big roster changes, and then Geeky and T1.
I mean, for me, that's the big one when you talk about these dark horses. The roster changes there have been devastating or could be influential, right? Diffex leaving, tragic in a lot of ways, it seems, for the lineup there at Na'Vi. They're trying to find what's going to work. Stade wasn't able to stay around. They had to let him go. Will their new player step up and be the solution? The other question is VP. Abiz is on the bench. He's coaching right now. Will Curexy come in and be able to be the secret sauce that makes it work?
Well, one thing's for sure, Martin, is that Curexy is a force.
You think he's an animal? You have to see Curexy, he just devours people on LAN. No, I mean, I'm extremely excited for Virtus Pro. I think there's so many things to be said about this, and I think they're a team that can come in here and really surprise people. Last year, there was like, oh, these guys are, they won Europe, like they're the underdogs, but this year, they are here to prove stuff.
We've not had much opportunity to really talk about Team Liquid other than just a fleeting moment here, but it is great to see them back online. And I think similar to All Gamers Global, they're going to come in very hungry for this one as well, considering what they did as TSM throughout the entirety of last year.
Considering how good last year was.
Amazing.
Coming into this year, they were one of my front runners going to PGC. I still have them personally picked to win this event. I think Liquid is amazing.
Okay.
That said, PGS was like a big kick in the pants. And I believe that these players are the kinds of guys who will not take that kick in the pants negatively. They're going to say, you know what? Get back, work harder, get better, and they're going to step up in this event.
Godspeed, your response to that.
No, I agree. And again, coming off of a second place at PGC last year, even going into PNC, technically half of that roster was there, right? And so they were able to get 4th place. I know Kurt very well. He gets very upset when they don't place well or when they don't qualify for anything. So I know those boys are coming in equally as hungry to make sure that they set a statement here. And for Liquid as well, for the club championship.
It was only like 2 points at PGC, right? Like, they got second barely. That's got to sting.
I was in a situation where I was like, I talked to them last day, guys, this is yours. Like, this is your time. And I don't know as well as you do, like first name, base and everything, but pretty Curdy, for me, to be able to go in and do it that well at the age that he is, like, he's one of our all-time greatest. Like, he's 30 plus, you know, he's an older guy, but his experience, his leadership, and his IGL in-game, like, I just love that level that he's on.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule then overall and see the games coming at you for today. You're very familiar with the true tried and tested map rotation for all of this. A little bit of a change-up as a whole. We have double Erangel into the wildcard maps of Rondo and Tego, and then double Miramar to round things out. So again, as always, Toffees, these teams are going to be tested across every single battleground to figure out who can move.
4 of our maps have been Miramar and Wrangle have been in the game just as long as Kurt, and they're still great. I don't like this old man hate you're dropping. It's a patina. It's a seasoning. That's what this team brings.
For the record, Martin actually knows Purdy Curdy very well. So,
how can you not? They have been here forever.
Thrown, but I do like the new Miramar map picture. It's a sombrero.
Yeah.
It is. It's
wow.
festive.
It's great. I also love that we're ending in Miramar, right? This kind of start that we're going to be having on Erangel, the chaos that we're going to be seeing throughout to begin with, it's great that that's on Erangel. And to end on Miramar, like, that's where everything is kind of figured out in the lobby, and everyone is kind of like, oh, okay, how are we playing? And we're going to be seeing, like, some crazy meta coming out throughout today.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get day number 1 ready here for PUBG at the Esports World Cup. We are going to have groups A and B go head-to-head to figure out who can get all of those juicy points for today.
Twenty-four of the most dominant teams from around the world are set to land on the battleground over the next 3 days of competition. Every shot, every rotation, every decision made could be the difference between victory and the bitter taste of defeat. And speaking of defeat, 8 of our teams will not make it out of the group stage alive, and instead, the fate of their keys will end in the Crusher. This crazy contraption will figuratively and quite literally crush your dreams of continuing your journey at this $2 million tournament. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for PUBG Battlegrounds at the 2025 Esports World Cup. Hundreds of teams began this journey, and they've all dreamt of competing here on the main stage. But now, only the strongest remain. So, let's give them a hero's welcome, shall we? Starting with GK Esports! They are PWDD, Quizzy, Spyro, and Diffex. Theraton 5. They are Rossiter Jr., Pathumpong, Fluky, and Ranger X. Toyo! They are Capitan, Emmy, Benha, and Rivo. Game start, win! They are CC, Ming, AZ, and Xiao Tong. Gaming! They are Lil Ghost, Xiaobei, Xiaowu, and 7-7. Gen G Esports. They are Tosi, Bean, Orca, and Flame. Change the game. They are Tian Tian, Wenboa, Hang 2Y, and Aries. FN Pochon. They are Star-Lord, Zenith, Rex, and Americano. Sharper Esports. They are Earth Zapalui, Exquisite, Thunder, and Jedi. TDT Esports. They are Huang F, Jun, Wang Yi, and Ziru 1. Virtus Pro. They are Lucarux, Nixie, Beamy, and Corexi. Buriram United Esports. They are Khan, Ruse, Eddie, and Dynasty. ROC Esports. They are RBN, Souls, Santastico, and BL. Full Sense. They are Tigger, Belmoth, Thanodol, and Flash. All Gamers Global. They are Himas, Haisaki, Tycon, and Destroy. T1. They are Type, Raining, E-End, and Heather. Navi. They are Theorist, Sosid, Hakatori, and Extends. Twisted Minds. They are Batulins, Lou, Perfectix, and Example. Team Liquid. They are Purdy Curty, A-Flow, Luke, and Sparking. DN Freaks. They are Cuban, Heaven, Salute, and Deal. The Expendables. They are Clories, Delwyn, Tanvu, and Duck Juice. BB Team. They are Aduzi, Bestaloch, Phil First, and Molodoct. Petrichor Road. They are Aches Left, Ming Ming, Chui, and Nan. And now your reigning club champions, Team Falcons. They are H-Win, Shrimsy, Kickstart, and Tiggleton. Today, you set yourself a bar and the rest of your competition. Don't
be complacent. Make them realize that they never stood a chance once you landed on the map. So welcome to the Battleground and welcome to the group stage.
To the back, and 17's going to try to gatekeep them out. Handspell does go up.
Snakers finally joins the party, finds Ming Summer down as well. All lights are on the Kadia Esports Arena as the guys get ready in their seats to start the PUBG Battlegrounds tournament here at the Esports World Cup. I'm Toby, and my oh my, is it good to be back, joined by the cowboy himself. Howdy ho, Poro.
And I cannot stress this enough, Hall. I'm so glad to be back with you, Toby, as we are getting ready. It is hot outside. It is stifling heat, but that is nothing compared to what we're about to see here on the fields of Erangel, as these guys are ready to get a big start going and get that snowball rolling, guarantee themselves for the grand finals, because it is going to be so hard to fight back if you start off slow.
Oh yes, we all know how the end of the year for the PUBG schedule always tends to get really packed, and I feel like EWC is the time to start building that tournament momentum. If you come out strong here, you go almost straight into the PGS quals and then PGC at the end of the day. Whew, you want to get off to a good start here, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and especially when there's so much money on the line in this tournament right here. As we take a look at that stage, that thing is popping up. Be careful about your toesies around there.
It's been a while since we've had the team set somewhat face. You can see they're set back to one another there, but across the board, across the trophy in the middle, they're sat facing each other, obviously screens in the way and whatnot, so they can't directly see each other, but still there's a bit of a, they're over there, we're coming for them, you know?
Yeah, this is a setup that we have not seen in a long time, but I'm liking it.
Yeah.
I really am. And
always creative.
It is going to be real fun once we get to the grand final and we start seeing the crowds start to fill into the arena and get everybody hyped up. But you got a lot of work to do to get to that point. As we take a look at some of these, I gotta say, very calm looking faces. Nobody really looking too terribly nervous just right now.
They've been here before, man. It's veterans across the board, at least for the most part, outside of a few of the Asian teams. A lot of these players have been on stages like this before, and at this point in competition, we're coming to expect the experience garnered on a roster. Because sometimes you have a team with one or two that are newcomers to the scene, but then you have the veteran on the roster that can give you that experience. If you can't play under those conditions, you don't even make it to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, there are definitely some squads out here that are going to be relying on all that international experience. Like you look at Sharper Esports, this is one team that is very new on the scene here. They have been around forever in APAC, but they've always been one of those that are just a little bit short at making these international events. Now, they do have experience, though. X-Pros, Thunders, they have been on teams in the past that have made it to these international stages, but not as before as a team. You can see the coach just getting everybody stretched out. I like it.
I like this a lot.
We should do that right now, too.
Should we? Get up. All right, everybody. I'm looking at you waiting to see if you're actually getting out of your seat.
Twitch chat, let's get up. Let's get.
Are we actually standing up for this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's stretch. Everyone, oh, that's the wrist as well. There we go.
To the right.
And we're staying on them for the camera as well. I love this.
A little bit to the left.
I hope everyone else in the arena is watching this and doing the same thing, because I don't think I've ever been part of a group stretch prior to tournaments.
Oh man, I haven't done this since I was in high school sports.
Yeah, this is amazing.
This is great. Yeah, but
thank you so much.
Get loosened up, man.
Oh, now we get to sit down.
Gotta get
these boys. They've won in this arena twice before. They're like, we don't need to stretch. We're good. We'll just go back and do what we've done before. It worked last time. Why wouldn't it here?
I mean, they have just been the PUBG kings of Riyadh.
They sure have.
And it is going to take some work to dethrone them, but they've got a lot of work to do. But talking to them coming into this, they are feeling about as confident as I've ever seen them look.
Yeah, the back-to-back Riyadh champions, but I will say that was not wearing the Falcons banner, and we know how much the Falcons org means to Saudi Arabia and the.
Absolutely.
I mean, everyone involved in this tournament. So curious to see if maybe that pressure, the added need for just talking championship points and all that, the added pressure. They're still going. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. It's like a full body workout.
Man,
I love this.
Look, they're doing great. They're gonna be so fresh coming into.
You know what? If they come in and would you see nonstop 180 flicks for headshots, I'm like, guys, everyone's got to be getting in on this routine.
Well, look, as somebody used to, look, a very, very long time ago, as I know everybody needs to remind themselves, but there's something to be said about a routine going into something that's like a high pressure situation like this. There's if you get a routine going, then it's easier to take the things that you brought from practice into the real game.
For sure. But also, I mean, and coming from football, I'm sorry, Euro, but not that version, the American one.
It wasn't me this time.
But for a lot of our workouts or stretches that we did prior to game, sure, I mean, they do help, of course, but that 5-second bending of the wrist maybe ain't doing much, but it's everyone doing the same thing together. It's more of a ritual thing, really, coming into a game, getting everyone in the zone, getting everyone focused on the same thing. I think from a mental perspective, it's equally, if not more important to be doing such things than it is for the physical aspect of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I know all the esports physios out there are just pumping their fist in the air saying, thank you, this is what we've been saying. This is what we've been saying y'all need to do forever. But also, half the time we see them just leaning back in their chair falling asleep.
Also, they all knew that routine inside out. I thought they were all going to be staring at the coach waiting for him to show the next move. No, they knew what they were doing. So this is clearly not the first time they've pulled out that routine. And who knows? Maybe that's what got them here. Maybe it's the synergy among them that got them here.
Well, they're going to need a lot more than just some good stretch routine to find themselves in the grand finals of this lobby.
Oh, and now they're full focus.
A little meditating here before getting in there.
Really?
But, look, we got high hopes for Sharper Esports. So we got high hopes for any of our APAC teams because, I mean, it is if one thing has been proven time and time again over the past year or so, it is that there's always going to be at least one team from APAC that shocks the world.
And even more so, knowing, of course, that we are playing a best-of-12 grand final.
Yeah.
If teams like Shaba or some of the other APAC teams make finals, I mean, again, APAC have impressed everyone over the last 2 years, and right now, arguably one of the best, if not the best region in the world, just given Vietnam winning PNC and Expendables being the world champions. Exactly. So, but even then, some of the lesser globally experienced teams of APAC still bring that roller coaster vibe to a lobby where teams don't necessarily know exactly what they're planning on doing, and maybe there's a hot drop here, maybe they're pulling up in situations that other teams don't expect. And while that can definitely go against you, when it's just 12 games, if you get a couple of those 50-50 situations working back-to-back, all of a sudden you're set in a position from where the, let's call them more experienced teams that are usually over a day 2 team, there ain't no room for being a day 2 team in a 2-day grand final.
There sure isn't.
So hopefully for Shaba, if they can make it there, they can take it real far. Same thing, of course, eyes on the All Gamers Global boys, because they too have a lot riding in this tournament. So much experience.
Stuffies, man.
They are kind of cool.
I need one of them stuff.
They are.
And they all have their own little hairstyles. And some of them got little hats and everything. Look at
I love the fact that we heard in the Bella interview earlier when she asked if Tygon colored his hair blonde because him as was, and he was like, "I shoot better. He wants my hair," and Tygon was like, "Yeah." So you know what? I love it. I absolutely love it. Brothers in arms. And loving to see them on the same roster once more.
There we go. Rock Boys in the building tonight.
Yeah.
After finding themselves in PGS 7 and 8, they learned a lot from that international competition. Their first ones really is we got to see the potential rise of a new superstar in Santastico, some amazing individual plays coming out there, and that's the question every time we come into that's what makes these first days of the tournament so exciting. Tell me why I love doing the first games is because you never know who is going to be the next one that has a breakout just shooting star tournament, and it's always somebody new, right? It's, and you know, some of the tried and true guys obviously we'll see, you know, I'm not expecting to see him just do nothing, right? I'm not expecting to see Ike Slep just fall off the face of the earth, but there's always going to be those players that, you know, maybe we haven't heard about a lot, and they just find themselves in a perfect situation and pull off just an insane 1v4, or, you know, what was it? You do the. I hate that Beamy is known for this because Beamy's such a great player, but healing through like 50-something first aids in the blue.
Whatever it takes to get you all the way there today. We saw Gen G on our screens for a second as well. One of the most respected orcs coming out of Korea. I am hoping to see them get something going here. We know they played really well in the qualifiers leading into this tournament, but it's been a while since we've seen Gen G really play at the top of the leaderboards in global tournaments, and I'm hoping to see them be able to deliver here. There you go, Sharper, finally done with their prep. Maybe that's what everyone else was waiting for, guys. We have this 18-minute routine, and you don't start the game before we've done it. So there you go. If you
they're good.
If you're not warm, then you weren't doing the Sharper routine, that's for sure.
Well, it's a lot of time to sit here and think about stuff, man. I know these guys would prefer to just get up to the stage, get in the seats, and get in the game. But the longer you sit around waiting, the more you start getting in your feelings, start getting in your thoughts. You can only check those drop maps so many times.
Yep, you can. You get a lot of time to second guess yourself, both from a player perspective, but most importantly from a captain perspective, because you've gone over all these plans, of course, weeks in and weeks out leading into this tournament, and especially over the last couple of days coming into it, with scrims being played yesterday and the day before, and today, of course, as well, talking to your team, talking to potentially opposing teams as well. And sometimes it's better to just click start. You know, sometimes better to just get in on the server, because if you spend too much time sitting, contemplating, overthinking your own decisions, that can lead to terrible decisions in the end of the day as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way.
Exactly.
You have to deal with what you got. So I think they're trying to get everybody into the game. There's a team that is very, very pleased to have a full roster. I am very excited to see what this squad can do with Diffx in the lineup. I mean, going back to PGS 8, they had to play with Haruzen, their coach. Obviously, not a slouch himself, but he's not Diffx, right? Like,
that is true.
And they still managed to make the grand final. So, like, now that you have that superstar player back, I'm very excited to see what GK can pull out.
Another team that I love seeing back on the global stage, Buram Esports. I think
Buram. I haven't seen him since 2022.
I was gonna say, I mean, back in the days of old, when PUBG was still in its infancy, maybe not infancy, but a couple of years in, before APAC managed to claim the global crown, Buram was one of the few teams that time and time again actually did qualify for global tournaments. They were the spearhead of APAC PUBG for the longest time, but then Cerberus came in and joined that party. So did Daytrade, so did, I mean, many other teams that kind of rose above, not, of course, to forget about our world champions, the Expendables. But now we have Buram back there fighting for the trophy once more. I think it's great to have that org back in the picture, because they were one of the, so to say, founding fathers of APAC Esports when it comes to PUBG.
Absolutely. Well, it sounds like the music is getting hype. I'm getting hype. These players are ready to get into game, and hopefully all of you watching at home are getting hype as well, as the trophy rises from the ground. One of these teams will rise to claim it at the end of this weekend, but we've got to get things started here on Erangel with the first game of Groups A versus B.
Rise above as a slogan gets a whole new meaning when the entire stage literally lifts in the air. Players locked in, fully focused, ready to get off to a strong start, because I say this every freaking tournament, but the level just gets higher and higher and higher, no matter what's thrown at these players, be it new additions to the game, new maps, whatever you may think of. They always find a way to conquer the obstacles they go into and make themselves even better.
Absolutely, and we have got some of those changes, those new changes that we will talk about as the days progress, and we'll see how much of an impact they have, if any teams have really incorporated these changes into their overall strategies, or if they're just going to be a bunch of nothings.
Being a representative of the country of Denmark, I feel like I talk for everyone when saying we have seen what the new implemented things can do, be it red zones, BRDMs or C4s. Got Denmark got a load of all of it during Nations Cup, and you know what still made the grand final?
They made the grand final.
I was talking to Beamy at lunch before we got into this, and he's like, yeah, no, I have no clue how we actually managed to pull that off, because a lot of people, it's all about the coach. Of course, shout out to Avenger, of course. And then here you have them, everyone locked in, guys. Plane is in the air, ready for the first game of EWC PUBG Battlegrounds getting started. And here we are, and what better place to kick things off than back on good old Erangel.
Yes, indeed. As Erangel has proven to be very bloody more recently. In recent times. We'll see if that remains the case here today. Looking at the drop maps going at the very beginning of coming into this tournament, no real hot spots or even warm spots, really, as everybody is pretty much kind of staking claim to themselves. That farm pier area was a little bit dicey, but it looks like, well, I don't know. We got like 7 yellow teams down there. You see 8 All Gamers and Navi looking like they're getting a little bit close to each other, and this is definitely something Navi doesn't have to deal with again.
There's an observer director somewhere going, All Gamers Global, why did you change your logo from red to yellow? Please. But yeah, GK Navi, All Gamers Global, staying yellow down on the southern coast of mainland Erangel. Or the main island, I should say. As we wait for the first circle to pop, everyone's spreading out. As you said, no hot drops, no contested vehicles, and a pretty straightforward eastern circle to kick things off here as well.
Okay, centering up just to the west of that prison area, where Buriram currently having a nice prison shelter split. You see the Navi boys sticking together early on here. Don't want to get caught out in a well, this is kind of one of those things, right? That Navi, this is when they do these farm drops, they like to be able to split their guys up, to be able to take different compounds. But the fact that now they have All Gamers and they've got Geeky that are so close to them, they can't do that. So now they've got to get whatever they can from that one compound for 4 men, and then hop on their horses and get on out of there.
Navi's had an interesting journey. I intentionally didn't talk to Elrain about it today because I want to wait and see how they play on day one. They've had an interesting journey of being like one of the most edge-heavy teams in all of PUBG, raiding to phase 2, sometimes phase 3, to come into the circle later back. And then at one point they were like, guys, we're now going to contest center. We're now going to go Pachinki Picado every game. And well, it went how it went, trying to make that happen. And now they're back somewhat edge, but in this specific circle, in this specific game, they are surrounded.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we know that teams are going to center up in and around Shelter, down towards the northern sides of Milta and up towards the Lumberyard. But where Navi's going to play this from, I think it's going to be very interesting to follow, because you have so many teams still out towards the west, and there's only so much space to wrap hard north around on this first circle. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if Navi just stays where they are and waits to see what happens around them.
Yeah, I think that's Navi. That's a team then that they kind of need to start putting something up now. At this point, you know, it's been over a year with the new roster. Well, okay, with the exception of Stead from PGS, they replace him, pick up Extends, and now, you know, they've got the new. But there's always, it seems like there's always an excuse. There's always some reason why they don't perform as well as everybody is expecting them to. And obviously, we know that Hakatori is that dude. But you know, at some point, we need to start seeing something a little bit more from Navi to keep putting them up there in the conversation for these what do we want to call it, contenders, I guess.
Yeah. They
that's just and again, that's just my opinion.
Don't need it, by all means.
And I don't want to, you know, I hate
double down.
Well, I understand that they're getting new players, right, and that's making things a little bit more difficult. But you know, I hope that they can find a little bit of stability here with this roster. I hope that they find Extends and they really like the way that they're playing with them, and that we can actually see that same roster here for a couple of international tournaments and see what they're really capable of, because it feels like, you know, people are right. They are a fantastic squad.
Yep. We see games start, win, rotating far north around, avoiding the south side red zone, because you don't want to be driving through that one, at least not this early on in the game. They're going to get their rotation going. In the meantime, Falcons, of course, a lot of eyes on them. Far out towards the Puffka on the east side, I would be surprised to see them go for anything aggressive here too. Shrimsy got the God compound just on the northeastern side of prison. H-Win set up on the up and down up above. Stay on the coast, wait for the next circle to pop up first. Knock comes through, and that is Sharper losing one early on. Maybe the stretching ain't helping them all that much, as Tosi is finding the first.
Yeah, both of these teams, Genji looting up in Razak and then Sharper looting up in School. They leave at the exact same time. They run into each other on the top of Volcano. They will lose Jajai, but at least Thunders is able to get out of there, and they will remain 3 up. But Genji will pick up the first kill here at EWC 2025.
And we talked about it coming into it. I mean, when we saw them on screen just before, saying teams don't always know what to expect from some of these orgs, and this is one of those. Okay, now we know not to do that again, because they too have to figure out where do they belong, or where do they fit in between all these rosters that have played against each other year after year. and not there, that's for sure.
That's definitely not the one you want. But it looks like Gen G, after picking up that one, they'll go ahead and let Sharper retreat, and they'll send a couple of players down here. I believe that's Flame and Orca. Orca and Bean showing out in that Korean qualifier in a big way. And maybe this is this it? Is this Gen G? Are we going to see Gen G coming back to prominence with this roster?
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Gen G dropping Rex after he was actually the one top performing on the team at the time, I was very surprised. Even went out and said, Gen G, you finally have something good going. What's going on here? But as you're saying, as other people have been saying as well, Bean, he has been performing incredibly well. Hopefully he can rise up, but that just makes me think, what if they had to play both? You know, I mean, it's I feel like Rex still belonged on the roster. Of course, there can be a lot of synergy things, personal reasons why that player didn't fit on the team, but I was very surprised to see him go, and even more so now curious to see what they'll do without him.
Yeah, that's one thing, tale as old as time, and you can't just look at the stat book when it comes to figuring out what players are going to fit with which teams and how it's all going to work. It's a lot deeper than that, as we see Toyo, northernmost team here, just stretching on past Yasnaya. They see GSW just to their south, and we'll be keeping eyes on where they decide to rotate, all inside zone here, so they have plenty of time to really figure this out.
Yep, wide wrap just backfilling in and around that rotation. A small dot circle center, or at least close there too, trying to scout the compounds down below. Enjoy all the DMRs you're seeing used right now, kids, because they ain't around for much longer, I think, with the recent patch notes that we've seen from 37.1.
No,
we're gonna go back.
We're not going to get rid of them altogether.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some VSSs every now and again, I'm sure. But,
hey, VSS is goaded. I will take that to my grave.
I think we're in for a mutant meta like never before, but that's just my prediction. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen.
There you go, Jack. Clip it. Mutants are going to be OP.
You know what? We'll see. We'll have to wait and see as Hang and Edie right next to one another and caught by surprise, but able to stay put. Vehicle grading in the cover he needs, and not just that, but great double headshot connected. Gets the lip with a scare.
That is tough for Hangy. That is, he just did not land a single shot on that spray. And fortunate for Edie, as we see one of our new changes that we were talking about, those red zones coming in there. I'm sure everybody has feelings about it some type of way, but we'll see if it has any impact at the
If
end
it's
of the
going to
day.
go anywhere, go shelter early game. I mean, it's literally built to withstand situations like this.
It's a shelter to protect you from
exactly.
red zone. There you go.
Exactly. There's a reason for it. To see here, Full Sense making their way towards the circle. Last team to make their way on in as well, of course, powerhouse players with formerly represented by Day Trade. A lot of people were surprised to see that off dip, but now Full Sense is in the picture. We'll hope to see them do something great under this new banner.
Absolutely. Well, they finally started finding some success at PGS 7 and 8, and been a kind of a long slog for them. They've always been able to get here, but then once they're here, they just haven't really found a way to make to find any consistency, right? Like sometimes they'll be great and they look like world beaters, and then other times it's just absolutely nothing. So maybe the orange, that creamy orange, Full Sense, will be the thing that turns it around. Oh, yeah, there you go, Peach. Oh, duck juice.
Duck juice. Hate to see it happen. Quack, quack, as they were saying, and then walk in. We'll see if that vehicle is going to get flipped. It's kind of an awkward situation to have that vehicle be flipped into, but there comes a bike. Watch out. And we're just going to slip and slide.
We got it.
No, I don't think so.
No, we don't got it.
And then over to Mr. Tan Wu, which you can only say like that if you're a real Tan Wu believer. They're going to be wrapping in, of course.
Gatekeeping, how to say Tan Wu in a beam way. I love it.
We'll see what they can muster here in this, again, fairly simple first circle. Playing with Southern as well, so no super awkward rotations to come in. There is a lot of presence on the Southern side here, though.
Yeah, it's very heavy south.
Up north, too. So if this circle goes north, as we'll see here, we could have some awkward situations. I mean, I didn't even think about East, to be honest. This, too, is going to get awkward because now we're looking at Rock. We're looking at BB, Falcons, all the gatekeepers of the East Coast. If they don't move too far, all the teams on the West are going to have a real hard time.
Imagine if 17 had popped that E-pick up just a little bit sooner.
Yes, sir.
Like a minute and a half sooner, they might be in business. But look at this, Na'Vi. They are in a perfect position to take advantage of a few rotating teams as they come through. Tanbu going to go down to Diffix as Geekay will pick up their first point. Diffix now down to half HP. The rest of the squad is coming, and Diffix is on his own. No, PWD is nearby, but it doesn't matter.
PWD, great shots coming through here. And again, a collateral effect, domino effect, call it whatever you want. GK wanted to rotate through. Na'Vi stops them. We talked about it just before, expecting to see Na'Vi sit tight and wait to see what other teams do. They do exactly that. Catch two, and because they get caught, Expendables get caught in that transition as well. So unlucky for our current reigning world champions to fall out as the first.
Having that high ground, man. Na'Vi made it work, and now they are pushing in. They know that there's some free points down here to claim. As PWD, I think he knows he's getting the call from Diffix. Just get on out of there, try to see if we can get a few points from a solo position, but
no reason for Na'Vi to hunt it down. No. I mean, they know there's a knock, and that's what they're waiting for. Diffix is down, former teammate locked in the building down below. As Sharpa gets taken out as well. Him as Destroy Edie working together to find the three of them. Again, we talked about the tough rotations, trying to make your way east here. And now Na'Vi, as we've seen them do so many times before, will clean sweep this building, looking for the last player, and then make their way towards
I like this. Na'Vi just being very disciplined, don't want to take any unnecessary knocks or any unnecessary losses. Looks like PWD spotted out somebody from Na'Vi, but here we have some action going on the prison cliffs as Raining will put him as on his backside, as that is a nice peek and a nice spray. Destroy up there still though, as there you go, GK will get eliminated in the end by Na'Vi.
I mean, for T1 in particular in this situation, great threat to get eliminated early on, because you do not want to be sitting door to door with him, as never knowing when that flash and immediate follow is going to come through. So good on them to get him out of the way. Tycon now under fire as well. Awkward position for them to be in, because they have opponents all around them. Got to love the hand cam there as well, seeing how quickly, even though it doesn't look like they're moving a lot, they're constantly AWSDing to make sure that no Bolty somewhere is going to get a clean headshot.
Speaking of Bolty, Shrimsy just popping somebody with the Bolty. That's not something you see every day.
True.
But yeah, Haisaki now has gone down. So as we said before, AGAL with that cliffside position.
A little bit of cover.
The shots from T1, the shots from Falcons, and the pressure from Buriram are just putting them in a really bad spot now as Destroy trying to go for that res, but it is just brutal as they are doing everything they can to maybe get back up to 3 strong. But even if they get back up to 3 strong, it is going to be tough there. Tycon going down.
I mean, Destroyer's on a tricky mission now. They need Haisaki back up because he's the only one to be able to suppress up behind, and that's where they're vulnerable from. But now with Tycon falling too, I mean, he's a medic on the run trying to make sure his teammates are going to stay up. But the more people getting knocked, the more that position opens up and becomes really tempting for other teams to try and take.
That other E pickup now in the air. That's changed the game. You can see them coming out of shelter. They were taking shots from Gen G, who was coming in slow. Change the game will drop before they get over to Milta Power, but you can see what they're pulling into. It is just a whole bunch of teams spread out. The shots coming through, and I think we're about to see a lot of change the game, boys, in that kill feed.
The anti-air has been set up, and they're not getting their foot in on whether it be the Forest or Lumber proper. There's too many teams around here already. Had they gone west, I mean, look at the circle right now with how it shifted back. There's literally only Na'Vi and Gen G playing the western half of this circle. The remaining 10 teams are in and around Prison, Northside, Milta, and Lumberyard.
Yeah, those hillsides just to the north of Milta are going to be brutal.
Yep.
You can see just knocks after knocks coming through. Type will spot out AZ as T1 doing a good job of gatekeeping the north side of this zone as Game Start Win trying to find an entrance.
It's so awkward to try and rotate in when you're on the edge right now, because the center teams can't move and they don't want to fight each other either. So normally you see the next circle pop and people kind of move further and further, like leapfrog towards the circle center. But no one is moving right now. Again, as we said, half the circle on the western side is occupied by just 2 teams. Na'Vi really reaping the rewards for playing patient earlier here. Coming in this late, now getting half a circle or quarter circle at least to themselves. Yes, they got red zone, but they should be all right. In the meanwhile, out in the east, the amount of player per square meter is infinitely higher than anywhere else.
Yeah, no, Na'Vi and Gen G
get out of the car flash.
In pretty good position here. Full Sense playing their way through Milta. Just being very slow. Again, just playing edge. right now. And Game Start Win, meanwhile, on that northern side, hopped into vehicles. There's 3 strong. They're coming over to this western side. They're eating a lot of blue zone damage right now. We'll see where they decide to enter in, and if they get anywhere close here to Gen G or to Na'Vi, they could be Dunzo pretty quickly.
I know we say that red zones only hit noobs, but for Flash to slow drive through the red zone in Militant in this situation in a global tournament, I'm like, bro, my heart rate is high. What is yours? I mean, how can you just calmly stroll through there, knowing that it could hit at any time? In the meantime, Gen G, again, a lot of eyes on Bean to see if he can perform like he did in the qualifiers. We'll see what he can make happen here as Game Start Win on a wide western rotation. Only team to attempt this move. It actually works out for them.
So far, yeah. I mean, they've got these hills that they can stop down on and kind of stop down and heal up and get right.
Yeah.
Scout out a little bit more. Now they've got Na'Vi in a 2-2 split just ahead of them. But for now, they are safe. As we see another E-pick. Oh, man, that is a late E-pickup popped here by Full Sense. I doubt there's any chance they take this unless it is just a... Oh, yeah, they're perfect. Yeah, no, they're vibing now. They're feeling great. But, okay, this prison situation is about to come to a head because you got T1, Falcons, Buriram, all 4 strong up there next to each other, all of them knowing exactly where the others are. As we see GSW trying to make the send in right as Na'Vi does, so good timing for them as they will get into a compound and not get involved in a full-on fight with Na'Vi.
Timing great and execution perfect as well. They knew if there's anyone on the western side here, because we haven't been shot at on the entire rotation, they have to be playing split. So they say, guys, let's all 4 commit to one building. Na'Vi sees that from the north side and go, guys, dip. We have much more to play for, playing the high ground above them, because effectively Na'Vi is getting the better of the 2 compounds here. So very smart on them to commit to that play on both sides, really.
Gotta say, Na'Vi is looking like they are in a great position to find some success here to start off this tournament and get that snowball rolling here in the group stages. Falcons, meanwhile, still squaring off with Buriram on the side of that hill. They've got the blue zone starting to tickle at their heels.
Yep.
And they've got to start making some decisions here pretty quickly.
Orca, ulti in hand, getting the knock onto one of the T1 players. Do you commit to the fight now, or do you try to use that knock to get inside the circle yourself? Seems like they can't really commit to it proper either. In the meantime, up on the hills of prison. Shots being fired and knocks being found. Falcons down 2.
I could see the thought there, the thought with Trimsy and Kickstart trying to go wide, leaving the other 2 back as anchors and try to take advantage of Buriram while they're taking the spraying down on the other 2. But unfortunately, Buriram has these deployable covers that they can hide behind, and just nothing was given. No shots were given to the 2 Falcons players on the north. So Tickleton and H-Win now in the blue, having to find their way through as T1 and Gen G are going to be scrapping just off to the west.
See Raining going for one more shot. Orca trying to make the boldy ring once more, down to 3 first dates. Should be able to sit tight for a bit. But here's Type right next door. I'm not sure he's aware. He's sitting in the open trying to get this res off, and no, indeed, does not realize. Good thing Tosi is there for the trade immediately, though.
Good work by Tosi there to make sure he can support his teammate, as looks like Orca will go down to the blue. The rest of Gen G continue to make their way into the zone. Looks like 17 has an angle on him, but it's not a great one, so those 3 should be okay. Meanwhile, Latin America scrapping amongst themselves as Rock and Toyo will get involved. Buriram still trying to make their way in, but BB team, they've been hanging out at the logging camp, and they were ready.
It's a layer cake of destruction. The further up the hill you go, the more better equipped the teams are sat there waiting for you to come their way. Take is going to be running straight into Molotov. Now, timing might be great, though, because Molotov got into a car right before he heard Tick cut his engine, so maybe not aware of what's going on. But again, look at the circle spread. Na'Vi and around nothing. In the meantime, towards the northeast, it is chaotic.
Chaotic indeed, as now Rock will have to call in Souls. The new circle pops, and it is going down to the south once again. The Milton Fields are going to be where we finish this thing off. Na'Vi in a great position, but all of this happening off to the northeast is going to have to come to a head. Toyo and Rock have been trading back and forth. Each team is beaten and busted. You can see Emmy, the last player left alive for Toyo, but all that being said, 11 teams alive. They've got 4 kills. Rock down to Solds. We'll make sure he secures another point for the score for the squad. Maybe get this res too.
Say 11 teams alive, but I'm seeing 6 out of 29 players that are inside the next circle. We're going to be down to 5 teams by the time this circle comes to a close. So look at the kill feed, everyone. It's going to be popping as soon as this circle starts closing in 15 seconds. And yeah, he's down.
Yeah,
nothing you can do. Take Laying low.
Deny the
See if
point,
H-Win
yeah.
can somehow backfill and get inside this next circle. As Na'Vi finally getting a little bit of pressure their way. Flame try to make a wraparound, but Sosa catches him, takes him down, and out goes Falcons as well.
Man, BB team has just been in a perfect position to capitalize on all of this. They've got 4 guys alive. They're starting to collect here now that rent is due to make their way into the north side. Na'Vi getting more active, starting to spread out. You see the angles that they have here on 17. 7 kills now for Na'Vi. We talked about it. We need to see something from them, and boy, they are coming in here in the first match of EWC and letting everybody know that they are the real deal.
Did exactly what they had to in the early game, and now they get to reap the rewards here in the mid to late game as Xiaobei peeks over, instantly finds Molotov, swaps over to the DMR, sees if he can get one more rotating BB team player down below. Not gonna happen. This is what was worrying before, because yes, they sit and they claim kills on the edge, but you also have to move in afterwards. A BB team looking outward the whole time, never knew what they were running into themselves. So great timing from Genji to pounce when they did.
All right, we got a few solos still left on the north side. You've got Emmy from Toyo, Raining from T1, Best of Luck from BB Team, and Edie from Buriram still way out in the blue. 17 now the one to be the Kings of the North on the high side here. We'll see if they can collect a few more points for their trouble, or will they get stabbed in the back by one of these Vipers?
I was gonna say we have 3 solos out, not outside the circle yet, because Raining is still technically inside blue. But if they can sweep their everything behind them and the circle swings north, that could have 17 written all over this one.
Yeah, they'll be looking great, but I mean, you can see Na'Vi has eyes over in this direction.
Yes.
That's why they gotta drop the smoke walls down. Fortunately, they've got plenty to spare. You see 5 still in the bag here for Xiaobei.
Yeah.
And that is good news if you're a 17 fan. As again, Full Sense has been on the south side of this, fighting out of Milta proper for this whole time. Game start win, managed to get Ming and Xtong down there as well. So they are playing out of a compound. We'll see where this next circle decides to go, and it's going to pull away from the city. So Na'Vi once again getting a little bit of love here.
Definitely able to sit tight in the compound for at least a little bit longer. Happy now they opted to play it slow. In the beginning of the game as Raining knows he has to come down this hill, but no matter where he peaks, there's entire teams looking his way, and he might just concede at the end of it. I'm not sure what his health situation is in terms of medkits and whatnot, but you'd have to imagine that he's running pretty low at this point.
I think the only shot you got really is
even with
that's a good. That might open up a door here. Xiaowu getting taken down by Extends.
No utility.
Rookie on Na'Vi. But yeah, Raining has just nothing in the bag.
Oh, does he see Edie?
First aids. And Edie will go down to the blue, but not before. He picks up another point there for Buriram, so that could come in huge later.
Raining finds one, peeks on down, well aware that that 17 had to go for the rest here, but cannot leave himself exposed to Na'Vi. And without util, it's so hard to figure where you can really make this move from. But now, using 17 smokes against them, he's trying to pan down the hill, but Xiaowu sat down there ready and waiting. Will get the rest.
Absolutely huge from Xiaowu, making sure that he keeps his team in this. They'll get that res, but you could see how beaten they are. That vest, that helmet was almost donezo. As we see Full Sense starting to sneak away from Milta, but Na'Vi not letting him get it for free. The shot's coming down on Athanadol as Belmont will try to return fire and protect his teammate.
Exactly, timing great right now, hoping that they can take the fight to Na'Vi, which is a tough one because they have Na'Vi sat in a compound inside circle, but they're hoping, expecting for 17 to assist. So whenever Na'Vi peaks, try to take the fight to Full Sense, they will leave themselves open to 17 players. Now that they know their rest, they can go for the push on forward as Ming falls. Sol's able to take him down.
I was about to say, you don't forget about GSW. And,
sure.
They were pushed up there, but unfortunately, Sol's being really on time with it. It looked like everybody kind of forgot about these guys on the eastern side, but now Xtong and Solds, it looks like 17. They're like, well, we know that there's 2 full teams over there scrapping on the west. Let's go and clean this eastern side of the circle, get a couple more points if we can. As Xtong and Solds continuing their 1v1, and Solds down to no HP.
Yeah, and this is the issue currently for Full Sense, I should say. They're like, 17, where are you? We needed you to cover us. And you have to imagine that there's going to be some nade icons in the kill feed in just a moment, because Na'Vi did push 2 out, but now that the fighting on the east comes to an end, look how quickly Ferris and Hagatori sprints back towards the building. They know, wait, fighting on the east is over. We have 3 4-man teams left alive. We cannot leave open angles. Let this next circle dictate whether we're moving out of this building or not.
Just look how much space 17 has to work with. Now, it's not the best space, obviously. It's very wide open hills. But
no one's in.
Oh my goodness!
Literally
nobody going to either is inside the sun. Now 17 is I don't know. Their rock that they're playing around is just outside of this circle, so I don't know what they're sitting on in terms of smoke at this point. And obviously you can see, look how many the hills are just littered with dead smokes here from Full Sense and Na'Vi. So utility.
It's Navi's move.
Yeah, I mean, utility at this point is going to be.
Wait, did those
Did they drop
covers just exactly not land inside the circle? That's
very close.
I was gonna say that could actually be really, really dangerous for Full Sense if they have those deployable covers available, or emergency covers, I should say, and they don't get them inside the circle proper, because there's not really any cover for them to work with inside the circle. They have their vehicles still, at least 2 of them, I know, but I'm not sure what the tire situation is. But for now, it's Na'Vi's time to move, and honestly, they can pretty much dictate the winner of this game by deciding, do we go west or east on this one?
Yeah, this is going to be.
Is that a C4 car?
This is going to be really interesting here. Na'Vi have to make a decision, and they're trying to see. Yeah, they're trying to see if they can get the C4 car. Love to see it, but unfortunately, not going to find any success on that one. But now Na'Vi on the clock. And it looks like down to the south is going to be the best option here. And now 17, all they have to do is sit here and wait and see how this plays out. And strike at the right time. They've got to be on time, though, with the push.
Yep, top 2 guaranteed. They try to see if they can make a play towards the south. Now they try to claim
Na'Vi going to avoid them altogether.
Yeah, they want to try and sit down the middle and prone it out. They know that all teams here are somewhat low on util, and they're outside nade range, at least initially. But they put themselves in a bowl. They put themselves in a position where they know if Full Sense peeks us, as you can see right here, Little Ghost is shooting over the top. They're both fighting over the top of Na'Vi, hoping, please just no one have a nade, no one take us out, and we get top 2. This is a smart play on them, knowing that they are limited in what else they can do.
Well, I mean, it's hoping. It's hoping that they don't.
It is.
That Full Sense is not sitting on just a whole bunch of grenades. And there you go. Flash going to find one on the Hagatori. 2 down now, 3 down now, as it is just getting sprayed from both sides. But the good news for Na'Vi is that Full Sense has been knocked twice as well. But look at 17. They're starting to spread around on the eastern side. They're going north. They're going south. They're getting every angle available, and they are putting the pressure on both of these squads.
Why let them fight one another if you can come in and take the kills for yourself? 17 Gaming has been so close in so many tournaments, but it's always been those few extra points that separated them from being tournament champions. And here they are coming once more, wanting all of it for themselves.
Do not let them have a chance to breathe. That is exactly the mantra of 17 here, as they are putting their foot on the neck of these teams, as they are beaten and busted. And now 17 putting themselves in a beautiful position to win this game. But Na'Vi, somehow, some way, through the smokes, still alive. So is Full Sense.
Yep, no one daring to commit too hard to this, knowing there's still 3 teams in it. Now, honestly, it's on Full Sense to make the next move. Circle is swung towards the east. They're spraying through the smokes here, trying to find favorites. But as you're saying, bro, somehow they stay alive. Not sure what type of Matrix movies he's been doing his practice routines with. But Fairest in the smokes, if he gets both here, that would be upset.
I mean, Extends is just
There's
leading
no
out.
way. Yeah, there's no way. Smoke is fading out as well. I'm not sure if he has any more to work with.
Well, he's not going for it.
I mean, he can't. The smokes are fading, and as soon as they do, he's going to be shot in the head.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
sure.
That's got Na'Vi written all over it. Great read by Tigger.
Yeah, one more grenade will do it. And there you go. Nicely done. It is a great game for Na'Vi so far, but in the end, it just proved too much. As 17 will try to do what they can to get rid of these last 2 players from Full Sense. They've got new colors, but they are the same old day trade. They are still very, very tough to kill, as they will try to donate 1 point over to the blue. And there you go, the last one comes through. And 17 Gaming, your PGS 7 champions, are coming into EWC looking hot.
I love the fact that we have 2 edge teams coming into this one late, and then we have 17 who were sat in Lumberyard for the longest time, but it was the likes of BP teams and the other teams around them that just became their meat shield, allowing them to come into the late game with little to no damage being taken at all.
It was definitely looking dicey there at times.
Yes.
I mean, they were just huddled, hiding behind a rock for the longest time, just alive by the grace of the smokes.
Yeah.
But they managed to keep all four alive. They managed to go and take over that eastern side of the circle. And then once that was done, it was just all academic after that. As Na'Vi, I mean, that was a really good game from them, but they were put in almost an impossible position.
I liked their play there in the end. They knew they had really no other options, and had it not been full sense on their left side, the one team that still had all their util available, they might have actually been able to withstand the initial barrage. But you go up against a team that's been sat on the south side for the entire game, gotten 1 or 2 kills at the distance, I believe. So, unfortunately for them, not quite the case. But for 17, incredible start of this tournament as we throw to a break before Game 2 comes around.
3秒撤后，3秒撤后，3秒死完了，4-2，4-2，4-2，3秒盾牌，3秒盾牌，3秒盾牌，还有一个盾牌打了，还有一个不知道在哪儿，还有一个可能在我这边。
我打药，3秒盾牌一个，给他丢起来，杨轩。
没闪，
来等我架，
8溜一个，我动不了了，
别动，对面还在，打他去，他要送毒，上面，杨轩。
左下最后一个，8溜最后一个。
17 Gaming starts things off with a bang as they show the mastery of the grassy pastures, taking a win uncontested over from Pachinki of all places. No threats coming their way. Joining me to talk about this game, we have Avenger, we have Godspeed, we have Toffees to talk about it all. Toffees, 17 Gaming, arguably one of the most consistent teams of all time in PUBG, starts off strong.
You know, there was an argument that maybe they weren't being as serious as they could have been at PCS. You know, they got a little more money in the qualifiers. They seemed a little tired. Here, I think it's pretty obvious they came to play. And when they came in, what was it, from the east side, Godspeed, to make those moves, it was awesome to watch.
Yeah, from the Northeast, it definitely was crazy to watch. I mean, that whole game was just insane. When you look at the first circle, we lost the Expendables, Sharper Esports, and Geeky immediately off that first shift to the east. So that was just absolutely wild to see. And then we also saw... Oh, hello. And then Na'Vi came in from the west, right? Which we saw them get a great position. But more importantly, Martin, you actually were the one that pointed it out. Game Start Win came all the way from the north, did a blind wrap, and got right underneath Na'Vi, which was crazy.
Yeah, especially like when you see teams leave, you're like, okay, we're backing them no matter what. Like, you were inside this next circle here, be able to take that compound away, but the compound that Na'Vi had, like, it's just such a strong one. You get so many kills from there, but them deciding to kind of insert themselves into the middle of that hamburger being the patty is, I mean, it's often you're not going to be able to get a win from that, but they're trying to maximize points. They might be able to try to push, full sense away from one of the edges there, but yeah, it didn't work out.
That was a choice. That was a choice.
But 18 points to 17 gaming here, that's obviously huge.
Exactly, here's the match ranking, and of course, with 17 gaming getting that many points, the interesting thing about it all is Na'Vi, who was previously the team that was challenging the Pachinki at Internationals, goes away from that challenge and suddenly does well, Toffees.
It's hilarious, right? Because 17, you're like, the last event, they did pretty good. They had a great game, but also had to deal with Na'Vi the whole time. Na'Vi leaves, goes somewhere else. And even then, we saw a vast improvement at 8 over 7 because they walked away from some of those fights. Here, they're putting in some good moves. And even though they became the hamburger in that fight and got cooked right away, still, walking away with the 13 points is a huge come up for Na'Vi, a team that needs to do it.
I get what they're doing, though, right? Trying to go to the middle. They're hoping that the two teams can shoot over across one another to try and keep them safe for the moment. But anyway, we'll talk about it in a few moments' time here as we continue things for the Esports World Cup. We've got the Dr. Zulaiman Al-Habib's hot take, so let's take a look.
Welcome to Doctor's Notes, presented by Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib, where we're going to give you some quick hot takes on what we think is going to happen. Started off with Paper. What you got for me?
I think today we're going to see one of the South American teams really perform well, either Rock or Toyo, because they played so well in the group stages at PGS. I think they have a real shot to make a splash here today.
Well, I'm going to follow that up. You're going to take Americas, so I'm going to take Korea from you. I'm going to say T1. This is going to be a great event for them. They're due for it, and they've had a massive come up lately.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as long as they can avoid some of the rotation stuff and the hot drops early, they should be good to go.
I mean, rotations, hot drops, red zones are going to be a thing now, but honestly, I don't think that that's going to be as big of a deal. Most of these teams are going to know how to play around it, so I wouldn't be too concerned. But that's our Doctor's Notes, but I'm going to prescribe for you 3 days of group stage and 2 days of grand finals. You guys have fun.
All right, more glasses for the casters teams as a whole here. My hot takes, I don't really have too many at the moment. How about yourself, Avenger?
I mean, we can just take it from this game here, right? 2 hard shifts back-to-back south. I don't want to take too much away from this game here, right? It was extremely chaotic. You see how many teams were in that kind of hillside of the prison area, right? It's just such a difficult game. When you have these 2 southern shifts, the teams that are doing wide wraps are going to get tons of points, like Game Start Win, blindly wrapping in the west. Na'Vi getting, back-to-back southern shifts where they're just like, oh, we have half the circle to ourselves. We're just going to take this compound. That's going to mean things. But it's going to be extremely chaotic, these games. And this was due to the circles, but it's going to continue throughout the day for sure.
And that's a good point, because again, these teams only have 12 games. The amount of mistakes you're able to make, especially in this lobby, in order to move forward, are very minimal. And teams are going to punish you if you make any of these mistakes. You cannot afford to have more than 1, maybe 2 bad games, because the other teams are definitely going to be much more consistent.
I think you're right about the hot take on this game, right? Don't take too much out of it. Even the final circle was not a spot that we've seen excessively in recent past. Not a lot of cover, not a lot of options. Like you said, Na'Vi, there was no other choice. It was a hope they kill each other trying to kill us kind of situation.
Got 13 points though. So
exactly. And I think that's my takeaway is this is one of those get what you can and hope for the best sort of games. And so don't, if you're at home right now, stress out if somebody had a bad start to this thing, because it's going to bounce back. Unless maybe it was the Falcons, because I do feel like that rotation off of their split could have gone a little better for them. They got caught, and having 2 going into that late push just wasn't going to work.
Yeah. It's tough to really kind of draw anything from one game, though, right? Especially with the shifts going this way, Avenger, and seeing how all of this goes down. At least for Full Sense, right? It's a pretty decent start to their campaign, but with them sitting in Milter and just kind of waiting there for a while, we're hoping maybe for more, all things considered.
I mean, I don't speak Thai, but I'm pretty sure the comms are going to be like, oh, the entirety of Milter is free, guys. Let's just take one house.
Yeah. But here's my beef with Full Sense. is that they are group stage heroes. This is the sort of thing that I see from them constantly when we get to these events is they start super strong here in the start, they catch a couple of really good games, but when we get to the finals, if they do manage to make that big 16, can they carry that momentum forward? I think for me, that's what I want to see in the first 3 games is do they start strong and do they look like they're making strong macro decisions the entire time?
Thoughts, Godspeed?
I mean, I feel like they salvaged that game well enough for themselves, right? They did notice that the Milta was open, but something that I'm going to notice going forward is I doubt they're going to have that much room to work with later, right? Teams are going to notice that they're trying to go for these really wide splits or take as much space as they can, which is a good thing, but generally, when you have other teams kind of going back and reviewing that, they're not going to be able to have that same space afforded.
If you can take any learnings away from our first game, Avenger, for some of these teams to apply it to our next game, what are you looking out for? Anything?
I mean, there's big things, right? The greed from Falcons to take, you know, a prior compound in that first circle, to also take the eastern side of prison. That talks to the confidence that these guys are going to have. I'm not too worried about them, like with the smaller mistakes in terms of, you know, rotations and stuff like this. Like, so the confidence in the teams, but then again, when you're looking at like a circle like this and how it kind of works out, like you're just going to have to play Smash Mouth style when you get a circle that goes away from you twice, right? And we're going to see some kind of messy fights. But it is going to be chaotic throughout, kind of what we've been seeing from, you know, the stages throughout. It's just been the next level.
I mean, this is my takeaway. Looking at these Falcons, the takeaway that everybody else should have is All Gamers Global and Falcons went out early without a lot of points on the board.
Expendable 0 as well.
Exactly, and with 12 games to play, that is really good news for the rest of the lobby. Not for those guys, but I'm not worried about them yet. So I think that's the take, is that we saw some teams that needed to make moves with the exception of 17, that are teams that we've been like, do they or don't they have it? They came out and showed us they had some good game sense in a game where things didn't make sense, right? Because it was a confusing, weird game. And so to see these sort of struggle rosters that have been around and sort of not finding their feet put up some good numbers, I think that's pretty exciting.
I think we saw a lot of smiles across the teams at the beginning of all of this, Godspeed, but I do believe when it comes to a group stage like this and the fact that we have no last chance qualifier and then even the finals is just the BO12 as it stands, I think those smiles are going to fade very quickly because it is of utmost importance to really get on the floor running.
Exactly, and you don't have, like I was saying earlier, you don't have the opportunities to make those mistakes that you normally would in like an 18-game finals or even an 18-game qualifier, depending on the group stage. But something else to note is like we do have a lot of changes coming into, you know, this event specifically. True. We have the BRDM, now we have the Res Station, we have the C4, right? We've kind of seen those regionally in the Master Series, but that's a new ball game for these players. And then you also have the kill feed tracker now, which does not track reses, by the way. So that's something that these players are going to have to be very aware of.
Nothing sows chaos more than the way in which we've seen the C4 being used. We've seen it over at PNC. We saw it in some of the online cups as well. We have seen absolute chaos from that.
And it's taken this mythical role, as does the Panzerfaust, right? It's that thing that you all toss in the trunk because when the situation is right, you got to have it, and it has a massive impact on the game. It hasn't happened yet. We're only one game in, but it is one of those things that it's going to have an impact, and it is going to have it at the worst possible time for a team who's in the race. And I think that's fun for me, maybe not for them.
Yeah, Martin, obviously you were the coach of Denmark of PNC. Did you have any kind of C4 moments?
Yeah, there was. We were on the receiving end of the C4 shenanigans there. So yeah, I mean, I love that. You know, especially coming in with a bike being thrown into a compound that's the winning compound, and you know, you
got red zone too, right?
Yeah, red zone too. You know, two guys red zone also kind of.
Red zone. That started well.
It was a great first day, but then we got it back, and you know, the best day on the second.
It was great.
You know,
it was great to watch.
Yeah, I love it.
The problem with C4 is there's like you said, that bike compound is a perfect example. Sometimes there really just is no counterplay.
Yeah,
there is no counterplay.
Present. Right. I agree.
I mean, the comms were like, we need to defend northern side. We only had one player, and if you're not able to shoot the players that are coming in with the bikes, then it's extremely difficult to make any counterplay to it. But you know, from seeing it, I know it's exciting, but it is just extremely difficult. And you gotta, that's the biggest thing as a player you gotta take away. It's like, your bad games, you just gotta forget about them immediately and take it back and go back to the next game.
Well, of course, here are our top damage dealers from our first game. Mr. Fairest and Hakatori representing Na'Vi proud here, Toffees.
Nice to see two of them up there right now. Big scores, but again, that's because not only did they have a good spot in the middle where they were able to sort of pepper everyone who transitioned in, they did manage to put up a lot of good kills to close that out. So again, tough situation at the end, but a really good game for them. Xiao Wu, the man who helped me pick my lunch today, and a great suggestion, by the way. 17, Xiao Wu playing out of their mind in that first game. I think this is a team that has always been historically strong and has just been climbing, honestly. I think go to 7 and 8 and go to here, they seem like they are just getting better and happy to play again, maybe, which is nice.
And it also speaks to the confidence of both of those teams having the ability to take control of the position they took in the circle, right? They actually got kills off of that. They didn't just sit there.
Right. Yep.
They controlled their edge and they were able to flex out and be proactive, and that's what we want to see in our teams that have those positions.
Well, let's see if they can make those adjustments. Let's get to game number 2 here of PUBG at the Esports World Cup as we head over to the commentators for another Erangel.
One more Erangel to go today before we head on over to Rondo, Takeo, and Miramar to finish things off. And it's been a flashy start, I think, for some of the teams on the top we were hoping to see or expecting to see climb back into it. Navi, you said you want to see something from them. Well, Poro, did they deliver?
They delivered, man. they delivered like UPS. Look, 17 also up there, 18 points off of that W. That is huge for them. But one of the things that, looking down the rest of the leaderboard that I got to be excited about is there's a lot of teams that maybe we're kind of hoping to see something from, right? Yeah. Like new faces that managed to collect some big points off of what was a very, very contentious northern side.
Exactly.
I mean, you look at Rock Esports with 9 points. Toyo with 6. Full Sense, obviously they finished in third with 8, but Buriram with 8. I mean, these are teams that are going out early because of just bad circle luck there, but they're finding ways to still collect points because they know how important every single one of these points are.
For sure, and when you have games like this where, as Martin said on the district, get some really tough shifts early on. One thing is the first shift was said, you can rotate that, it's possible, but then we get hard shifts to follow immediately after. You got to make something of those games. You're not going to win this game. It's going to be a tough one, but you cannot have that be a 0-point game, especially when you only have this many games to play. You got to go out and make something happen. So kind of echo you for Buriram, for Rock to get off to a really solid start, despite things kind of going against them in terms of how the circles went and how cluttered it was on the eastern side of the circle. They really couldn't hope for a much better start given the situation they were in.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's 4 teams right now that are still sitting on 0 points after one game. So that is, and then some big names down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. But that's why we play 12, right? You got plenty of time to turn things around. Hopefully this next game on Erangel will be a little bit sweeter to them, and if not, well, you got the map changes coming.
Exactly, and even more so, to continue off what we're just talking about with the likes of Rock and Buriram, Full Sense, you can add to that conversation as well. Some of these teams that aren't part of the usual, I'll call it not ecosystem of the top echelons of PUBG, but they don't get as many reps in as some other rosters. I know, of course, Full Sense being the former Daytrade has been represented a lot, but even then, they need to make something happen before teams figure them out. Because once the likes of Twisted Minds and whatnot get comfortable, once they read the lobby and play according to plan, you can't really go out and surprise people anymore. You can't really go out and do these sort of things. So right now is when the Wild West, with my co-caster Cowboy here, right now is when the Wild West still exists, and it's for those, I don't want to call it lesser teams, but at least less experienced teams to go out and harvest in that period before the more cerebral teams come in and take over.
Yeah, and if you're a Group B team, you obviously want to get everything done as quickly as possible, because there's nothing worse than sitting there on that last day of group play knowing that you can't do anything else. You're basically at the mercy of what Groups A and C are going to be doing, as we see a completely different playing this time around, hugging that western side, going from south to north. Maybe a little melee? Why not?
Could be.
A little spicy.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen some good melee circles. Had some in PNC as well. But yeah, lovely change of planes here, as this one is definitely not going to have, I would imagine, that many people sitting over towards Lumberyard.
Yeah.
I would be surprised. I would be surprised.
Hot takes with Toby. This is he's going out on a limb here.
I'm wild with my predictions today. Not at all gambling on both.
Fair enough.
Both colors. Yeah, exactly. I'm playing it safe.
Yeah, no, why not?
Yeah, no.
You want to play it safe here early. Well, do this. Shrimsy and X-Tong.
I was gonna say, yeah, they are flying for the same vehicle, it seems. Are they splitting up now? Now they are. Okay, there might be 2 cars up there.
Yeah, okay. All right. So everybody should be fine.
Not down towards the south, though. You have Expendables and Buriram running around the same vehicles. That's Khan and Delwyn, I believe, fighting forward. It's circled far up towards the north. That's going to be an interesting one to follow as well. Fights, though, already taking place. We're seeing here Delwyn. He might have the vehicle, but His opponents are the ones with weapons in hand and can't. All he has is a
he's
three
got to
for
get out of
cover.
there.
Yeah.
Great work there by Buriram to protect their man. And that is 73.57 damage that was desperately needed for Buriram here.
Is he coming back?
And another one, get him! Go ahead! Get that full 100, young man.
That's what you get for trying to take out my teammate, but the issue is Khan is still in trouble.
No.
Mutant in Duckjuice hands, finding Khan. Can they actually get him in the car? That would be insane. Pick him up, put him in, and get the hell out of that.
Look at Clory's.
No, he didn't get him in yet. He didn't get him in.
Oh no, he heard Clory's coming.
No.
He had to get out. He had to get out. Oh no. Yeah. Okay.
APAC on APAC action. It's written in the stars that this is how tournaments have to start.
These guys are just so bloodthirsty.
They are.
And then and there you go. Rock and BB Team getting a little bit close to each other here on Military Island. It looked like BB Team was trying to make the cross, and Solds managed to pick one out.
There was a straggler. Aduzi was rotating in, I think like 15 seconds behind his teammates down on the southern side, and that's a big loss for BB to
So we were talking about Aaron getting bloody early.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Already 3 people down with only 3 minutes in. So
that's the thing. I mean, you like to think that whenever a map gets more and more figured out by now, I mean, these guys, they go with close sides, do rotations all across this map. You like to think that it gets more, as we talked about for Cerebral, people start planning more stuff because now they know everything. The issue is when people get too comfortable, they start experimenting. They start trying to do things differently, and that's what we're seeing here. Himas able to find one now as well. Multiple teams taking casualties in what was a somewhat straightforward plane, of course, with the northern circle to follow. I know we're a bit further west as well, but it's very rare in planes with circles to follow like this that we lose 4 players that early on.
Quizzy just barely got out of there with about 7 HP too. Himas proving once again why he is at the top of everybody's list when it comes to fraggers in the game right now.
Taking him out as the first player of the previous game is like shaking a wasp's nest. You know he's coming back for you immediately after, and they're still fighting. Now it's actually All Gamers Global taking casualties.
Where was Haizaki?
I mean, he was rotating to the circle,
my
but got caught out by Buriram on rotation. So again, I like to consider this day one shenanigans. This is the kind of stuff, again, as we just talked about, the Wild West. This is where if you're good enough at sailing these very, very stormy waters of day one, you can actually collect quite a few points off of this.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why if you're any team in this lobby, you need to do some very, very good homework about where these APAC teams are going to be because they are going to put it, they're just going to take it to your jaw right off the jump.
Oh, here we get a replay of what happened early on. They both went for the same vehicle. Delvin.
Oh, he's out in the middle of nowhere here.
I mean, the fact that Khan gets to it.
I love that from Khan. He's just like, you know what? You can't get me if I run right at you. I'm not going to give you the time.
Can't really fault Delvin for trying. He's doing his very best, but Khan got the moves.
Oh, look at this. The shots from
one little tree for cover, and then you get the suppressive shots coming in from Rifts as well. Hate to see it, man. Hate to see it. A lot of teams and casualties early on. Himas finding one more now. Diffic's gone down early.
Geek and AG scrapping once again. Diffic's gone down. As Himas right on the other side of the rock here. PWD will try to throw tries to throw the flashbang, but Himas with that 8K. Look at he's already at 400 damage. Give him 439 and a clean wipe onto Geek.
Himas just made the perfect play, and it's a split-second decision. He sees the flash coming, knows it's overthrown. Rather than getting flashed and waiting behind it, he insta-peeks it. Great play. He knows that he's going to catch a player with his back turned because he's trying to run off. He even hears the footsteps before the flash pops. Peeks it, gets one caught with his back turn, misses a shot or two, but gets it there in the end as well. Nice reactive play by him as showcasing once more that he's one of the best, if not the best, mechanical player in the world.
God, these guys are so good, man. They are so good, and they show us time and time again.
Oh, yes.
As AGAL will pick up another 4 points for themselves, but they've still got a long way to go to get into this next zone. Rock Esports, after stealing one away from BB Team, now making their way north And it looks like Buriram spotted an emergency pickup, so they're going to be coming in from the far south and sending it in as we check in with game start win.
I know I've been out of the loop a bit this year, but when is the last time we've been 8 players down 6 minutes into an rankle game? Guys, I know it's day one, but we gotta calm down.
It's hot out here in these streets, man.
I know, it's pretty wild. These guys, they're hungry. Hungry for the win, of course. 17, wanting to get back into trophy position, preferably lifting the championship trophy in this tournament, and what a better start for them. Couldn't really be a whole lot better than what they were given in game 1.
No, we couldn't, and they are not too far removed from their last international victory. As we said, they got the win in PGS7, and you could see how much it meant to those guys. And that's the thing. Once you get that taste, it is very hard to accept anything else other than a victory, because it just does not hit the same. And 17 is BB Team, our most recent, and PGS8. I don't want to say shocking, because obviously we knew these guys had it in them for a long time.
Oh, yes.
It always felt like it was just, they were one day away, one good day away from getting that big win, and they finally get it. And I thought, we saw the interview that they had with, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Barney or Bella, where he asked, I think it was Barney, he asked them, how do you keep that motivation going, right? And that's always a question that we have for these guys, is that you're fighting and fighting and fighting for this thing for so long, and then once you finally get it, and you have that sense of relief and sense of joy and accomplishment, but then, you got to turn around and find that motivation again in a couple of months. So how do you do it? And right now, BB Team, a little bit of a slow start here, and they lose one early, but 17 looks like they found that motivation pretty quickly.
Full sense. I hope you have your full senses activated, because there's a lot of guys sat here waiting for you. Venbo is going to find the first thing. Venbo, a player that might not exist in a whole lot of people's brains right now in terms of PUBG prowess, but he stood out incredibly during the Chinese qualifiers and have been playing really well in China as of late. One of the rising stars of the region, hoping to see him put spanner in the works of a lot of these global talented players.
Always good to have a new star to have on your radar. You see just how dirty MS did GK.
Incredible.
All in the pocket of that man here, as the rest of Full Sense, after losing Tigger, will try to stop down and see, try to take the fight. I mean, this is, you were going to commit to this Western Bridge, and now you're basically saying, okay, well, change the game. How long are you willing to hold this now that the Blue Zone's arrived?
And you know what's better than APAC action? Is adding more APAC teams to APAC action, because All Gamers Global are backfilling through Gatka right now. We'll see what ends up happening with that, else
there you go.
MS will get the res up. For those guys saying, wait, what? Yes, that is in fact the thing now. With him, should be able to get his teammate back in. Unluckily for him, he won't necessarily hit the circle anytime soon, but the plane is coming through. Or the helicopter, I should say. Now it's about for them to try and get over and get to where he's planning on landing, because the circle, as you can see it, is pretty occupied already.
It is indeed, and Godspeed brought up a fantastic point during the desk. Is one of the biggest things with that revive mechanic is that there is no way to track that.
Yes,
and kill feed tracking has been one of the things for the longest time that has separated the good teams from the great teams, and now it is just going to be that much more difficult, not knowing if somebody is back up and rezzed, right?
No
doubt. Like you could think a team is down to 2, and all of a sudden you see them in the kill feed, you push the compound, and there's 4 people waiting for you. So Buriram, after running through Naya, they're going to come into the tail end of Sharper. So Sharper running with 3 once again early on here. Tough sledding to start things off for them.
Definitely. As we see the circles will start closing in just about 25 seconds time. There's still a lot of teams split on that, especially eastern side of the circle. You see Shaba with a good wide split. T1 trying to remain camouflaged inside the red zone, and then
up the spot.
Then BB Team slowly filling in on the hard east. I'm a little worried for BB Team, because again, a lot of their edge playing slow play style, I don't say requires, but it really benefits them having 4 alive through the early to mid game, and obviously losing a doozy early on, that makes that playstyle much harder to execute because you rely on being able to spread out, being able to play with a lot of info. But when you're 3 instead of 4 on that thin split, you lose a lot of info that otherwise would have been available for you.
Another hot take from Toby. Having 4 players alive is better than 3.
Bro, I am write a book. I'm telling you, quotes by Toby. Freaking genius over here.
Well, we'll see how they play. They've got a lot of real estate to work with on that northeastern side, so that's one good thing they've got going for them here is the Expendables trying to get everybody back together towards the center, but they're pulling right in the middle of a 2-2 split from Toyo. Toyo holding that intersection and the shooting range. That is very, very aggressive on their part. We'll see if they're able to pull it together, but it's mostly just waiting for this next zone to pop. Who's going to get lucky here?
Exactly. Their main issue right now is that Expendables is sat in between them. Yeah. So if they do try to group up, they have to go past that bunker, and I don't think that's going to have all of them staying alive through it. Gen G now getting caught by some artillery as the red zone has opted to go south. Rock is down there, SP as well, or Shaba, as they're gonna try and see if they can
Best of luck.
weave. That's Best of Luck. He's flying.
Is he flying
He's
or is he
way up high?
Yeah, he's flying. He's not boating.
Nah, he's way up high.
He
Trying to scout forward for his 2 teammmates down below. Of course, as you're saying, waiting for the next circle to pop. FS as well, knowing how chaotic the early game was, having seen Reses come through, knowing a lot of those teams are going to play it slow, might as well stay out here. Issue is, Winbo has gone from one flank spot to another. Almost catches Flash. Yeah, knows for now at least that he has him in a 1v1.
Yeah, he's all by himself though, man. He's got Ares. He's got Ares off in the distance. Yeah, Flash.
Or C maybe?
That is very, very close. He's got some help coming. It looks like the rest of the Change the Game are starting to come over here and maybe press.
This
full
circle
send is the circle. Yeah, the circle going to go right on top of the Expendables. So they Toyo's 2-2 split should be safe for the time being. We'll see. And but right now, this is the fight we got to keep an eye on.
Yep.
As Thanadol a little bit separated from the team, the rest of Change the Game starting to work their way out into the blue. See if they can maybe keep their man alive. But Buriram, they've got to make their way right through the T1 split, and that is a lot of shots being sent right down on top of them. Unfortunately, it looks like they're managing the gauntlet just fine, but where are they going to end up?
Sprinting through the middle of this one, trying to get to each their shacks, and well, for now it's working, I would say. No one's been flushed, but Rivs is down, Dima's down to low, HP as well as Type is making that mini ring, and finds one more as well before they get safely inside the building. Issue is, they're 2-2, so they should be able to get both Reses up here, and I think Type is aware of that. He needs to go for it.
Yeah, he's got to make a move here.
They have to get inside circle, too.
Well, the problem for them is they got Buriram just off in the distance. Yep. Got a couple of teams off to the south that might be making moves. Gen G also may have vision on this. Toyo, meanwhile, they tried to get that 2-2 split back together. They lose one, but they've got 3 deep in that compound now, so the smokes have to keep cycling here for Buriram if they're going to have any chance. But Raining and Type, they're not going to give them a breath to breathe as they crash down on them and collect 2 more points for themselves.
Type by Raining a smoothie because, my man, you were caught with a nade in hand, but he was there ready to hold the angle for you. Incredible 1-2 punch by these 2 Korean players as Edie now tries to fend off because, I mean, yes, they are inside circle, but now they have the red zone to deal with as well. Heather is out in the open trying to hold off this angle. But keep in mind, even if they survive inside, if their vehicles get more blown up than they are already, how do you leave here?
That's going to be tough. Meanwhile, on that western side, Change the Game and Full Send, it looks like they will pull away from each other, but Wenbo is going to go down to the blue, so Change the Game now with 3 strong. They make their way into the zone on the west. Full Send still trying to find a way in, but there's just not a lot of, there's just no space really on this western side. It's going to be tough for them.
Definitely.
And they're going to be coming in half at HP as well. This zone is doing a lot of damage. People right between, it looks like AGAL, but AGAL right now a little bit more concerned with game start win on their south side, so they may have timed this perfectly.
They have no reason to expect there to still be a team out behind them, but there's no way Full Sense gets in without them hearing their vehicles, because they have to, as you say, I mean, the circles, I mean, the damage is ticking, right? They have to continue to move in a vehicle. I think Himas is already now starting to look in this direction, so they might have an inkling that something is happening over there. New circle. just moments away from popping. And I feel like no matter where we go now, it's going to be incredibly hard for whoever does not get the circle to play this one. It centers up out in the open.
Na'Vi again getting luck here.
Yeah, you say that now, but there becomes a time where they're going to have to leave Severny, and that's going to be with some tombstones added to it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them to see if they stick around in there or they realize exactly what you're saying, that even Severny is going to be brutal. But you saw T1, they were circling like sharks, and they will eventually finish their meal, finish off Buriram. That's another nice little stack of points picked up for them.
Clutch timing on it too, because Shabba was actually looking up towards the north, see if they can do anything about it. Now we go back towards the western side, full sense again, backfilling. All gamers global, from where I said I thought they knew exactly where they had them, they don't. The Belmont finds one. Flash finds another. That's 2 players down. Finally, the response comes, but that's from Change the Game.
Yeah, Change the Game just a little bit lower downhill, but they've got to be careful as well, because you see Destroy is going to catch Tiantian as he's not looking. He's looking in the wrong direction. Haisaki going to go for the res onto him, as it looks like. Thanadol and Flash still eating blue zone, and they are trying to figure out what's going on here, but Haisaki with the Vector will spot out Belmoth.
Not something you see used too often. Maybe will be more present in patches to come. We'll have to see how the nerf to DMRs are going to impact things. So Thanadol, Flash, only players left alive now on foot. Maybe that vehicle is available. They could potentially go circle side, but where's the entry? Like, how do you get into this from where they currently are? I do not know.
Yeah, it's rough, and unfortunately, Haisaki not able to get that res on him. So AGAL down to just 2 as you see Destroy starting to get picked out. Change the Game hiding in the hills just off to the west, and just outside the zone. They've got to get inside the shooting range, but Falcons in a beautiful position.
Exactly.
Looking over every angle off to the south. Look at how much control they have here.
The only reason all these fights are taking place to begin with is because of Falcon's positioning. They're so smart in how they're sitting up on the edge going, we need space. Very much old school Twisted Minds playstyle of saying we don't need circle center, we'll sit out on the edge, but make sure we have buffer room on both sides. And you know what? Let's get a listen into Falcons to see exactly what they're thinking right now.
FS and AGAL are in here.
There's 2 of TE on the back of the.
There you go. It's 17, right?
17.
17?
Yeah.
Yeah, 17 and FS are in here. FS is 1 dead for sure. They lost 1 earlier. I think they're 2 dead.
AGAL killed CTG. They have to be here somewhere.
Okay, I think they're uphill or something.
They could be the shed team uphill.
Yeah, I think AGAL's the shed team uphill.
Okay.
You're driving down to hit the bunker right now, the top shelter. This is fun.
There was 2 there already, 2 TE.
It's Rock and TE. Yeah, the hard's ready blue right now.
What can we do? Where's the team in shooting?
They're just
outside.
See, they're getting a little bit confused about where everybody is, but in the end, it doesn't matter. But look at Duck Juice. He's going to find all of Rock Esports as Team Falcons still try to sort out who is where. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. It's just all about who we can kill. And now the circle is going to move away from shooting range, and they've already got a little bit of a high ground position here on the west. And Na'Vi, they start to make their way out of Severny, 17, trying to make a move as well. They're doing it under fire.
Yep. Duck Juice and Expendables in trouble. Trying to get the rests on up, but everyone saw that in the kill feed, and they are pouncing. Trying to take over the spot from them. 17 aggressively doing so, needing to get here before game start. Win comes down and claims this exact position. Now T1 and BB team on rotations as well.
They're pushing, and BB team, look, they're going to push right past Delwyn. They're going to go right into the 17 as the grenades are falling here. No, that's actually just the deployable cover. 17 looking off in the distance. They don't have an angle onto BB team. Delwyn actually shooting them in the back. So BB, they just go right for the middle. They go underground.
BB sat on the northern side forever thinking, what can we do from here? We have no options. Then the fire erupts up on the northern side of the bunker. They just went out to rest all of them. We got to send it now, and they claim the underground.
T1 tried to make that push as well, but it looks like Na'Vi, from holding their city spot, was able to take shots from long range, put a pause on the T1 push as they have to stop down to get a res. Looks like they will get it. Game start win. They still have that high ground uphill that they can work with. Ming keeping eyes on 17 as they have all that deployable cover to hide around.
Where do you go from here? See, AC really wants to go down to Ming, but for now he needs to, as you say, utilize the high ground. But Circle is closing, and they know they have Falcons on the west side. They're hearing their vehicles. We know that dip that Falcons is currently settling. It's called Nate Dip for a reason. Many teams have lost 4 to a single piece of util in this exact area. So if placed well, AC could maybe make something happen. But for now, Game start win. They're going to sit tight with where they are, knowing that they got some buffer space.
Yeah, H-Win
I say that, but they're going.
H-Win staying on the north side here, was able to take some long-range shots here at GSW, and it's going to force them to push here as game start win going to crash the Delwyn compound, and they're going to lose everybody just like that instantly.
Game stop lose? Why did they go? I'm baffled.
They went because they were getting shot at by H-Win from range, and they felt uncomfortable. They thought that they were under fire from more than just a single player here in H-Win just ruined Game Start Win's game.
I mean, only one bullet hitting your car, but you don't know how many of them are flying past. Nice awareness, nice playing from H-Win. Staying on the opposite side, keeping everything, well, effectively closed off on their side of the circle. Now only one player remains out west.
All right, 17. You know, this didn't look comfortable before, but all of a sudden now it's starting to look a little bit better as they have a nice little just Doritos everywhere here to hide behind. And look at this, Falcons. H-Win has come and rejoined them, and they are starting to make that push around. We've seen this happen time and time again from Falcons, where they just start doing the death ball, playing around the edges, sweeping up. But the new circle pops, and they know that they don't have to do it. They are in a beautiful position for a win here.
Depending, I mean, I would almost now call it and say they're top T guaranteed. With this position, unless if something obscure happens, this is looking really good for Falcons. They have to dip inside circle. There is practically nothing to play in the open in this circle, and everyone else has to fight their way on in.
Well, T1, Na'Vi had to leave the city eventually, and they got a knock on a T1. They're going to crash right into T1's, right into their little dip here, but Gen G still scrapping as well. So Na'Vi finds a spot. They don't overcommit. They don't push right onto the fight. Instead, they find a dip that they can play around and try to just shower them with utility. Let's see if the grenades are true, and they are falling just a little bit shy.
You have to imagine that with the amount of util they have, one is going to hit eventually, but Na'Vi's being suppressed from a distance as well. Actually, both sides now. As Delwyn from inside this shack is able to find Hakatori, trying to get some more points in for the team. Hasn't found the confirmed just yet, but you can see Falcons here as well. Do as much damage as you can from afar, because you know eventually you're going to be the ones to have to move. So make that endgame fight easier for yourself now rather than waiting for later.
T1 goes down. Gen G down to just Flame and Bean, trying to make their way in from this southwestern side. Ferris trying to rejoin the rest of his squad as they are just getting harassed by Delwyn. He is dead center circle, has that shack. He's all by himself, but he has free reign to just lay down shots in that direction. Finally, they return fire. They're able to get that res onto Hakatori, get back up to full strength. But it is still a lot of work left to be done for Na'Vi.
They're just inside circle too, on the hard eastern side. Delwyn only player north of the road here, which is effectively splitting the circle in half. And we know BB team, they're going to eventually have to come out of this building. The issue is they have to do it. I think he peeks out now because they know 17 is one down. Issue for 17 is they can't really peek over it because then the entire server is shooting at them. So a bit of a truce between BB team and 17 for now.
Exactly, and meanwhile, while all this is going on, Falcons is just laughing. They have just the safest spot here on the west, but they would love to be able to chrome over and just find an angle to see if they can maybe sneak a few points away as Hakatori will spot out Bean. Flame now the last player left alive for Gen G. Na'Vi, it has been a tough move to get from Severny, but they have found themselves a nice little ridge to play here to keep them safe.
Definitely. I think this is going to be a util game real soon because we're forcing people away from cover. So what do you have available for smoke? Kickstart has a single. Exactly. Let's see. 10 seconds to go. Little Ghost trying to stay put. Still two teammates up, but barely a vehicle left. And I have to imagine that the Vesta helmets are about gone too. Let's see. Where does this one take us? Go south and Falcons Hillside stays in.
You know, I almost say that it would have been better for Falcons had this gone off to the north, and they would have. I mean, they would have had a ridgeline that they could still play with, and these other teams maybe would have been forced to move. I mean, 17 has to leave their little compound now. BB has to leave the shelter now, and I guess that's good. Na'Vi has to leave. Everybody has to leave except for Falcons. So you know what? Shut up, Poro. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I didn't want to throw you under the bus.
No.
Falcons are set
absolutely throw me under the bus. It's fine.
I was going to say the only way they lose this now is if Na'Vi just rocks up on them and they somehow whip all their bullets. This has Falcons written all over it.
It should.
It should. We have seen things happen in the past, so we can never say 100%, but this is looking very good if you're Falcons fan.
Got to see what Delwyn is going to do here, too. I mean, as a solo from the Expendables, he's got that shack. He's got the one bit of hard cover.
And no one's going to contest him, you'd have to imagine. Na'Vi will, but they don't dare to go before 17 makes a move.
They spot out Flame. Yeah, Xabe.
It's all a matter of patience right now. They're all trying to wait out each other.
Yeah, nobody wants to be the first one to make the move. Because you're just going to be a magnet for every shot.
But if you get on the back of the shack, you might get top 2 guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a tough call.
Exactly.
It's a really
Do you
tough call.
dare?
Well, now they're going. They're hopping in the vehicles. They're making the push.
Yep.
Let's see if they can take out Delwyn. Flame's going to go down to Xiaowu. Delwyn, can he do any damage as the boys are approaching? The one grenade comes out. He's got Shotty in hand. He'll find one, but they will go down. But look at Falcons. They clean up the rest. And now 17 turning their attention towards BB team.
Timing for Na'Vi couldn't be any better. They knew they were going to take casualties, but 17 was their only threat. And now with BB trying to push out, 17 has to look inside the bunker. Double blue zones being lobbed on in. Best of luck. Not done yet, though. Able to find the first, but he has to run on out. Now he's going to be running into the Molly Util. All around him, flashbangs being thrown as well.
While this is going on, Falcons sending Kickstart to get into utility range for Na'Vi. They know that they are beaten and bruised. They have to get down there and not allow them to get these revives off to get back up to full strength. Kickstart trying to send it anything he can over in that direction to put them down, but it is just not enough right now. Na'Vi staying alive.
Trims it down to 21 bullets. Falcons been playing at a distance for a long time here. Xiaowu was on bunker duty, able to get him down, and now Soset falls to the blue zone from Kickstarter. Now, can he prone here? He does have a dip to work with, but he's not inside circle yet. Little Ghost still alive up on the hillside too. Have they lost track of him? Do they think maybe on Xiaowu there's 2? No. Little Ghost peeked over, shots fired. They know where he is.
Pull back down again. Yeah, this is looking like it should be free and clear for Falcons, but once again, 17, 8 kills, and they are in the top 3.
I mean,
as they are finding some success here on Erangel. Na'Vi as well, as our top 2 teams going into this game look like they're just going to add more to their collection, and Extends will stay alive in the shack.
The fact that Extends is in the shack with, I think, 7 or 8 buddies to loot and has no smokes goes to show how much util teams have been expending through the entirety of this game. And now I think his shoulder is inside the circle, but the rest of him is not. So again, patient waiting game for Falcons. They only have one angle to really care for the sake of Na'Vi, but now it's Xiaowu and Little Ghost. What can they do? Does Little Ghost realize that Tick is still up on the hillside? Now he will, because the car is moving down the hillside, and they're just sat here waiting.
Xiaowu's got that P. That's terrifying, man. That is a terrifying gun to have in his hands, as that can turn the tables of a fight instantly, as Tickleton will rejoin the rest of his squad. So Lil Ghost and Xiaowu left to control the north side. Falcons would love to be able to get rid of Extends here and turn their full attention over towards the 17 boys.
Watch the util count on 17. If they can somehow throw a dime on this one, get 1 or 2 knocks, there is a chance. You'd have to imagine Extends is moments away from falling down. It does have the deployable cover, which gets him inside the next circle, and util to work with as well. Gonna lob a nade on over. But there's enough space for Na'Vi to, for Falcons to dodge, you have to imagine. They're sitting on the dot right now.
They are. 17 hasn't really made a move yet. They're just allowing Falcons to focus all their attention onto Extends. But Lil Ghost starting to creep down now, but now Kickstart will find Extends, and now Falcons all looking uphill. They spot Xiaowu. Tickleton will get him low, but not enough to get the knock. And Falcons just spreading out, exerting their control over this late game zone. They know exactly where both of these guys are.
If you had a smoke or 2, maybe you can bait them to peek the wrong direction, but they have their numbers.
Ammo problems still, though.
Yeah, definitely, but I mean, you have to. Again, I don't see how Falcons don't win this, but we'll see.
They could get too aggressive here. There you go, Tickleton.
If there's 2 players that can do it.
We'll go down to that P90. We've seen that thing come huge as Lil Ghost will now turn and find Kickstart. Turn this into a 2v2. The smokes are laid down, and 17 is starting to make their way down the hill. It looks like H-Win will get Tickleton back on his feet, though. Kickstart not revived just yet. They've got to be careful. They don't want to give them too many 1v1s. Beautiful push from H-Win. Catches Lil Ghost as he's not looking.
Trying to now wrap around the side. Lil Ghost gets, I believe it was take down to 1 health. Now the string around the side, able to get one more. Finds one, finds the second. Xiaowu is unstoppable with 1 player left alive. With 1 magazine left in the gun. Shrimsy closes it out and Falcons get themselves a win.
Holy. Shrimsy was down to about 20 HP when he made that peak.
And 5 bullets.
And absolutely, he had nothing. If he had missed any of those shots,
he could throw his Pam.
Oh my goodness, that P90 is absolutely devastating. And in the hands of somebody who knows how to use it, 17 almost pulled off the impossible. But in the end, Falcons will clutch it out, and they will climb the leaderboard after having a forgettable game 1 with 0 points. They are now right back where we expected to be, and that is at the top of the leaderboard.
Great ride back to the top to start off day 1 here. Last Erangel game. This will be going over to Rondo after this. You can see there are smiles on their faces, but they too know this could have been cleaner. This could have been cleaner, and that again is the level of prey we come to expect on a global stage. Make the smallest of mistakes, and other teams will punish you.
Absolutely. Well, Falcons doing what they do best, but once again, we said it, Na'Vi, 17, up there again. The rich getting richer. The snowball is starting to roll in their favor. And now we are changing maps over to Tego and Rondo. Can they keep that momentum going? We will see, but we are going to throw it over to Barney, who has had a chance to talk to Ferris from Na'Vi. So let's hear what they have to say.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Ferris here from Na'Vi, and I've also got Nick here who's going to help out with some translating. Ferris, let's kick things off by talking about the fact that you've had such a strong start in this competition already. 2 top 3 positions. I want to talk a bit about map 1 first, because map 1, you had a really difficult rotate from the west side of the map to get in, and getting to those final moments was really impressive. So just talk us through map 1 from your perspective.
У вас був дуже непоганий початок, 2 топ-3 позиції і дуже сильна перша карта. Підкажи, будь ласка, трошки більше про першу мапу. У вас був тяжкий мув в самому кінці, але в цілому ви вижили максимум. Розкажи трошки більше про те, як ви мувилися, про що казали, що робили.
Я не рахую, що в нас був сильний старт. Це такий непоганий старт. Зараз по накатанні будемо грати та й все. А на рахунок того, що в кінці було, трохи помилилися. Будемо покращувати свою гру та й все.
I'm not thinking that it was actually a great start. It was kind of average start, yeah, for sure. And yeah, it was a tough move at the end. It was kind of mistakes. We will think about how to improve it, and we will be much stronger and better within the tournament.
Well, we've said 2 top 3 finishes in the first 2 maps, so it's pretty good from our standards. For your standards, I know, of course, you expect more. What issues are you running into that's kind of not allowing you to claim those first positions? Is it just, zone push? I mean, everything, it's a BR, right? Things happen.
Як ти вважаєш, що завадило вам, власне, отримати трошки більше поінтів і вирватися у таблиці вище? Це було щось на карті, щось у вас якісь мови були не такі, чи що взагалі ти думаєш?
Ні, в принципі, ми все робили правильно. Трохи не вистачає індивідуального скіла, щоб ці всі мови були виконані ідеально, тому закінчуємо на топ-3.
It was actually kind of individual thing. Like, we did a great moves, but some individual skills didn't allow us to gain more points. But yeah, we will improve ourselves and we'll do a great job in the future.
I mean, one final thing, speaking of individuals in your team, Extends, he's your latest addition to the squad. How is he fitting in? What kind of impact is he having to the team?
Розкажи трошки про Екстанза, як ти вважаєш, що він привніс в команду, які у вас зараз відносини?
Екстанс нам допомагає, тобто мені допомагає так, як полер. Він мені допомагає колити гру далі. Тобто я з одного сайду, він з другого. І так строїться наша гра.
So the main point of Extans is actually help me to call the game. So I'm from one side, he's from another side, and this is how we built our game.
Love it. Ferris, Nick, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. Wishing the best of luck to Na'Vi for the rest of the matches today. But it's still early days. We've got plenty of matches coming your way for the group stage. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, who shrunk my TARDIS? How am I supposed to get home now?
Throw smoke for me taken in front of us.
I don't have a smoke. See you play.
The tree's
On my
out.
right smoke.
Tree's out on the left.
Last guy's left.
Last guy left.
He's mid. He's mid.
He's top right. He's top right.
Yeah.
Don't run it down. He has a P90.
I'm prone. He's on my smoke. In my smoke.
Healing.
He's half or hit once. Nice.
Hold on, bro. Dude, I don't even see him, and I just get murked with the smoke.
I was,
It's so diff.
yeah, I was prone waiting for him. I saw that shit.
Falcons with a strong victory here to round out Erangel at the Esports World Cup for PUBG, and that means big old points for the boys in green. Very important for them, obviously, as they are representing our club championship winners from last year. Joining me, Martin, as well as Toffees and Godspeed here to talk about all of the action from that. And Godspeed, Falcons look great from a dip on the side of shooting range that normally means death for teams, but they played it well.
Yeah, and it all came down to timing. When they decided to go in the shooting range, when they decided to go off the west, that they had control of for most of that map, and that's what gave them that. That being said, the end got very sketchy very fast when we saw that P90 come into play.
No, definitely. Toffee's looking at how that all went down. 17 could have quite easily cleaned up there, but it was down to the wire.
It was a really tough one. I think the smartest thing that Falcons did, that maybe through 17, is they got Kickstart early into that spot, sort of between them and Na'Vi behind the car. I think the issue was Lil Ghost knew that he was there, but they just had no ability to get him out. And so Shrimzy and Kickstart were able to sort of just lock up that spot and hold as long as possible. But man, that double kill with the P90 where it just came down to the Shrimzy 1v1. If Shrimzy hadn't gotten that kill right then and there, it was done for.
Yeah, I mean, there was scary things before that as well, as we see it here. You know, he also shot at him before he got the 2 kills prior to that. He was down to 5 HP. It was a great thing they had, you know, tons of first aid supplied by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib here to be able to heal up, to get back to full HP, to take that on, and then the Shrimzy headshot to finish things off. They almost lost this one here, but yeah.
I would also say the key to victory for the Falcons was the fact that Na'Vi got smoked by Delwyn. There was no contest to go into that spot, and so they can thank, I think, them for that just a little bit.
All right, got the points coming in. 21 go the way of Team Falcons. 17 Gaming, who previously got a win, previously had Falcons dip, and then moved to the east side of the circle, Godspeed, with another 14 points. They're on fire to start the day.
Yeah, their position was great initially on the west, and they didn't opt to go center, and they just controlled their edge, which is exactly what they did in the last game, and more consistency.
One more good game from 17, and they're just qualified to the finals.
Basically, yeah, probably.
Basically. Like, it's looking crazy for them. There's also Na'Vi.
I was going to say, Na'Vi's not far off of that as well. And this is a story, when you look at that, Falcons, 17, teams that I expect to be favorites to win this thing. Na'Vi is one of those where we're like, well, it's time to put up or shut up, boys. Like, there's roster changes constantly. We got a new player on the roster, stayed replaced. It's one of those questions, you know, and now it's answered. Na'Vi won a weird one-off, or did well in a one-off game, and now they did well in a very comfortable game that a lot of our players are used to.
I love what I heard from Bonnie as well here from Fair. So I was like, Extends coming in. He's helping me call from the front to make sure we have the eyes on both sides, right? Well, he's like the general IGL. They're going to be calling the macro, but if Extends sees something on his side, he's able to make a call saying, guys, we're going to make a move here. And that kind of co-IGL, co-supporting for the kind of the final moments, that is just extremely important to have on a team.
Excited to see all of these players offline once again, but also excited to see good old Himas offline once again here. Aside from PNC, of course, but he had a moment, we would say here, as All Gamers Global, looking fantastic, but Himas at the beginning of this, Godspeed. Take your names.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of Geeke, if we're being specific. I mean, he looked great. They did struggle a bit towards the end of that game, but yeah, I mean, Himas is undoubtedly one of the best players in the world. I don't think anyone would argue that, and could be even in the conversation for the GOAT, especially of this era. So yeah, I mean, watching him work is truly a thing of beauty.
It is, and I think that's the favorite part of watching this replay one more time, is it's nice to have him back here playing with these guys at the best that he can be.
Yeah.
And ultimately, he gets that first knock, he comes out, he says, you know what, I'm taking the push, nobody gets to get away with anything, and that also allows him to go ahead and get a blue res later so that his team has a better chance of going deep.
Yeah, so the first time we see the blue res, but more importantly, he did it with an AK, which just makes me so happy. I mean, it did have a muzzle break on the end, but still, he did the work.
Muzzle break those things sometimes.
It's nice.
It's not bad at all. So good to see them offline here. here once again. At the same time, we also saw Expendables. I think they had like 9 points in this game as well, Martin. After having a bit of a disastrous first game, that's another team being our PGC champions that we have our eyes on, try and move forward. Delwyn salvaging more points.
Yeah, Delwyn being able to get, you know, placement points like galore here, being in that shack here. And it's just because, like, this shack, it's just not worth it going to it until you know that's your final resort. So going in there early and kind of securing that. Sure, they had 3 guys above the bunker there, but like you're just going to have so many teams that's going to be piling in there. Once you see a fight on top of the bunker, you're going to see more teams trying to third party. You're going to see nades coming in, but there's a good amount of kind of coverage coming in throughout the end there. So 17 being that last team coming in.
Exactly.
Yeah, they got a lot of points from that position.
Well, let's take a look back actually and see exactly how close it was for 17 in these final moments, because 17 Gaming, that we already had a win from them here, and then we come into the final moments where they have that slight plateau above the Falcons and doing work.
Yeah, I mean, this shot here, as I pointed out here, this shot on, first of all, obviously Little Goat's going to kickstart is massive, but once you see Shrimpsy getting kind of low here in this next kind of few moments here, that, like, if that was a knock, he would have 1v3'd them here. Prior to this, he got a lot of damage on him. Shrimpsy had to heal, and then smoke dissipated, but Shrimpsy, heals popped off, insta headshot. Like, it was close, but Falcons managed to shut it down.
And that was just so well played by Zhao Wu, right? Because he utilized that smoke, and he spotted the prone player, which was Hin, and immediately got that second knock, which again, put it all just down on the Shrimpsy, but fortunately for the Falcons, he was able to get it.
Well, here's the overalls at the moment. 17 Gaming looking fantastic at number 1. Na'Vi without contention for some of those hot drops in second place, and Team Falcons here, Toffees, finding out number 3 spot, not too bad at all.
You know, it's one of those things where they, last game I said the good news is Falcons goes out early, and they come back and say, all right, we're gonna hold my drink, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a win here, and I do think it's nice they stopped 17. 2 chicken dinners for 17 right out of the gate would have been far too much momentum for any team to start this event with. That said, for me, my biggest walkaway, and come back to it, is Na'Vi. I hadn't heard what Ferris said about taking calls from extends in those emergency moments. I'm blown away at their ability to trust and put that communication trust on a new player who just joined the roster. That means that they really have developed a good, I guess, willingness to believe in each other. That is a hard one, to take a new player and say, yes, in that clutch moment, I trust your call.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to our commentator team once again for the next game. Game number 3 here. We're ready to rondo.
Thank you so much, boys. Great breakdowns as always as we get ready for Rondo, the first Rondo of this tournament. And with how chaotic the first Erangel was, I am a little worried about this Rondo coming up. Are we getting the double plane? Are we getting more shenanigans? Or will this ship start sailing smoothly from here on out?
Ain't no smooth sailing.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
The shenanigans will be coming fast and furious all the way around. And those are some very relieved boys right there. That was some clutch stuff by the clutch man himself, Mr. Shrimsy.
Yeah.
As, God, 17 is... look, 17 is great, man, but the P90 is just it's a problem. It is an absolute problem when it comes to late game. That
in the game, I didn't even realize that Shrimsy was like headshot, body shot, like literally like 8 HP. Yeah, that would have been the wildest 1v4 that you can have to like just instantly go 0 to 100 in momentum if you hadn't already off of the first win. That was a crazy showing from 17, a team who, despite, good performances as of late, I think were in a slump for a bit, where people were like, when are they gonna start doing things? When are those roster changes coming through? Now showing roster changes? What are you talking about? We are as good as we have ever been.
Yeah, you want to talk about it. You want to talk about pressure and teams that you go look at those Chinese message board and the pressure that 17 fans put on that squad. They are absolutely brutal.
Yep.
And for 17 to come in here and start off this strong, those fans will be happy. They'll be loving it. They'll be happier than Ferris was, because apparently Ferris thought that they should be doing even better.
I mean, it's the art of perfection, right? Where you know you're never gonna hit perfect, but you will always strive to be there, especially at the top echelons of play. And in this lobby, you know the difference between a second place and a game that you could have won, a game that you maybe feel like you should have won if you were to go and look back at the drawing board of how you could have played things differently. And I love it. The fact that, yes, you can be proud of your accomplishments, but you're never satisfied.
No.
You always want to stay hungry for more. And I think that was the main takeaway from what Ferris was saying, as we see Na'Vi on screen here, is that, yes, we're doing good, but we want even more. Because we're going to need to do more in order to come out victorious in the end of it.
Absolutely, they are locked in. Well, Sharper Esports, despite all the stretching did not equate to points so far through 2 games. 0
thus far
points picked up thus far, as you said. But
stretching doesn't do anything on the day of. It's like a long-term commitment, you know? I mean,
True.
it's, yeah.
You know, you
can you stretch one day and expect to be able to reach your toes, you know? I mean, you got to do it for quite a while, and then you get into it in the end of it.
Well, I think they're finding themselves like hey, everybody's excited to make it to the big show, and then when you finally get to the big show, and it's like, whoa, okay, maybe I'm not built for this ball. They still got plenty of time. To kind of get their feet under them. But the first through 2 games so far, at least, it's been a rude awakening for the boys from Sharper. AGAL, meanwhile, after that big start, the 4-piece for young Himass. Not really a whole lot much more to speak of other than that highlight reel play.
I feel like them, I mean, All Gamers Global and Full Sense have been in the same situation of being caught in those waves. We talk about how chaotic it can be in the first couple of matches of not just a group, but a tournament. They have definitely been on the receiving end of a lot of shipwrecking in these first matches. So it's about being able to either, okay, that's what we're doing. We are embracing the chaos. We are following that. Or do what we see the likes of BB Team and Na'Vi try to do and go, let's just do the widest of wide rotates we can do to avoid all of the shenaniganry that takes place.
Rock Esports still feeling pretty confident right there. They've had a pretty decent day so far. Can't right in the middle of the lobby with 11 points. A little bit of a log jam right around that 11-point, 12-point spot right there so far through 2. But we still got 4 more left to play. And maybe we could see the Na'Vi boys get a little happier as the day progresses. Maybe they can get that big win close. 2 games so far. Maybe Rondo will be the cure to what ails them.
I mean, you know what? If Rondo is good for anything, then by all means, make the most of it. Because I've still yet to see one team really become out as the champions of Rondo. But you know what? As we're fixing a bit of a tech delay, we will hop to a quick break. So we'll be right back for game number 3.
More.
Howdy, y'all. We've got ourselves a good setup to do some 1v1 action for today. I've got myself Tiggleton as well as H-Win, and we're doing an old school Western style 1v1. Who do you think's going to win this 1v1?
H-Win's going to win because he's from Texas.
All right, who is the better man? Get ready to draw. 3, 2, 1. Rounds kicking off.
Let's go. Here ain't nothing, see.
Okay, I gotta reload.
He's reloading push.
It's a bayonet rush.
You got him. Go for it. Go for taps.
I was winning before you even conceived.
H1 takes round number 1. He's resolutely riding out. Let's see. Oh. Back. There's the bounce back.
No, just broke my finger. I'm cooked. EWC's over.
All right, there we go. Getting a bit more aggressive now. Not doing just the straight up duels. Just running straight in. Oh!
He's 1 HP. No, he's got to be 1.
Yo, how many times did I hit you?
Rolled up and smoked Sonny Jim. You were nothing.
2-1. It is going to be Tiggleton that takes the round. And the cowboy hat comes out. The Texan couldn't win the Western duel. This is just round number 1, though. We've got a ton of different teams that we're going to be walking through. So make sure you stay tuned. We've got another one coming up in a second.
Look, I'm not going to say they picked the wrong host.
Howdy-ho!
As Matchroom is amazing at everything he does. But one of the 2 of us came here with a cowboy hat.
And the boots, and the belt buckle.
Look, we're rocking ostrich right now. We're walking on birds. And I'm out here wondering I get to watch these.
Never have I seen Poro so offended before. Should have been me.
It's fine.
You know what? It's all good.
If it's going to be anybody else, let it be the other Texan. Well, we are back in, and we are getting ready to go as the stage rises up once again.
Oh, yeah.
We are heading over to Rondo. You can see the stadium off in the distance there.
Yes, sir. Rise up for Rondo as this is where we're going. Jadina City, beautiful skyscrapers abound, but no players ever go there. This time around they might, because the plane is down towards the far southeast. Only one of them, I should add as well, as for those of you guys who for whatever reason don't know. Sometimes we get 2 planes on Rondo, but no, this time around it's just the single one. All the players getting locked in, ready to go to get this third game going.
A beautiful fly through there.
Oh, yes.
Take a look at the waterfall as plane flies across the map. A lot of teams already jumping out before halfway, and we see Sharper. We talked about Jadina City. Well, maybe getting a little bit of love here this time from the boys in Sharper, and the Expendables just off to the north.
Proper Jadina City ending.
We're never going to get it.
I know we won't, but just like I'm never going to get to cast a Miramar Island ending, this is going to be my new Miramar Island.
That's fair.
Yep.
That's fair. It
Someday,
could be your white whale.
Someday.
It could be your white whale. You chase it as long as you live. But I would love to see it as well. I'd love to see that verticality in play.
Yep, it would be fun. Nonetheless, here we have it. Team spread out. And for a third game in a row, no real early game shenanigans. We do have BB and Rock landing close to one another, but no vehicles being contested this time around. Should be pretty safe.
Okay. All right, love to see that. Well, BB team get to loot up in their preferred spot after taking those shots from Rock. The circle will pop, and, well, tried and true. Let's go back up to test track. It's going to be hugging a little bit on the southern side this time.
Never have I ever. A test track circle on it. Rondo? What?
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Yep. You know what? It's fine.
To be fair, we haven't been seeing too much of them lately.
True.
So, you know, we'll just call it like a nice warm fuzzy blanket.
Now,
we're back to it.
How did Change the Game get eliminated is my question. I'm kidding. There's a graphics update. We're going to get that sorted. So we do, in fact, have all players alive as the zip gun comes in. We haven't really seen that have too much impact over the first 2 games here either. But who knows? Maybe if we do end up in test track proper or the Neox factory, we get some people zipping their way up on the rooftops.
And hey, there are places to play.
Definitely,
that
definitely.
are inaccessible. It is, you know, I don't know. Obviously, these guys probably know it like the back of their hand as much as they play the game. But there's definitely some stuff you can play up there and kind of take some people by surprise. We'll see if it comes into play. Probably won't, but every now and then you never know.
I mean, if it creates an off angle for you that you can utilize for game mode 2, then by all means, go for it. We love to see it. Who better to showcase what the different util can be used for than the best players in the world?
Absolutely. Well, Falcons, they've got all the real estate in the world down in the Southwest after their big win there in game number 2. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going here on to Rondo. As they have a few teams left in front of them, but I think T1 is going to center more up towards the middle, so that might open up a pathway through Yulin and get them a little bit of an easier path here. 17 going to finish up a test track and move just off to the west.
Yep, Xiao Wu being dropped off by Xiaobei. They'll try and see if they can maintain their 2-2 split. Smart for Xiaobei to bring the vehicle back down towards the south, because I believe Xiao Wu had an extra vehicle waiting for him up there. As Zip Gun still in the hands of Lilligos. Maybe he's experimenting, seeing what he can do. Maybe get on the roof of this building, which would be nice. Good info to gather early on with their very, very circle center position as well. This would be a pretty good spot to sit in for info.
Yeah, interesting loadout he's got there. We'll see if he sticks with it. CTG, meanwhile, very much alive.
Oh, yes.
And very much finding themselves plenty of time on this northwestern side up in Nanchuan, as there's nobody really sniffing around in that area. In fact, I think they are pretty much the only team north of the river at this point. Exgrozit, meanwhile, for Sharper, going to do a little pre-scouting to the rest of the boys as they are finally now leaving Jadina City. They will be chasing down the backs of the Expendables who have just arrived in the southeastern part of the circle.
And I mean, not saying that this isn't something they would have done regardless of how the first 2 games turned out, but to the unknown viewer, it comes across as great adaptability. Their main issue for Sharpa was being able to keep all guys alive through the first rotation, and what better way to try and secure your first couple of moves by having a guy up in the air and sat there making sure that there's a safe passage for your players to rotate through. So a smart little adjustment for Sharpa, should that be the case here.
Yeah, game 1 they lost 1 as they rotated directly into Gen G, and then in game 2 they get backfilled as they make their way out of ES9 and lose 1 that way. So yeah, it's I don't want to go back to Toby's tips from game number 2, but making your way into the late game with 4 players alive is definitely a is on the checklist.
We now know what our plaques are going to say when we get rewarded. 4 alive is better than 3 alive. You heard it here first, kids.
There you go.
You heard it here first. Now, these circles are always interesting because I think circle, what should we call it, superstition plays into it. The fact that these never go north means that a lot of people are banking on Neox test track in and around there. So even if, for now, there's the statistical, well, I guess equal chance that the next couple of circles could go up there, we're going to, I would imagine, see maybe 1 team end up on the northern side of this river by the time Phase 2 pops. I mean, that would almost guaranteedly be Bururam, if they even end up staying.
Yeah, everybody just, and you see it on Rondo and Tego especially, is that in a lot of circles you'll see them more, spread out around the edges, around the middle. If your drop spot was well outside of zone, you take your time, you come in, play around the edges. But this one, since it's so well known and everybody knows where the heat map is on this one, you see so many, all the teams that are already there 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes in, are going towards the center, dead center, as you said, south of the river, but also farther north of the southern border of this zone. Nobody really opting towards playing the edges here because everybody knows if you can get a compound in there, this is, it's gonna help you out a lot more towards the late game.
And for those of you guys wondering what in the world are these 2 guys talking about, make sure to have the map stream open, !map, and you will have a much better viewing experience with preferably both main and map feed open, where you can keep track of all these rotations coming through, because they are pretty important to keep track of in understanding how and where teams, exactly, how they like to rotate through. And for BB team, as we've seen so many times before, they play it slow, they take their time out on the edge of the circle. I'm not sure if they just gave him a extra gas can so that he can land and scout forward, but they are as slow as can be, and this time around compared to last game, 4 alive in the early game, which is better than 3.
Might have been them doubling up.
Could be.
We'll see. Anyway, we're it's look, they've got all the space in the world. They're coming from that northern side. They've got,
but they don't
worry
know
about much. Well, that's true. But Kickstart and the rest of the boys, taking their time as well. Kickstart the farthest and actually the closest to the blue, so the rest of the team just going to wait for him. Go ahead and get ahead of them to do their scouting from the skies. We've always had that question. Is it better to have one of your best shooters be in the glider, or is it better to have your IGL or somebody like that in the glider that can just kind of position your shooters in a better location?
The player with the best eyes.
Okay.
Because that's 99.9% of what that role does. I know that we get some pretty hype DMR shots from gliders every now and again down on the ground, but this is 99% scouting, info gathering, and being able to relay that to your team. Whether you're the IGL feeding the info from here directly to the entire team, or if you're the scout set up here feeding it to the IGL and then process it and feeds it to the rest of the team. I think you need the more cerebral guy up in the air. And Toyo, well, they got the tank out. The BRDM is in play. We'll see if they can make use of it, or if it's even going to stay alive to the end game.
Right now, their current issue is that they are on the eastern side of this river, and Sharper is kind of in a spot where they can do a little gatekeeping. So
definitely,
we'll see. It looks like Toyo's very comfortable in just, I mean, especially when they have that BRDM, just hang out on that eastern side, wait for the next pop, see where you have to go. Meanwhile, an E pickup has been popped.
That's Delwyn.
From the Expendables. Yeah, Delwyn. The rest of the team nowhere really near that. I think this is mostly info gathering, and I don't think. I mean, even if this did hard shift over to the west,
it's either because he sat down low right now, and there's a big mountain on his western side, so it's either just an extended zip line to the mountaintop, or it's him scouting it in advance. And oh my, is he going to need to scout in advance? Because look at this western hard shift. Buriram, the only one really blessed who's outside the circle, because they're just going to insta-backfill the rotation they just did to try and make their way back west. But for everyone else, there are so many funnels that you're going to be forced to drive through. And if you're Na'Vi or 17 out on the the two teams miles ahead of everyone else right now, they're going to be feasting on teams coming through.
And already I'm saying, look at the spot that AGAL is in. That is that compound right there on the roadside just to the south of the stadium. We've seen that become a huge player so many times in the past in circles like this. We'll see if it continues that same direction as the stadium circles go. Delwyn did take the E pickup, and he is up in the skies. He'll drop down towards the center as Dickinson and the rest of the Falcons have found their way in. They've also found a doozy flying around.
I was going to say, Delwyn can only fly so far because his teammates are like, bro, we can't keep up. We need to try and dodge and weave all these teams down below. And he's actually been forced to leave quite early, but now he comes down to the ground. So said Panzerfaust in hand. Will connect, but not enough to take out Duck Juice, and now the push comes through to follow.
Oh, no, the rest of Na'Vi. Rest of Na'Vi in vehicles, and if Sosic can keep this going here just a little bit longer, he's gonna have support. He's only got 5 HP. The peak not coming through. He'll go down in the end of Clories, and the rest of Na'Vi have now arrived, but it's only Fairest.
They're trying to collapse in the building, but they're doing so too little, too late. Sosic already down now. More damage is coming through. Extends down. Fairest down. Duck Juice doing God's work with nades in hand. Will throw with the third as well, and Hakatori is only now coming down to try and fortify, but I don't think there's a world where he makes this happen, and no, he has to dip. He has to concede this one, and this ain't the game that Na'Vi was hoping for sure.
Man, that is rough. That is absolutely brutal. And I mean, the Expendables pay the price. Oh, and Hakatori gets spotted by Flame too, so he can't even stay alive for the late game. So there you go, one of our lobby leaders down very early here on Rondo.
If there's a team you don't want to reactivate, I mean, we're talking world champions right now. Expendables not off to the most aggressive start of this tournament. 9 points is what they were able to get in the first 2 rankles, but getting 3 points early on here. I know they lose 1, but now with a decent east side position as well. They might be onto something here on Rondo, even if they're down to 3.
We'll see. Rock Esports hugging that southern wall. Still got plenty of room around themselves to play with, but BB team rather, best of luck. And the rest of his boys just off to the north. So we'll have to keep an eye there. Khan and the rest of Buriram still coming in from that northern side.
Yeah.
Looks like Khan will spot out that the river crossing is free. Now he will spot out Gike, Quizzy playing around on that hillside. Other than that, it looks like Buriram coming in very late from the north. Going to be fairly safe.
It's a good player to try and suppress, because if they come up and claim this hillside now, Quizzy up to stay, but look at the minimap. They're all sending it. They know it's a solo trying to make his way away from here. Quizzy is running for his vehicle, but there's an entire team pulling up this hillside down to just 14 health now. 3 cars coming in. There should be no way that Quizzy survives that. No, he doesn't. Great read from Khan in this guy, and great call to say, guys, he's not leaving. We're going to get this for free, and nothing GK can do to try and fix it.
No, there really wasn't. And another hard shift now to the west. And Stadium Circle it is, and that compound that I called out earlier from AGAL, dead center. And they are in a good position here as everybody off to the east, off to the north, now having to find their way in. Nobody in Stadium proper as Buriram about the closest. They're just hanging around the edges. Looks like Gike, now that they've lost 1, will go ahead and pull into the houses just off to the south of the stadium. You see 17 trading shots with BB team.
And it's an extra horrible circle for Gike too. I mean, the fact that they had everything to their disposal, but the loss of Quizzy now makes their ability to spread out and take control so much worse, being just down to 3. So we'll see what they can make of it now, forced into the smaller houses in the southwest side of the stadium.
A number of teams just running into each other right now changed the game. Fortunate that they were able to make their way through Gen G. And so far, so good, but Bean still has eyes over in that direction. The rest of Gen G over in Bamboo, just off to the east. So they're not 4 strong, so Bean being very, very careful about how aggressive he wants to play here.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation. He ran out for the level 3 gear, I believe, and then when he sees an entire team rock up, it's like, I gotta do something to suppress. I can't just run back towards my teammates, but able to do just that and get back safely too.
Expendables have popped a E pickup, but they are also getting a revive. They're getting their knocked man, and they will be back up to full strength if they can get back into this zone. Remember, they dropped earlier, ran into Navi, lost 1. Now they will try to get him back on his feet as Toyo still with that BRDM coming from the north side. The stadium itself, again, still completely empty. They do have game start win just off to the east.
If you wonder why the Toyo rotation was a bit late, well, that kind of passes in the game, so we gotta play it safe in the meantime. Crashing from the sky is Shaba, but they will be all right. Thunders is here to pick up his teammates, so they should be good out towards the west. Actually, a nice 2-2 split they've got set up right now, able to rev all the way around and claim that for themselves.
Good spot for them, but the south is starting to get really stacked here. You got Falcons 17, BB team, and now full send all in that same compound just off to the south. We'll see if that pops off here anytime soon.
I mean, why do we go there? Water in the north, mountains in the north. We have mountains out west as well. This next circle should go towards that southeast if the game wants to do at least what we expect it to. So that will be why teams are daring to go into a less optimal position, just saying, this is what we're doing. And for Toyo, you know what? This is the best way to clear a position. Just, I'm going to come in with my BRDM. If you're going to shoot me, well, we know where you are. I'm just going to send my troops on you. But not the case this time around. The circle actually goes southwest this time around. Okay. Even a bit of the water still in the mountains up northeast.
It's still, again, a hard western shift as the Expendables. You see Delwyn flying through. The rest of the squad, they'll go all the way to the western edge of this circle. Sharper, they'll see this. Let's see if they decide to act on it. They have a great compound, though, so there's no reason for them to really do anything. So this might work out great for the Expendables, although Rock also will spot them as well.
I mean, this circle benefiting Rock really hard. They have all the space in the world between them and the teams out east due to the field being down below. They need to make the most of this game, and they're already doing it right now. Delvin first of all, but now the fights are taking place on the southeast side. It's BB team versus Full Sense. Lucy falling down early on. Phil first trying to peek around, able to get one with the nade.
How? Phil first, that car just bounced around to where he could not land those shots onto Belmoth. Belmoth trying to be the tip of the spear, pushing in. BB team, though, working well around this compound. Molodok down to no HP, but now Gen G, they smell blood in the water. They're going to come right on as Thanadol tries to rejoin his team, but Gen G coming at the perfect time to take Full Sense by surprise.
Fights out on the edge of the circle like this have to be completed faster, and right now they're feeling the hurt from it. All 3 teams actually taking casualties as Gen G are now the one of the receding end of a lot of heat. Heather able to get the knock with the own take up in rest, able to find one more here as well. As BP team saying, screw this, we're out taking trying to take the E pick up in the smoke and get out here, and they might just be able to do so.
Oh my goodness. The great escape from BB team. How do they get away with this? But they do. Flame still alive for Gen G. Full Sense knows exactly where he is, but Tigger, you're down to almost no HP here as that blue zone is hurting. Flame will have to stop down here to use that first aid kit again as you see Edie from Buriram spot out one from GSW. Flame will win the fight. And that is Gen G picking up another point, but does he have time to get the heal off? I don't think he does, and he will try to get one more, but he doesn't get it.
Yeah, nope, not going to happen. Falls down. As a matter of fact, yes, he did. He was able to get the kill right before he goes down, so an extra point secured as Gen G2 get eliminated. 2 Chinese teams now fighting one another as changed the game, and Game Start Win battle it off. Game Start Win will fall 13th place for them, and now Buriram are the next one on the chopper block.
Oh, Buriram. They are in some trouble. I think it's just down to Khan.
Yep.
And he's got Geekay and Change the Game all looking over in that direction. The only thing he's got going for him is maybe Geekay and Change the Game will be focused on each other. And we'll miss him making his way down through those trees. New circle's going to pop, and there you go. It's going to fall right on top of Toyo, who have that mountain to play with. And all of a sudden, the AG compound has been pushed out. But look at Falcons T117. This has to come to a head. And who will be the one that survives out of this? And BB Team is still in this. Anyway, we're going to listen to 17 Gaming as they try to sort their way out of this southeastern spot.
对，我们踩位置卡反卡 FOC。
别说，来了，
左边那个3边有个。
我知道，我在防那个。
他没把烟填上，一会儿给我们封过点烟。
没烟，他用完了，兄弟。
你再找一下，包很多。
我找一下。
Even if we don't speak Chinese, it doesn't take much understanding of velocity to figure that they're in a pretty dicey spot right now. You said who's going to come out alive. I'm afraid to say my answer is probably going to be none of them. Because even if you survive this initial brawl, you might get close to placement points. You still have a rotation to make Xiao Bei just exactly able to get back down behind that vehicle. But Circle is closing in, and both these teams are now going to be in trouble. Tiggleton, though, with the double.
That is huge for Tig as he gets 2. But the problem for the Falcons right now is that Rock is just free farming. They can stare down at this Toyo as well, just looking down in this direction. As soon as Falcons leaves their compound, they just get lit up like a Christmas tree. There's also fights going on in the north as CTG and Geekay now finally starting to pop off. BB Team, after the great escape, are now 3 strong, and they are taking a fight with Sharper.
And the entire edge is lit on fire. Toyo is chilling in the middle, and so are Rock. Everyone else fighting to try and stay alive here. Xiaoru, solo player, left alive for 17 Gaming, tries to make his way through this Falcons defense, but they're 3 up, soon to be 4 again. Yes, H-Win does get rest, but now for Falcons, do you stay out here looking for the last player from 17, or do you go? I mean, this is tough, and now Rock is starting to look this direction as well. What do you do if you're inside Falcons?
They've got to go. Kickstar gets spotted out, but doesn't go down. Nice spray for Xiao Wu, and he's going to go down to the zone in the end. So that'll be the good news for Falcons is that they know their backs are clear, but where do you go? Got to make a move. Rock is looking over in that direction as well.
Huge as well for Falcons, because look at the leaderboard. 4 out of the top 5 have been eliminated already, and Falcons are well aware of this. So this is their chance to extend what could become a first-place lead if they get a good finish in this game. But look at where they are.
It's not great.
They got a gutter in the middle of the open. A trench, you can barely even call it, because you have to be crouched in order to not be seen from the other side.
It's not great, but it's survivable, and that's all that they need right now. Has pretty much everything other than them. I mean, they have control over the east now. All gamers have left their compound. They've sent 3 up to the north, but they've sent Haisaki down to the south, looking over in this direction. Obviously, Falcons not super comfortable where they were, but it was a place that they could stop long enough to heal, and now they've got a little bit of a foothold into this next zone, which has popped right dead center once again.
Is it worrying that there's a full health BRDM in the center of this next circle?
I mean, you're not excited about it, that's for sure.
It's a little terrifying because everyone's going to be playing on foot from now on. We'll see when it gets utilized. It's pretty good for cover for now, I would say. And also, honestly, I'm surprised Rock hasn't done more to try and prevent Falcons from getting inside the circle. Maybe they've been afraid that Expendables were going to wrap on the western side of them, but they've been playing it very carefully, and now they're the ones outside circle. Falcons with the foothold inside.
Yeah.
So Rock, I was hoping to see a little bit of that South American aggression, but
I think
holding on the brakes for now.
I think Toyo may have taken a few shots down there, but only speculative, not really putting a super bunch of pressure, but it was enough to really kind of pump the brakes on Rock. Any plans that they may have had. Meanwhile, all gamers push right on the doorstep of Toyo. Capitan and Benya looking off to the north, trying to see if they can get involved. Haisaki's going to go down to Shrimsy, and now all gamers starting to wrap around on that that low side of the mountain. They're going to come face to face with Falcons.
And if Rock weren't going to aggress before, now they have to. If you realize that all gamers Global and Falcons are fighting on the north side, you need to swing on this. You need to third party. Let's see if they're going to do exactly that. Kickstart This is gonna fall him as falls as well as they peek on over. Strimsy able to find one more as Tycon falls.
Huge, and they're getting a little bit of support here from BB Team. Off in range on the north side. They got shots into the back of All Gamers. Destroy now the last player left alive, and Rock is able to make the push here before the res can come through on a kickstart.
Has HWin gone unnoticed? He's still down in the gutter on the eastern side. If they don't realize that he's there, he could see 1, 2, maybe even 3 and take him out. They're all on top of each other and they're running straight past him.
Oh boy, kickstart is down, Tickleton's down, Shrimsy's gonna retreat, try to get the res onto Tickleton. HWin waiting for his time to strike, but Shrimsy is gonna get spotted by Phil first, and now HWin is the last player left alive for the Falcons. Will try to come up, but he will get spotted out, and Falcons are out in 7th place.
We don't see everything here, but I really feel like there was a chance for HWin to get a couple of knocks in this position. Might have been that his angle was off since he stayed prone for a bit there, but unlucky timing for them, and finally great move by Rock to go up and go aggressive.
Toyo starting to get more active as well. Rock manages to clean up that fight. They've got 5 kills for themselves now as the Expendables making their way in from the west side. So Toyo has to make a decision. They're getting pinched from the east and the west. You got to put all your attention towards one direction. And it looks like Capitan is trying to take that fight over to Rock.
Worst case, put a guy inside the BRDM and just have him sit there.
Yep.
That's your top 3 guaranteed right now. We'll see who's going to see. It's, I believe, Benya who sat right next to it for cover.
Yeah, he's scouting.
They're going to utilize it or not, and now he gets the circle center as well.
Oh, boy.
Fights will continue on the southern side. Best of luck alongside.
It's a big trade.
Yep, Sharp up on the northern side trying to make their ways on in as well. And they're still with a little bit of time left remaining trying to pound some people on the edge.
Oh, Sharper is in a beautiful spot right now. They have time to wait because the Expendables is trying to third party onto Toyo, and it is working. They're going to lose one as Emmy will go down. Tanbu will get traded down by Thunders, and now it's down to just Clories for the Expendables. He's got Rock down his sights, will get Souls low, but doesn't get the knock. 7 kills for Rock.
Yep, Cloris is inside circle, wanting to get back now to rest his teammates, but it's too difficult for him to get across that open stretch. Sharp, a smart, aggressive play on them now to go over and claim that northern side of the hill, the northern side of the circle. 2 send over, still with Thunders holding the back safe.
Okay, Rock still with 3 alive. Toyo down to just Capitan and Benya, but they have the high ground. They've got the BRDM. And that is saying something. Still 1 alive for All Gamers. Destroy just laying low, trying to play for late game. Best of luck. Doing the same for BB Team, but he's got a long way to go. And Sharper is still looking off in that direction. They know that there is 1 left alive. They would love to secure that point for themselves as they will take their spot on the north side of this zone.
I can see Benya vehicle logo on the bottom left. He's just sat in there, goes, "Oh boys, I wish you would. Come at me, I dare you." As long as you don't bring a C4 or Panther, of course, then I think for now it's going to be all right. Best of luck. I mean, this is what... wait, they don't know. I was going to say they're doing this because they're waiting for Best of Luck to cross over, but now Rock spots some shots fired on the northern side, and thank you, says Thunders, because Best of Luck was able to get one, and maybe that's going to allow for Rock to push further around the north.
Somebody's got to be looking at the kill feed. And Rock, they're still looking off to the west, and looks like they're comfortable holding on to their little spot here. BL and Solds will try to continue to move around to the north, but remember, there's that last player for All Gamers, Destroy, just hiding. It looks like Sharper should be able to get this res onto Jedi. As we're down to 5 teams, 10 alive, 2 solos, a duo, and the triple from Rock and Sharper. This is still anyone's game.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
That BRDM, you got to imagine, is going to have some kind of
the later in the game.
On the end here.
The later in the game we get, the more win con that BRDM becomes. So we'll see. Benya still sat in there, of course, jumping from seat to seat, scouting, trying to be the eyes for Capitan to play it safe as Cloris now first mover, trying to flank around the western side, but Excrosid, you'd have to imagine that he's anticipating this. There's no pressure coming through from the east. They should, if they've tracked it right, know that there's still 1 All Gamers Global player up that is sat in between them and Rock. But they have to move towards the circle, and they're just a couple of meters out, but at this late stage in the game, a couple of meters can be the difference between win and death.
Sharper being very careful about how they push down here, and Destroy just on the other side of the coop.
Does he underhand that, or does he throw it far? Because if he throws it far, you'd have to think maybe... I mean, they were getting naded just now. Okay, he got it. I was going to say, yeah, exactly.
Okay. cleans up one problem.
Yep, buffer space for them. They know they now have opponents outside nade range, which is crucial. Spots them as well.
Yeah, they also spotted Rock kind of peeking around on those ridges as well, so they know not to overstep their bounds. They've got a good ridge line that they can play here. Let's see if Rock will blink first. And they'll just trade shots for the time being. Toyo perfectly content to sit here and wait for the late game. Clories as well. I mean, he's got just all the room in the world on that western side.
Cloris has no reason to sweep behind because Toyo are not going to push out Rock. So Rock are really the ones with the maneuvering room right now. They should take this fight north now to SP straight up 3v3 before they're forced to look, peek over the top of the ridgeline where Toyo and Cloris can see them. But I don't think they're realizing this. They're still anticipating, wait, we can't fully commit because Toyo might actually push us from behind.
Yeah,
but it doesn't look to me like they have any plans of moving whatsoever.
Ironically, a Rock kind of between a rock and a hard place here is they've got the BRDM on one side and then just a wide open push right into Sharper on the other. So center dot, Benya the closest in that BRDM. Rock laying down that smoke wall, starting to make their way in. As Clories, despite being down to a solo, is still being aggressive. And you can see Santastico, he knows
there's
somebody in there.
Oh, they saw Captain as well. Capitan's been spotted behind the deployable cover. That nade could have his name written on it. Great throw from BL, able to get the knockdown damage, helping with the Dragunov as well to get the initial knock. Now one more spotted in the open. Not inside the BRDM, outside healing.
Uh-oh, Capitan. Well, down. Benya will still hide out in that BRDM waiting for the inevitable. And there you go. You can see the blue zone grenade is going to fall a little bit shy here. Clories has a smoke wall, but Rock has come over at the perfect time to maybe spot out Sharper. Okay, Clories will go down in the end, but not before he got the knock on Excrozit, and Biel will flush that out, say thank you very much for that extra point. 9 kills now for Rock, and they have the lion's share of the positioning here. 3 alive. If they can just clean out what's left from Sharper here, it looks like Benya is content with just hiding in the BRDM for a second.
And if you're Rock right now, I was going to say, when do you commit to just spraying that thing down? Now they do, and now it's on fire. Benya has to get out. Will they take him down as well? 10 kills for the LATAM team. Rock looking rock solid right now, but they still have 2 sharper players to deal with as well. An incredible performance from them to 0 points on back-to-back Erangel games. Let's see if Sharper can get something going here.
Here we go, peeking around those ridge lines. Rock with the blue right at their backs. Sharper the same. The smoke wall will get laid down. Santastico playing around the edge. Thunder's knocked very low, but will spot out by Souls as the push comes through. BL in Latin America will get a win here as Rock will find a victory on Rondo. We said paper thin, hey, his hot take was today that the Latin American team will find success. Well, Rock is doing just that.
I questioned their lack of aggression earlier to prevent Falcons from crossing over, but seems to me like they didn't need to at all. They swept it pretty swiftly, were able to do so, only taking 1 casualty and all that east side shenaniganry early on and claiming a win in the end of it, daring to go out, making plays. Loved the finish here from Rock.
What a tough victory that was as well. And they managed to collect a nice stack of kills to go along with that win. So that's going to put them right up at the top in the conversation with the leaders so far through 3 games. And look at Sharper. It has been it was rough sledding through Erangel, but they found their footing here on Rondo. But let's throw it over to the desk. Or actually, no, we're going to take a quick break. And then we're going to come back and talk about what we saw here in game number 3.
Hi guys, I'm Bella. I'm in the SNB arena with Puckett to ask him what's been going around here. It's my first time here in the arena. It looks lovely. You could see the players really well, and the lighting is just beautiful. How has it been?
So this is my 4th week here. After watching Warzone last week, I went right into TFT. And this game has been insane. If you're watching the club championships, Falcons, Liquid at the top of the list for most of the time. Right behind them, though, we have squads like Virtus Pro, Vitality, all in the mix. But on day 1 here, all of our favorites were getting upset by teams that no one really expected to come out of the woodwork and do damage.
Oh, that is lovely game. That is the gaming that we all want to see. And I also heard that there was a little update on the club championship situation.
Yeah, Falcons officially out. So they are no longer here in TFT. Team Liquid still on life support. Virtus Pro on life support. Vitality, they just won their most recent match. They may be the team to watch.
Oh my goodness. Well, that is some tea here in the SNB arena. Thank you for joining me, Puckett.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you next time.
Pousar, tem smoke pra usar.
Tá picando na verde.
Não usa essas bang agora.
Tá ali os dois. Tá sem capão.
Tem uma smoke boa pra usar, Albinhas, tá?
Peraí, tem que smocar. Vou smocar. Eu vou bangar uma neles lá. Banguei uma neles lá.
Ele tem que vir, mano.
Pro esquerda 1. 3x1, 3x1.
Onde vida? Tá com onde vida aí?
Meu caralho. Vamos, porra. Passar mesmo.
Rock rocks up on the west side of this circle, wiggles around a little bit and finds themselves the victory after being able to secure Rondo within their grasp. Joining me, we have Avenger, we have Toffees, we have Godspeed to talk about this one. Avenger, Rock, getting themselves an important one to start off their groups.
I mean, this is huge, right? It's a little bit predictable in terms of what we see with the land ratio and what the teams are doing. But Rock took that southwestern side where they knew it's very likely it's going to move there. And again, the majority of the teams, they're on the north side, they're on the east side, they're fighting. But they took space, they took control.
Yeah.
They managed to stay 3 guys strong all the way to the end, and yeah, took it to Shabba towards the end.
Godspeed.
Yep, I agree. And the fact that they had a much better game. I mean, the first 2 games in Erangel, they were caught in the blue very late. They rotated in late, basically blind, and that cost them pretty much no points at all. But in this game, they kind of took their time. They did get fortunate with the shift, and then, as Martin said, they were able to take control. And then their timing on the third parties was great as well on that side.
I think when I watch Rock, one of the things I love about them is their attitude as a team. They're always happy to be here. They're always considered a privilege, but they're also a team of grinders. These guys have been around BL since 221, RBN since 19. We're talking teams. In the sake of BL, he came from EOS Guri to Pichao to Rock. Like, these are guys who started at the bottom and have worked their way up to try to get to international sequencing. 2 years together for BL and Syntastico. They found RBN. They brought him in a year ago. They said, what do we do to sort of make that next step? I'm not claiming that they're ready to be a top 10 world team. However, the fact that they do seem to pull out these late games, the fact that they improved continuously at PGS tells me that whether or not Rock becomes a world champion doesn't matter so much as the fact that I love that they are continuously improving and committed to the game.
Well, they got a decent kill score with it as well, right? 22 points go their way. That's going to put them in good stead to get day number 1 rolling for their group stage. Sharper Esports, 11 points. I think we had our criticisms about how quiet they were maybe in this game. I know that we just want to sit around in the compound like that one was there, Avenger. But for the most part, 5 kills is more than I thought they were going to get after they had to make the transition.
Yeah, they had to leave once they had to leave, like, right? They stayed in that gas station for quite a while there. They didn't really flex out and really, push out, try to get points where they could have. I would like to see a little bit more aggression from them. Again, we only need to get them into the top 16, right? So that's really what they're looking for here. Impressed with Rock, though. I gotta say, the way that they stayed together as a team, the way they play together is really what's been succeeding for them here in this game.
You know, to bring both those together, we got Rock, the region, but also Sharper Esports sort of disappointment in that game. The team that I think really disappointed us here, Godspeed. Who was it? Come on.
Toyo was, they
were quiet.
I was basically yelling. I mean, they had such a good position. They were in that central kind of mountain on the south. They could have flexed out and gone for kills on Falcons. The fact that Falcons even made it in against them and Rock was confusing, but yeah.
Tough stuff. We can talk about it in a few moments, though, as we head over to Bella, who's over in the arena.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with 17 Gaming Xiao DD and our translator Lisa. What a game. You took the first chicken on Erangel and you came into the game with all 4 players alive. What was the key to making sure that you have all the players with your alive till the end?
好的，首先恭喜你们在第一把艾伦格就吃下了鸡。那其实你们打到最后还是能够保持一个4人满编的编制。那这个其中有没有什么秘诀可以跟我们分享一下？
没有，那把第一把其实我们是车很少，然后我们决定是2圈飞了个伞，然后就圈一直在往我们脸上套，就没有什么秘诀，运气好。
Okay, so just come into the second circle. We just found a E pickup, and we just got into a very lucky position. And basically, we're just lucky and get the circle.
You were lucky, but you were playing smart. You were able to apply pressure on both Na'Vi and Full Sense simultaneously. You even shot over Na'Vi and aimed at Full Sense. Can you walk us a little bit through the decision making for that play?
是的，就是在决赛圈的时候啊，也是对阵到了 Na'Vi 和 Full Sense。感觉当时好像决策是先没有选择打 Na'Vi， 先去打了 Full Sense 那边的枪械。那这个决策是怎么做出的呢？
其实那把是我们没有先打谁，我们两边都打了，就是坐山观虎斗，让他们打就行了。
Actually, we don't have any priority. We just let our components to fight with each other, and we just watch them fighting and find the opportunity to compete against them.
Watch them all crumble. All right, thank you, Xiao Didi, and good luck to 17 for the rest of the day. 加油! Say bye.
Well, we all know 17 is looking great, but wait a minute. Bella and Lisa doing the same tournament? What's going on here? This is wild stuff, Avenger.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see getting the translation in there, getting them on point. But yeah, good to hear from Shawu. I mean, 17 again. We talked as being one of the contenders here to maybe, or the favorites basically to take it home here. Sure. 7th have such a strong start. On a angle, back to back here, that's huge for them. But I mean, we're talking about you only need to get top 16, right? If they start getting enough points here, it's going to be a little bit scary for some of the other teams that they potentially could lock out once we get to day 2 for their play.
I do think there's a good lesson to learn of confidence is quiet, insecurity is loud, and when you look at 17, they just come in. They were very happy yesterday, very kind of. They had the wherewithal about them, Toffees. I think that they know that they're one of the favorites.
I think they know they're the favorites, and when you look at the roster, 3 of them have been together for 3 years at this point, playing at this level, always getting these high finishes, and I think they've hit a point in their career where they're like, sometimes I just don't come to work ready to win if it doesn't feel like it's the biggest deal to me, right? EWC feels like one of the biggest opportunities you will ever have, and so you can tell when they walk in, they're comfortable because they know each other, they know their system, but they're excited and they know this is a win that will set them on a path for the rest of their life.
The only thing that really trumps it, I guess, for PUBG PC, how things go, is, of course, PGC at the end of the year here. And then when you look at all the players and teams coming in, Godspeed to try and deal with this, of course, they know the prestige of this tournament is very high, along with the prize purse as well.
Yeah, I mean, the prize purse alone is just why it's so incredible. But again, just the competition and the level, and really just the way they're treated here, right? This event is pretty much every player's favorite. It's one of our favorite events as well.
Well, let's take a look at the overalls. We have got ourselves 33 points for them. Rock, though, jumps up into 33 points as well off this one game, Toffees.
That's so Rock, man.
You're loving it.
It's so Rock. That's the thing. That's what they did at
wasn't
PGS, right? It was like we kept forgetting about it. They'd show up and they'd be like, oh, hey, we're here, guys. And you're like, oh, well, but it comes down to the late game. They make these crazy choices in the early game. They make these sends that don't make sense to me. But if they can survive, if they can get in, their fights seem strong.
Yes, but what worries me if they do, which, I mean, if they go down this road and continue to get points, even not many, and make top 16, they're going to get punished much harder when they go into the grand finals lobby, and that's what actually worries me, is that lobby is going to be much more difficult.
Yeah, and our bottom 8 here, obviously, it's still very tight, only halfway through the day. 3 more games to be played here, so but still you need to be putting up points here. We're talking about, again, this hypothetical cutoff for the top 16, 55, 60 points-ish, around that, maybe even 65 depending on if someone is farming at the top, right? So I agree. You need to get your day started. You need to really start kind of closing things in here.
Bad start for China as well, it feels like, right?
Except for 17,
yeah.
Who's number 1.
But when you look at 2 teams, I mean, the fact that GameStart Win got number 1 from their qualifiers, and then is having a bad start to all of this as well, Toffees. These teams have got to really kind of tighten the bolts.
I mean, I think if you watch the entire year, Chinese region feels like it's been a little loose in terms of their international play. So yes, I do think they need to tighten up. I also think ALGL is a surprise to me. 3 games in, 14 points. Yeah, they had some big highlights with him wiping Geeke, but it doesn't feel like they're clicking in as a team. They're playing as individuals, and that's not going to win a tournament like this.
There must be some land rust, surely.
There has to be.
But I mean, PNC is a very different thing with guys like Himas being able to go and see that. The other guys around Himas here for All Games Global, it's not easy.
It's got to be a Tycon turn on for Miramar. Like, if it doesn't do it here in Tego, it's got to be on Miramar. Like, he is such a good DMR player, right?
The Tycon turn on. Will he do it?
I like it. I like it too. All right, we're going to head over to the stage here. We've got Barney and Bella. Good to go.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, everybody, where we are halfway through day 1 of the group stage, and some of our teams have already kicked things off with a bang. So, Bella, why don't you take us through what's happened so far in map number 1?
Well, the first chicken on Erangel went to 17 Gaming. They got 18 points and having a great start here on the first day. But what caught my eye was Na'Vi. They came in 3rd place with 8 kills. They got what they can when they can, and it was pretty impressive.
It was indeed, wasn't it? 17 Gaming continued to impress because they got down to that final fight on map number 2. But one player alone, Xiao Wu, was up against a full Team Falcons, and so all hope looked lost. But Xiao Wu almost pulled it out of the bag, knocking 3 of them. But Shrimzy saved the day and secured the first win for Falcons on map number 2. What about 3?
Well, there was a little bit of a shuffle on the leaderboard on Rondo, but ROC Rock Esports came out on top with 12 kills. But again, Sharper Esports was doing what they wanted to do. 5 kills, impressive plays, and we actually don't know how the day's going to end, so I'm excited. Where are we going to next, Barney?
Well, you should be excited because we are still, like we already said, only halfway through day 1 of the group stage. So much PUBG to play, and we've got our next map on the horizon. We're off to Tego. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. And yes, we've got a change up in maps and a change up in casters. Matchroom and Paperthin taking you through the last 3 games of today, and it has been a kickoff right out the gate. I mean, 17 Gaming coming in with some dominance, staying at the top of the leaderboard. These guys are not playing around, which is odd, given the fact that we've seen them far more relaxed at this event than I think that we've ever seen them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that should be playing with a ton of confidence. I mean, they won PGS 7. We know how good they can be when they're in their best form, and they're confident, they're cool, they're calm, they're collected, like all the things you would want out of a team of their caliber coming in here being really strong. The team that we see here on our screen, though, is kind of a tale of 2 different stories there, because you've got BB team who won the follow-up PGS 8, and they haven't, they've been okay, but it hasn't been a great day for them by any stretch of the imagination, so you're looking for them to start to pick it up a little bit.
Well, I mean, BB team usually gets most of their points based off of consistency, right? Getting into the later stages, finding kills, and this has been a much wilder start, it feels, in these first 3 games. We're getting kills very early. We're seeing a lot of very, I guess, like Circle 2 skirmishes. It's been absolutely crazy. I'm curious to see if this is going to continue through the entirety of the group stage, but we've been chatting enough about what could be happening. It's time to talk about what's going to happen as the map is ready. So let's go ahead and jump into game number 4.
Yeah, it's time to Tego. Very excited to see what our teams are going to bring out on this map. See if there's any more early game scuffles like we've seen quite a bit, especially on Erangel. Quite a few, contestations over vehicles and some kind of tertiary drop spot locations where a lot of teams want to flex out and grab like that single compound that has that extra vehicle or something like that. So this is a map, this is a plane path when you guys get to see it, that also is going to lend itself to potentially something like that happening. You never know, but...
Well, we are looking at a bit shorter of a tournament whenever we look at comparison to normal PUBG tournaments, and I think that that's putting a lot of pressure onto these teams to play more aggressive, to fight for their territory, and in some of them, it's kind of come back to haunt them, causing early game casualties. We haven't really seen a big chance for people to be going after blue chip style stuff.
Right.
And it's kind of made it to where you hit this mid-game crash of teams just kind of trying to throw themselves into the circle and just losing people left and right.
Yeah, it is kind of funny because I think some of the teams maybe took the wrong lessons away from PNC when we first had, a lot of this stuff come into the game with a lot of the new changes, that maybe there are certain things you can get away with, like going for hot drop contestants being kind of okay with losing a player early or something like that. But you can see here when we get back to kind of the more teams that have played with each other for a long time. Ooh, that's a nice circle to start. But when you get these teams that have played together for so long, and they're much more sound in their decision making, especially when it comes to punishing stuff like that. Speaking of, I do see BB team. This is not the team that you necessarily wanted to see in an early scuffle. Bestelak looking for that M24 hit. Oh, he just missed.
Okay, Sharp, can you get out of this? Looks like BB is going to kind of let that one go. Again, not a squad that really wants to take too much skirmish, but they don't have an option. Phil First is entirely surrounded here. The entirety of the stop-off has happened, so 3 different members. Besto is going to have to try to find some way to open and protect his teammates. Phil First is you're on no life already.
Yeah, this is very difficult now. BB kind of has to hold their ground. I mean, Phil First is the one you're very worried about here for BB team. He's sandwiched in between a bunch of Sharper players. Even though it has been kind of a rough day, maybe that rondo got them going a little bit. Bestelak trying to make a little bit of noise, seeing if he can get any reactions from Sharper, but they're holding their ground, and Exquisite is taking his time. He's southeast of this as BB starting to make the rotations in. I see Full Sense kind of crashing in a similar direction.
Nate goes out, goes too far. Phil First already has the push coming out for Jedi. Going for some peeks around, goes for the spray. Does manage to take him down, so Phil First is out, and that is a big part of the damage dealing component that we can look at for BB team. Already out, so Bestelak got to go ahead and hop in the vehicle, and while they do have themselves a pretty centered position, it's already hot.
Yeah, I mean, again, BB team is doing fine in terms of points, but seeing how well 17 is doing, even Rock and Falcons, I was kind of hoping maybe a little bit more, but this is definitely not the start they wanted. Good escape plan, though, to make sure they got at least one player out there, but now Full Sense has crashed in here. They smell blood. They want to try to take it to Sharper. Sharper retreating back to the safety of some of these southeastern compounds that kind of divided this particular area in half, essentially. But Full Sense is going to maybe go for a 2-2 kind of split. Leave 2 here to just hold the line, make sure Sharper can't push into them, and put 2 up on a hill.
This is a strong position in the circle. That's no surprise. Given how much of it's going to be water, remember, we are very far to the south. So we've got Songam in play as well as Hosan Prison. That's going to be where we see the Falcons at. We also do have kind of that swampland that's going to be eating up some territory just to the west. Hosan up into the north that everybody's going to be trying to dodge out. So it's going to be this hilly area just to the center that a lot of these teams are going to be kind of scrapping around, trying to figure out where exactly that they want to go to. Now be making their rotation in. They're going to be up to the northeast and again kind of on that same similar pathing than where everybody was trying to put priority into the compound that Sharper's at.
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult situation already in the center of this circle. There were a lot of teams here early, so getting real estate is going to be difficult. So teams on the edge, going to have a tough time potentially if they can recognize the fact that it's going to potentially be a little more congested, that a lot of the territory is going to be already claimed. A lot of the compounds are already going to be claimed, so you might have to opt for some, edge fighting, which for teams like 17, they've been very potent at. Teams like T1, I'm a little bit more concerned. I feel like I've seen them kind of crumble in a few of those edge fights that they had okay positions in.
Oh no,
but if they're fine, I'm sure. Nothing could go wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the chances of it happening are so low. Oh God.
Oh yeah. It's the end. Like I don't like this. I don't like this.
Please no.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Yeah, it's okay.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
So my worry with Sharper, though, is while they did get this compound, they really haven't had a chance to loot much. And I'm curious if they're going to have enough breathing room with as many teams that are around them. Every single building that they try to go for is going to get punished. So it's going to make it very hard. It means that they're going to have a pretty low economy in this fight, it feels like.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you can see there even, Jedi showing up to the party with a Tommy gun, which not bad at all in a situation like that. But, it's kind of interesting to me how much Exquisite was able to grab as well on his solo position that he was in, and what he was able to bring, if anything. Maybe loaded up the car with a few extra goodies for his team, but just depends on how that all shook out. Genji going to be one of those teams making a late rotation that's going to have to play edge, but there's so many teams still left out on the northwest side of this. I mean, Rock is gatekeeping the double-decker bridge that's just to the northeast of Hapo, so it's going to be tricky. And speaking of Genji, taking a fight here.
Tycon down, but Imas does manage to get some shots back onto him. So it looks like they should be able to get the res, and this is going to be a bit messy as we even have similar team colors all stacked on top of each other. Here comes Bean, though, wants to provide some type of support. Moss, though, has himself that Panzerfaust ready. Oh, good nade coming out from Flame. Moss has to run for cover.
Wow, the timing here for Genji, really nice to get pieces in place to do some damage. And man, Flame just found that knock on Himas. He was down so low, somehow able to sniff him out. That is crazy good utility usage here from Gen G. They know there's another player here. Destroy.
Wants it. He wants to get that kill, but it is so hard to push around that wall. We're going to see Destroy play around this. Oh, get spotted out. Flame continuing a reign of terror onto AGAL.
This is crazy. I thought this fight was going to go not great for Gen G, frankly.
There is no world in which I thought we could see a Gen G and AGAL fight, and it was going to go in Gen G's favor. It just felt like momentum, play style. AGAL just usually has that. Tycon, though, still up. Tries to go for the spray onto Flame, doesn't get it. I think he might be predicting with this nade, but I think that once he runs through, I don't know if it's going to connect. Yep, nope.
And he's got to worry about Falcons. They've got an angle into this fight. They already got one of the knocks on a high Saki there, so things very difficult. Going up the stairs, you're getting lit up by Shrimzy. Down to half health, has to go for the prone, so the res may be difficult to find up on the roof for Tycon. We know what he's capable of individually. We'll never forget that 1v9 he had on Miramar. That was one of the craziest moments in PUBG Esports history, but he is in a very awful position. I mean, he's sandwiched between Gen G and Falcons, and yeah, he's dead. Okay.
I mean, points for Falcons trying to creep up, pressed back in with Rock and 17. You can see Rock now officially in first. Did manage to pick up 1 kill in that bridge camp. You got the Expendables and change the game that were up around them, but Expendables going to have to wait for change the game to rotate in front of them. Rock has a bit easier pathing. Falcons not quite done with their harassment yet, but this is probably going to calm down. Falcons do have, where they dropped at into this circle gives them a lot of rotation options right next to the coast. So they're going to be playing very safe in a very strong position for quite a while and has a chance to farm quite a bit out of it. I'm just curious to see, are they going to opt into that? Are they going to opt into trying to play for a better position? There's 2 different ways you can go for it, because really, yes, you can kind of fight your way in, but it is just so compacted in the center of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, I think the name of the game here for Falcons is rotation control, making sure that other teams aren't going to be able to wrap from your south or north, making sure that that road, that intersection is under your control, and that you make sure that you're directing traffic. And I 100% agree with you, but it also gives you the pivot like you're talking about, where you can go one direction or another. Like the southern rotations can be really useful on this map. You see it all the time where teams go all the way down to that southern road and can find avenues into later circles if necessary.
I mean, we're looking at right now two different ways. We've got Buron that is coming over here, and then DK that's running their 2-2 split. Well, I say kind of 2-2. I think we saw them in a glider a second ago just trying to scout out ahead. So they should find some Rock doing a bit of rocket and rolling in their vehicles, but they should be fine. They're going to come over here next to the swamp into the northwest. Really, it's going to be change the game that could be kind of close to them, as well as Gen G, who has managed to get out of position and should be a bit safer where they're playing for the time being.
Yeah, do see one team up in the air right now in an emergency pickup. Should be just past the middle once this circle closes here for GSW. As kind of going to be difficult to find. Again, stuff in the middle. There is one compound next to Toyo that's open.
I will say that Rock can sometimes play a bit passive. We saw that during the PGSs.
Yeah.
After the success in that last game, we're now seeing them kind of set a pace. Doing bridge camps. Yes, they are still coming into the circle a bit late, playing for position. That's their bread and butter, right? But it's a more aggressive shift in the circle, too. Way down into the south. Songam still in play. Buram, DK feeling pretty good. T1 going to go ahead and recollapse. Toyo's going to have a hillside to play from. 17 already in it, but Falcons going to have to deal with Rock rotating very close to him.
T1 has to just set up a barricade here on the north side of Songam. Don't let anybody get through you. You have to hold the line. Meanwhile, GSW trying to just get in there somehow, some way. Buriram has eyes on it. They're doing damage. They do find the knock, but it's not the confirmed kill. Xiaotong was low enough that he's not confirmed dead just yet. Will they be able to get the res? Hard to say, but it looks like maybe they're good to go. Oh, well, there's in the red zone. Right in the middle of all this.
Yeah, right on these trees. GSW suffering from some gunshot wounds. See if they can manage to get out of the red zone before that does its own set of problems. Most of the other teams look like they've managed to kind of hunker down into some type of cover, but there's a lot of vehicles in this rotation. It's just going to be pretty bold. How ballsy are you? Can you just run right through the red zone to get to the cover you want, or are you going to stop off for a building? This is going to be hard to make some choices off of, and a lot of these teams are kind of stuck in the middle of it, even on foot.
Yeah, this is just really nicely played by Flame, so we're getting a quick replay. There's a lot of teams trying to get into this next circle here, but hard to do it better than he did. Found a great angle there for that grenade from the stairs. That's really nicely managed, and Full Sense probably needs to spread out just enough that they're all not going to get knocked by a red zone if they get unlucky. You got GSW there right next to them. 2-2 split. They did get the res to come through, so yeah, they're A-okay there. Meanwhile, Rockas, they lost a player to the camp there from Falcons on that crossroads.
C17 trying to gatekeep out Navi, who's trying to get a bit closer to Song. Not going to allow that too much more. Full Sense trying to sense where exactly this red zone is going to land. They're clinging to trees and life and safety and providing it for the time being. Late rotators we got in this are going to be Rock, Jin G, and really the Expendables, but it's kind of the carryover of that Rock gatekeep that we saw just a moment ago. Full Sense feeling a bit better now, starting to do a couple of peeks up the top. But GSW, they haven't even been able to get the PWD to them yet. This is harsh.
This is tough. I mean, the problem for Full Sense is they want to take this fight to GSW and clear them out of their territory, but Toyo has an angle into that when they start taking some of those peaks, so they might have to try either to just back off or try a different direction. You want a smoke stick come out for GSW, so some of that pressure will have an effect in terms of diminishing some of the util that your opponent might have later into the game. So, it's not too bad for Full Sense, actually.
And this is a very important hillside. Whenever we look at how much of the circle is still water, we're going to have to make some assumptions that with this being pretty much centered, it's going to still continue to hang around here. So you need to make sure that you're keeping up your ammo, everything else like that. And GSW kind of is doing a good job on stalling out enough with what's going on with Full Sense right back behind them. The Full Sense has to be a bit cautious because Change the Game might be able to spot them out, or even EK, depending on how much we want to see going on. PWD just kind of roaming out over the water right now in his glider, feeling pretty good, seeing if he can spot out any rotations coming back behind it. But it's going to be Spyro that did spot out the Expendables in the red zone right now, but we'll see if that has any measure or meaning in a little while.
Looking to see where the next circle goes. Another red zone shifts right on top of the poor Falcons. As do hear a res coming through. I believe that's the Expendables, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Circle's going to keep that hillside you were talking about in. Yeah, a lot of these circles that end up this south end up just west of Songam, so kind of just going to keep your eyes on that part of the map. But there's a lot of territory to work with. There's a lot of hillsides, a lot of trees, so a lot of options for these teams to play with. Genji in an emergency pickup. I don't know. Yeah, I would go coast, but you know, they're probably going to try to go center or something, but there's just not much available.
Already taken, and Falcon's just going to kind of sneak in and just find a compound for free and feel really good about that. Glance up, everything's fine. Everything's fine for right now. Don't worry about it. Let's see, Jin G, where are you going? Looks like they're going to be dropping right on top of GK as well as Rock's RBN. That's going to be rotating right in front of all of them. So big crossfire, Jin G tries to make landfall, and flame down, beam down. It's all coming apart.
Yeah, I mean, they had to gamble with something here, and DK was holding the line and saw this from a mile away. Wow, Tosi nails a grenade right onto Quizzy's feet. So Tosi now going to keep pressuring. Did get the spot there, trying to hold the angle. Didn't win the fight. Diffix diffs him.
PWD just slams into the ground. It's like, I'm here, guys. I got back. Okay, Orca, you're the last one up and surrounded. What more can you get? BB team does get eliminated in rotation. Orca's already been spotted. Lots of damage onto him, and this just feels like this is about to be over. Even Nate, does it bounce in? Go right in?
Nah. That's a tough angle to get a nade to squeeze into a window there, and sometimes they hit that window ledge and just bounce the wrong way. So tough moment there. Orca is going to get the knock on the Spyro. This is still doing damage.
Biel has snuck around back behind this one, so Rock running a very wide split down to the south. I think he might be eyeing to see if he can pounce onto this, but I mean, Geeke is pretty strong right now. With Spyro being down, Biel might be able to sneak in, steal a kill out of it, and that could pump the brakes on anything that Geeke wants to go after for Orca.
Orca just needs to hold the line. If he gets wind of this, he should be maybe hearing that vehicle from Syntastico. Hard to say, but if he gets an idea that the third team has showed up, he just wants to try to direct them over into Geeke as much as possible, try to keep himself alive. And Geeke recognizes that. They're trying to make an aggressive push, and they're doing some serious damage with those nades.
Smoke walls are providing some cover. Orca outside of the building now. Quizzy's going to be coming after him. PWD on the other side. Looks like they know exactly where he is, but he just has to run back to the building. There's no other options. Does get the knock onto one. Is he going to go for the flush? Yes, he is. So going to come at a cost. Orca now just trying to spray back in, see if he can slow down anybody else coming after him. And now reinforcements show up in the form of Rock.
I love this from Orca. He's playing this so damn well. And now Rock has a real opportunity to get some extra kills and get some great territory for themselves. Great decision-making from them after losing a player early to the Falcons. They've got this fight completely corralled, and oh my god, Orca still surviving.
Toilet just saved him jumping over here. So it's enough, man. pressure is on, and he's doing a great job of just trying to survive through. I say that and runs right into PWD. New targets, though, is it is going to be 2 members up for DK, and now dealing with Rock right on the edge of the zone. Songam no longer in play, and it did go west like you were talking about. So Songam with the Expendables. Buriram and T1 all stacked on top of each other. Up to the northeast, we're going to have Navi, Toyo, and 17. Over next to School, we're going to have Sharper as well as Falcons, and this is going to get messy in a lot of different areas.
Yeah, I mean, the circle now not going to offer much more protection. Diffix with a good spray. Up and over, RBN answers, though. Good stuff from him, as you are now 4 strong here for Rock. Do have that Panzer, looking for an opportunity to use it, but fight's already over, so all's well that ends well. Rock with another great timing.
I mean, just rock solid performances coming up from them. They know exactly what they want. They're playing to their win conditions, and they're playing confident. It feels like that last round has given them more and more, and if they can just continue chomping at every single thing that they can take, this is going to be a very scary team.
Oh, yeah. No. I mean, that's why I was big on them when we were talking about our hot takes, quote unquote. I mean, I thought for sure, Rock in particular is a team I have my eyes on during group stages to play with confidence. They play well. A little bit of a slow start, but once they got that one good game, they're right back to kind of, right as rain. So well done by them. Biel, again, going to be fanning out to get some space. Little does he know, there's nobody around him, so he's actually going to get tons of information on what's free and available for him.
Totally comfy. Okay, song on fight. Here we go. The Expendables trying to brute force their way right in between T1 and Buriram. Buriram playing it slowly. They've got themselves right along the edge. They do have one of their members that is inside the new safe zone, and they have a building that they can kind of hunker down in for the time being. T1 playing just to the north of that. So you can see the Expendables don't really have too many options. Delwin's playing very far to the south. He's already been spotted out. Dutchy's just going to be the north of him. But this is just kind of awkward all around for the Expendables. They don't have an easy pathing into this, but they really just want to make this specific push, and I don't know. I don't know if they have the vehicles or anything else to make anything else happen.
No, they just have to fight for every square inch. They are charging forward, smokes and utility out to buy them a little bit of extra space, and Buriram is going to respect it, but now Buriram stuck between T1 and the Expendables. Going to be a very tough fight for them, even if they're able to keep the Expendables at bay.
This is a really smart push coming out from the southern section of the Expendables. The way that they have forced Buriram up a bit more into the north means that the Expendables are no longer playing the pinched position. They're forcing Buriram into it, and the more and more contained that Buriram is becoming just makes nades that much easier, throwables lining in, and you can see it's getting more and more complicated because T1, who've been looking over into the north, finally can start looking back down into the south.
Oh, these are some great nades from Buriram. Delwin here trying to find an angle. Tanvu stuck. Oh, that was great timing for Tanvu. The drop shot is good. Khan is down. And Dynasty gone. Delwin able to deal with him. And TE, I mean, we saw it at PNC. This Vietnamese team can frag in close quarter situations, and they are just not stopping.
They might not make it all the way into the circle, but they're going to take down whoever they can and bring them with them back into the lobby. Delwin lined up against Eddie right now. Nades going just a bit too far. Finally does connect. So Eddie takes down Delwin. Going to be able to get some more contain in this controlled area. Spots out Tondo as well. Goes for a couple of shots. Doesn't connect the way that he wants to. T1 did leave Ian back behind, so is kind of supervising this fight as the new circle did pop. It is more to the west. This fight cannot continue here unless they get the finish or they just find some way to separate away from Ian.
Yeah, I mean, this is all but over. I'd love to watch T1's perspective right now because they're taking a fight against a couple different teams, but Tanvu here could outplay his opponent. No, just barely. Edie, the longtime veteran for Buriram, gets it done. 4 kills for them, and you know what? That's making the best of a bad situation for Buriram. They were in trouble.
That's opened up even more of the south for Rock to play with, though. So they've got more space, more control. Up to the north, it's going to be T1. They've got Toyo just to the north, and to the west of them is going to be Full Sense. They've been peeking up over this hillside every once in a while. Sharper is making a push more to the west of this into Full Sense's area, but that's being corralled by where the Falcons are playing from. So it's Falcons on one side, playing inside of a compound with some walls around it, and T1 has this high ground position that they really want that Toyo is presently occupying.
Yeah, this is kind of a game of chicken up on the northern side. Like, who's going to make a move first? T1 there, 5 kills already in this game, doing a nice job. Again, doing exactly what they needed to do. Control the edges of Songam very, very nicely. Play contain, and then they can break out and find much fairer fights on the back of it. We do have Buriram one player left in the blue. Can't see him on the map, but Edie just going to seemingly wait this one out a bit, see if he can find a moment to maybe backstab T1, do some damage to them, but T1 being very, very cautious here, taking their time in this fight against Toyo.
Falcons on the other side of this being far more aggressive. Kickstart's already left the compound. He's moving right into Sharper's positioning. See if we can get some sight lines in on him. You can see Sharper in a lot of trouble. Full Synth's doing a good job on the fence, but here comes the Falcons. Kickstart does get some damage on Belmont, forcing him away from that angle. That's going to open up more for Binya on the other side of this to get the shots. It's a full-on 3-team crossfire all onto Full Synth, and somehow they're managing to hold up for the time being, but it's coming at a cost. Slowly and steadily, each one of their members is starting to fall.
Yeah, this is a great timing now for T1. They noticed that Toyo was busy looking in the other direction. They had some free knocks available to them, so T1's like, you guys are fighting, we're going to come push your backs. And that'll open up maybe some space for Edie to get into this next circle, so Benja going to be the only one left here now for Toyo as they start to crumble between a bunch of different teams. In fact, CTG even getting involved there from their position on the south. No, they got a couple teams to worry about. They're getting flanked by Rock and 17.
T1 needs to be careful. They're going to spot out more of what's going to be going on with Sharper and want it. But Binya is still alive, just to the north of their position. With the way the circle is popped, means the fact that we still have the Falcons right in that foothold position that could be gatekeeping into the north. Rock still got control of the south, and the Dew Center is going to be changed the game. 17 is still alive, even though they are a bit weakened down into the southwest.
Kind of curious about AZ, what he wants to do here for GSW. He's just chilling right now a little bit to the south of all of this. It might just be a play for points, try to survive as the lone player left. Heather's going to grab a machine gun for himself. That's a nice pickup with the MG3. Belmoth is going to claim Thunders there. So Falcons being very methodical, but 5 kills in this is definitely nice. They're playing this very, very well, and they're just claiming space. They're making sure that this western edge is going to be under their control, and you just got to make sure that teams coming from your north or south are pinned. And this is a good ridge side for Kick to take for controlling the north. The south is going to be a little more difficult.
I mean, it still does have some vision on what's going on in the south and going to be one of the few cover points. So it gives you a lot of egress in different angles, but you're right, Change the Game has much harder cover and will be their next associated team down there, so will make it very, very difficult. But Change the Game's going to have to deal with 17. Meanwhile, here's our kind of remnants squads trying to see if they can creep their way in. Jedi trying to use some, I guess, mind control techniques, hoping the fact that nobody can see him. This is not the team you were looking for kind of situation, but Binya does go down to the blue zone up into the north.
The only thing I'm worried about right now for T1 is dealing with Jedi in the back. And I think they seem to be somewhat aware. The issue as well is that they have opened themselves up a little bit to CTG's sightline, so they're taking some damage from that. Edie is going to go down there. Rock, 4 strong, going to be flanking out to the southeast. They have complete territory control. 17 in trouble here, trying to keep themselves obscured from CTG. Might be able to strike, might be able to take Hang Tuai down over on that southwest corner. And yeah, Mortar's definitely very valuable here. It's actually Tiantan for CTG who's letting some of these loose.
We should also update you guys on the fact that GSW still has one of their members alive hanging out, so Rock's going to be able to dodge those. Not as... Oh, Tiantan dropped that right on top of Solds. So, I mean, it should be resable. Looks like the Mortars are stopping off, but he knows exactly where to keep it dialed in at.
Yeah, he might have ran out at this point. They've been flinging him. Yeah, they've been flinging him out, and actually he's going to get knocked by BL. Nice shots with the mini. Going to take that Mortar annoyance out of the equation temporarily. They want to see if they can go for the flushes, but with the smoke in the hay bale, seems to be enough cover. Now EN kicks things off against the Falcons. H-Win down. Shrimsy gonna respond. Man, he has been hitting today with those headshots.
Just holds the angle, clutching up for his squad whenever he needs it. Nades now raining down on top. T1, gotta be careful. Oh, that cover almost bounced into type and made it pretty nasty. Falcons, do they have the time? No, H-Win is gonna go down, so Heather is gonna be able to pick up that kill. Falcons, he pinned him over here, but Heather with a nice angle inside does manage to take down Tiggleton. Nate's prepped up, wants to drop it onto Shrimsy, but looks like he's already red. Stepped back against the new wall, seeing if maybe he can spot out somebody on the angle up, but I don't know if he has the time. Does get the knock on the time, but is not going to be able to get down Heather. Kickstart runs for the hill.
This is really well played by T1, playing for trades there on that push forward. Some good grenades. Yeah, dude, they are starting to rock and roll. Getting a little bit of confidence. Man, they're playing this northern edge so well. AZ was trying to find some kind of safety. He's getting shot at by RBN from Rock as they have taken control of this southeastern edge. CTG has been ripped apart. Eventually, this position inside of these ditches has kind of just not paid off for them, frankly. They are going to have a little bit of ability to repair some of that armor and things like that, so that's nice.
Threw my brain for a second. I was just like, oh, yeah.
Are we bomb defusing here?
It's like, wait, what? That's not how this goes. So T1 has the harder path and Rock a bit stronger, but Kickstart's going to be potentially the new contender in that line, as it's just going to be a continued fight, as what we saw going on with Falcons a moment ago. But, I mean, Tiantan is also over here. Kick's already been read. They know exactly where he is due to the vehicle. Throwing in Molotovs. It's just going to be a matter of finding it. And there you go. 11. T1 just continue. Make it more. Get it up to 12. Absolutely vibing. So it is a straight-up 4v4 with good old GSW having one member up in between it.
Yeah, just AZ. He's done a great job to survive this long. I mean, he's navigated himself so well to just avoid fights, avoid sightlines. Even though Rock had a brief moment where I could see they were shooting at him, doing a little damage, he was able to escape up into the north. So Rock is going to be tunneled on him a bit. That might give an extra advantage to T1 here coming into this late game fight. Still another circle to go, of course. T1 has found some level of safety. Heather going to kind of settle himself up where we had Hung Tuai earlier on the southwestern edge. Meanwhile, 3 players going to take control of the hills to the north here, spreading out with those vehicles, and AZ realizes if he crests this hill any further, he's just going to open himself up.
While this is going on, there's some jockeying for position. Looks like RBN did hop in a vehicle. He was going to head up to the north to see if he can get a bit of a containment angle onto T1, but they already had 2 members that they had shifted over there. So it looks like he should be able to stop that out. Actually, AZ's still alive. He's trying to sneak his way in. Finally goes down. He really wanted to try to see if he could get his feet inside that circle. But Rock really backs up against the blue zone as the new one pops, stays pretty centered, but Type already sending it in, wants to get control over center.
Yeah, that's huge. Ian has to be super careful here, though. He's just trying to get info. He's doing a little bit of a duel, and he gets some damage in, but now he might be opening himself up to Santastico's angle. And now Ian realizes it has to fall back, because if he sticks around any longer, he's going to give himself away for free. So Type up on the roof, going to be able to put some hurt down on top of Rock. He's in the circle, they are not. And you got some good information from Ian on their formation. Smokes are going to have to come down. So for Rock, you're going to have to make a decision. Do you try to play for the house? But Raining also going to take an aggressive angle here right on the side of this trench, and he is going to be able to dig in and keep Rock barricaded potentially.
These are some cyberbullying angles if they can hold them. But the problem with it is the fact that Ian and Raining, neither one are in the circle yet. And if any of them go down, this is unresable. So you're specifically leaning into the fact that we think we can outshoot you. We think that we can take these 1v1s. We think that we can make sure that we can suppress you all the way down right up against the zone wall yet again and keep the pressure on. But Rock is doing a good job of just reacting. They're making sure to play into safe positions, regrouping as they can, but the more and more compacted that they get means the fact that nades could rain down on them at any given moment.
Yeah, so I think for Rock here, the option is to just crash at Type and take this spot. I think this is the best play they can make. Type, though, is on it at the end as well. Doing a great job there. 2 kills. Finally, RBN is going to find Type after he was lit up. Heather there trying to do it again, but EN is going crazy.
Santastico, the last one up for Rock. Looking up into T1. Can he take these fights? 1v3 right now. Back up against Blue Zone. Nothing to be done. And T1 picks up the round.
That is so well handled by T1. Their zone control of Songam, their control of the northern side, finding their times to take the fights on the northern edge of the circle, rotating through, clearing their edges, and then fanning out and boxing Rock out of that next circle. Absolutely brilliant.
This was a story of 2 teams' confidence. You could see it. Rock, early game, bridge camping, playing along that southern edge, taking firefights, third partying. Meanwhile, T1 opting into wide splits, holding down angles, not being afraid of any team, and just stepping up against them. And this is going to pay off well. They're going to feel really good off of this in the group stage, because we're competing up against Falcons, 17. That was kind of the name of the game at the start of the day, but it's starting to shift.
Oh, T1 took a good fight against the Falcons as well. I mean, that was a fair, basically fair 4v4, and T1 just won it outright, and Type has been really, really good for T1 today. He has been fragging out. This guy is an up-and-coming young superstar from Korea. I mean, he just has been able to be old enough to play at the global level within the last couple of years, so this guy is really making the most of it.
Problem is, 17 Falcons, they want it, man. They're going to come back, and they're going to be swinging on Miramar. this is going to be a very... we've been seeing so much aggression on Erangel.
Yeah.
Imagine what we're about to see on Miracle.
I pray.
That is going to be absolutely nuts. It feels like the lobby and the competition inside of PUBG, every international event, is just stepping up time and time again.
I'm happy to see teams like Rock step up, man.
Yeah.
They're really playing smart PUBG. That just was a bad situation they found themselves in the end. I think they made the right decision there, trying to crash Type altogether. That was the only thing in my mind. I'm like, the only way you're breaking this is grouping up, because you know that T1's spread out. The only answer you have is to group up as a ball, try to crash somewhere and break things open.
Just battle the Bulgent. You just got to get everybody together, hit their weak point, hope that you can break the line, and then catch everybody on the flanks. And I mean, the strategy was about all you could do. So sometimes it just comes down to the aim and the angle. And Type had some good ones. Kind of unlocked everything off the start.
Oh, he's just too good right now. I mean, him and Ian.
Type.
Yeah, Type, Ian as well, one of my all-time favorite players.
Well, we've got ourselves an interview with the Falcons. So Barney, take it away.
Welcome back to the Kadia Esports Arena, because I've got the man himself. It's Shrimzy here joining me from Team Falcons. Game 2 winners. Let's talk about that. Cast your mind back a little bit, Shrimzy. Game 2, you guys managed to secure the win. It looked a little bit dicey at the end, so I wanted to ask you, from your POV, how was it?
I mean, it was exceptional. We played perfectly, didn't make any mistakes, and no, we definitely messed up. Made some mistakes, but I mean, win's a win. Got to take it, so...
Luckily, you were like anchoring though that position, because then you could just be like, okay, I'll take him out.
Yeah, it is what it is. We got the job done.
It is. I mean, coming into this, the target for the group stage, of course, is just to get into the grand finals. So I want to know, from your perspective, you guys in the team, is there an element of holding anything back, like even just holding back being overly aggressive, or maybe you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive during the group stage? Do you plan that out at all? Because ultimately the target's just to get into the grand finals, then you can really focus up, right?
Yeah, so our group stage needed to be changed. We've had a lot of bad tournaments in group stage and not qualified to finals. So just trying to get more aggressive early, get some extra kills like you saw in the last game. Got aggressive on a compound that was fighting, tried to camp some rotates, and just picking up free points early game so that we can get into the late game. Or if we don't get into late game, it doesn't really matter. That's about it.
Just get points on the board. That's what we really need to think about for every single game. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your team dynamic, because anyone that knows you knows that you guys have this really nice camaraderie amongst you guys as a team. But then when it's time to lock in, you guys manage to do that. Has that come more naturally? Because, of course, knowing Kickstart last year and Kickstart now, it's like two different people. He's really come out of his shell. I can only imagine that that's like a testament to you guys as a team. But how is that team dynamic affecting when you guys decide to lock in? Is it just more natural now?
Yeah, so coming onto Falcons, we have a new performance team. Or not new, it's the same team that they've had the whole time. But for us, it's new. And, they've taught us some things that have been very helpful for us to go into from the playful mood into a, really locked in, we got to dog everyone in the game. So, yeah, I mean, I want to give credit to the performance team. I think they've done a great job with us and definitely helped us, definitely helped me and Matt a lot. So I can't say for everyone, but definitely for me and Matt.
Nice. Shrimzy, I really appreciate you joining me for this interview. Stay right there, but we are going to head over to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because when we're back, we've got more PUBG for you.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
장난 하자. 하나 더 기절. 왼쪽 가가. 확인. 왼쪽에 장군 뒤에. 4번 쪽.
확실이야.
4번 하나 몰라.
확인했어. 하나 내 쪽에 있어. 하나 내 쪽 라스트. 확인. 놓지마.
터치 해보든가.
3번 뒤 아니야? 3번 뒤. 터치 내가 딸게.
천천히 하자.
천천히. 터치 내가 딸게.
아직
3번 뒤. 나이스. 좋았다. 잘했다잉. 존나 잘했다 이번 판.
잘했다.
잘했다.
One of the oldest esports organizations in the world gets themselves a chicken dinner. T1 walks away with a big win and a big move here for the boys from South Korea. Joining me to talk about this game, Avenger, Godspeed, and Toffees overall. And looking at how that went down here, Godspeed, that's what peak performance looks like.
That is exactly what peak performance looks like. I mean, they went into that final circle with 12 kills before they even cleaned up the team. Something I want to note, though, AJAL, they went out early again.
Very sad.
Big sad.
That's just
sad.
I can tell. That's exactly what I want from you from in the future here. I just want your expectations of their state of emotion. That was perfect.
That is some hard-hitting analysis.
I do my best.
Thank you. Let's talk about T1 still, though, because, of course, that's a big kill game here for them, Toffees.
It was a big game for them. I mean, this is a roster that got put together in 24. I think they were building. It was a year to sort of learn each other. They drop Zenith, they add Heather, and I think that was just a massive pickup. So is this year for T1 to go the distance and win a PGC? I don't know that I buy into that, but I do see the idea of this is a roster that is getting progressively better, progressively stronger, and making good choices, and this was an indicator of that.
I think missing out on the direct qualification from power rankings by just a few points, Avenger, definitely would have lit a spark under them. We obviously know that from talking to Sonic at PGS 7 and 8 that they were very concerned about how things were going to go into the future.
Yeah, honestly, when you look at this, this is what this roster is exactly capable of, right? You're able to frag out there, staying 4 guys strong for such a long time, even though they're taking so many engagements. 16 kill win here, 26 points. Again, we're talking about the 60, maybe 65 points cutoff for our top 16 here. This is a third of the way there for them.
But Rock again here, Godspeed. They're doing it.
Yeah, they found another good rotation in the south, which gave them even more consistency. And then more importantly is their timing. Their timing on these third parties has been impeccable, and it's what's been able to give them the room that they've been able to work with.
It also worked out. I mean, T1, by the same token, did great in that game. One of their giant kill counts came off the back of third parties. Both of these teams understand that need to backstab, especially in the group stages, and are playing really well. Falcons get a third on that one, which I think is also going to put them in that position where they can sort of comfortably play out the rest of the group stages. Rock, Falcons, both feeling pretty gosh darn good right now. I think 17 as well. T1, I think after that confidence boost, will continue that grind forward without any issues. This is a really good-looking team.
True. I think Toffees makes a good point. This is a good start for the Americas.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that what you're...
I wasn't going to put that fine of a point on it, but
you should do that. You should do that. Yeah, yes. We want to see that. Yeah, right, we might be doing splendidly here as the Americas lineup. No, I mean, it's great for them. You know, one more good game for both of them, they'll be sitting quite comfortably in the top 16, right? And then, again, as I said before, once you get to your day 2 of play, if it's tomorrow or if it's the last day, you can have quite an impact. Like, you can be denying some of the teams you don't want to be seeing in the final, especially in such a big tournament like this here. It's not like they're coming back next week to do it again. This is huge, though. 46 points. There's quite a big gap, though, coming down from 38 to 23. The 15-point gap established here at the top 4.
Definitely. And with that said now, everybody 5th and under has to be starting to book up their ideas a little bit here, Godspeed, trying to move on. I think that we were kind of musing, okay, like Avenger was saying, does Tycon try and do something on Miramar? They need to have a big step up. You already expressed some concern about All Gamers Global.
Yeah, and the good news is that they're going into a new map, right? We're finishing out with Miramar, so this is just a mental reset. Regardless of whether they love Miramar or not, it's just a chance for them to reset the mental. Again, make sure that they are not rotating into death as they have in the earlier maps, and they actually start putting some points on the board more importantly.
I think it's about making, like you said, get on the road early. You don't want to be chasing. You know, I talked to Shrims yesterday. He said, my biggest concern is I don't like playing the third day. I don't like being chasing. You don't want to have to worry about teams that are just intentional pushing and grinding. And so getting this early start is going to be really good news.
Yeah, getting even from the 5th place, 23 points. Even DK on last place with 9th right now. We're talking about only 14 points. Like one big game for them, you're straight into the top 5. You're straight into it. But with it 4 teams at the top getting this many points here, they're already sponging a little bit. Our cutoff could be a little bit lower. But again, I'm thinking the 60 point mark is going to be around where it is.
I think you're right.
And I think it's close enough now that like a team like AG at Global, like you kind of brought up, we're disappointed how they keep going out. It's still close enough that a team like that could come out, throw up one just insane game when we get to a Wrangle or something like that, and be right back in the hunt. So I do like that.
After 4 games, is that the disappointment that stands out? Not necessarily all games Global, but the fact that GK, which we know that roster, they won Europe before PGS 7 and 8, did not have DiffX there, and still qualify for the PGS 8 final anyway, Godspeed.
Yeah, and I think it is disappointing, as you said, because now that they have DiffX and the fact that they aren't able to perform the way that they want to, again, coming into Miramar with that reset, I'm hoping they're actually able to find the footing, because as Martin said, they really only need one big game. Because it's early enough, even though it is only a 12-game qualifier, if they get a 20-point game, that immediately shoots them up into contention.
Yeah, I mean, again, for GK, they're a team that's capable of doing so, right? But you can't have that many bad games. Like, you're 9 points in 4 games here. We know that these guys are definitely capable of having these massive games. We saw Quizzy, he absolutely mowed them. But the third-party timing, as we pointed out here from Rock, like, it was a perfect third-party. They were able to clean up. You're not even able to get the chips and revive or anything. So, yeah, once we get to Miramar here, I'm hoping to see big things here from the team with the shapeshifter on.
I mean, I think the big one for me is to see a tough performance off the start. DiffX finally back is going to be a stressor to them. If you bring in the superstar that you're like, this is our, we're going to be finally hitting. And then your first day is, I don't want to say a disaster, but not what you hoped it would be.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the mental of going back as a team and being like, okay, well, what is the problem then? Is a tough place to find yourself.
A little bit of stumbling for sure has happened, and we need to see that cease now. But thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to head over to the commentary team here to bring us Miramar. The Dusty Dunes are on the cards for 2 more games here, so let's get it done.
You heard it straight from James. America's
Korea.
Yeah, and China too. I mean, a 3-way tie for second place.
Yeah,
Let's
dude,
go, man.
It's great. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. Some of the heavy hitters in PUBG Esports coming out swinging, having really good performances, and then you got Rock. I mean, a team that just is, like the desk was talking about, playing very good games these last couple of games, really starting to find their groove, find their decision-making, all those things coming together. Even Gen G kind of surprising me a little bit. I mean, I know they won the qualifiers from Korea coming into this, but my hopes, frankly, weren't super high for them.
Well, they're not having a bad day, really. They're like, they're having not a stellar day, but they're putting themselves in position to where if they can continue up this pacing, they could probably qualify. Question is, whenever it comes to Gen G, it feels like they qualify, but then they're like 15, 16 every single time in the grand finals. So while group stage is good enough, when are we going to get the Gen G that is the historic Gen G?
Right, and I mean, you're looking for a player to start leading the charge, and it could be Tosi. I mean, he's been the one that even when, you bring Barpo onto the team when he had that great year in 2023, so they say, okay, we're going to bring Barpo in. He was the best player in PWS for a little while there, and he really couldn't get it done. So you saw that Tosi at the global level was the one performing, so now you're building around him and Orca. You bring Flame in. He had some really nice moments today. That fight he took in Tego was really, really good. So all these things, who knows, maybe you're getting some kind of step ups here for Gen G.
I need to go find a stick and kind of like do the whole like hitting against AGAL and be like, do something, man. Yeah. This is a squad that we shouldn't be talking about when are they going to pop off. It should be every single game. How are they not popping off is the bigger question, because it feels like they're getting into firefights. Is it an overconfidence issue? I mean, I know we're just blind speculating right now, but this is a squad that if you drop them against another 4, it should be scary almost every single time.
Agreed. For me, one thing that concerned me going back to the Rondo game for them was not clearing their northern edge when the circle started closing to that hard southwest shift. Moves away from Stadium there, and there was BB Team above them, and I'm like, you guys got to clear that. Like, BB Team is just going to slam into the back of you when you guys move up to that hillside. You got to do something about that, and they never did. And so it's, for me, I think a bigger thing is decision making right now. Like you're talking about, the individual talent is a known quantity on this team. You know that they could frag out of control.
But I mean, even early game firefights, where I would figure would be their most comfortable position to be playing from. We're not seeing the successes for it, but I'm not done and ready to count it out yet. But I'm going to count out an island circle.
Yeah, pretty much not possible. If people want to see an island circle, the first circle basically has to be half land, half water.
Yep.
This one's a little too far shifted over, so I don't think it's very likely. You never know. Maybe we'll get that one in a couple thousand games that ends on one of the islands, but very unlikely is the sad state of affairs for those of us who love chaos in the circles. But for now, you're going to have teams like Geek, who the desk was talking about, really needs to step it up, have good early positioning, potentially.
I mean, 17 Falcons and T1 in a three-way fight for second right now is absolutely nutty. Nope, looks like Thanadol already done. He's going to get finished off, so full sense not really sensing out exactly where the Expendables were going to be at, but with the circle, Expendables going to be in a good spot. DK as well. Genji just going to be to the north of them. Burulam to the further north of that position, but then over into the west, we're going to have ourselves Na'Vi, all with good inside track positions. So we've got a lot of water in the circle, yes, the islands, but we also do have those fields west of Impala that are going to eat up a lot of space. This has got a lot of very interesting shifts that it could go, or it could go hellaciously cruel.
Yeah, no, the fields are awful. Like they're really tough to play, and you're absolutely correct. So when you're looking at that, that's as a fan, you're kind of hoping it doesn't go fields, and a lot of the players probably feel that way too, except for maybe like Na'Vi or Genji or maybe even TE who can get in there earlier, Geek. But one thing I want to point out real quick about seeing that the Expendables get a kill early like that, that's often an indicator that they're going to have a pretty good game. Like, they're a team that loves to go out, find those picks early, do some damage. They get this one for free, unlike the one on Erangel against Buriram. And if like they can find that confidence, start winning these 1v1s, that's when they start to accelerate. That's when they start to find their comfort in their groove.
Well, PGC, where we saw the biggest successes with them was whenever they were pulling off like these tricksy plays and like backstabbing people and just really reading the circles well. Yeah, we know that they've got a lot of fragging power, but in addition to just being highly charismatic, I'm looking at you, Duck Juice. Dude is just fun to be around if you guys didn't know.
He is.
But on top of that, it's just a squad that's a lot headier than sometimes they come off as. But I don't feel like we've been seeing that opportunistic Expendables as much.
Exactly. They haven't really found those opportunities. So, you know, immediately I start looking at players like Delwyn, who we saw at PNC was so effective at going out on his own, finding that first kill, opening up that little bit of extra space for them to work with, that snowballed into good team fights, into good late games, that started to get them tremendous amounts of points as Team Vietnam. So you have Tanvu, you have Delwyn there. You know, Cloris is a tremendous fragger. He's played for the Vietnamese PNC team before as well. So you have great players on that. We know they won PGC, right? Like it's you can say they're great, and it's like, well, no kidding, you idiot. Like they won a global event, like But
one of the closest global events.
Yes.
It's not the closest.
Yeah.
I think that's the closest that it's ever been. Right?
Well, they had to come back from like 50 or 60 points down or whatever it was, and like I remember still talking to Duck Juice before that last day started. I'm going, man, you guys have a hell of a hill to climb here, and he goes, oh yeah, easy.
That's just how he is, man.
It's like, what?
Like, I don't know. That squad is so incredibly likable. So if you guys have not followed them on social media or checked out the stuff that's going on around them, I firmly recommend it. Even if you don't speak the language or anything else like that, support the squads from counter regions from you and just enjoy whatever it is that they've got going on. Gen G, early fight yet again, and it's going to be against GSW. It's going to be Sheldon.
Hey, he's all alone, though. He went for a little bit of an information gathering mission here for his team, and he might be paying the price. Orca's got to be so careful here as the one. Might give Xiaotong the opportunity to go for the flush. The rest of Gen G wasn't in a position. That's a bit of a misstep here, I think, from Orca. He could have waited a little bit longer for the reinforcements to get there, but felt confident for some reason that he could take this fight. Now, they're still going to win it because of a good grenade from Bean, but you lose a player there, and now you have to be thinking, well, is the rest of GSW going to come in here and crash us? Are we ever going to get ourselves the opportunity to go for the revive? Because if we do, we got to go away from this currently safe, somewhat centralist position.
I mean, it's interesting whenever we look at Gen G because there are some there's no nice way of saying it. There's some blatant weird things that happen sometimes that cost them pretty massively. But presently, they're in 6th place, above the Expendables, above BB Team, who just comes out, and then all the way down in 13th, one of the strongest squads that we can think of, AGAL, just not really finding anything yet. So we're in a weird situation with Gen G where it almost feels like they're figuring out what's going wrong, but they're not quite at the stage to firmly cement in their play style or what's causing the issues.
Agreed.
But they're on the right path at least.
Yes, it is getting better. That is for sure. I mean, Lakelo does a good job with those boys. He's been a long-time veteran of PUBG Esports, so he certainly is capable of kind of getting them in the right mindset, getting them in the right direction. And we've seen that to some degree, where they've just kind of always hanging around. They're always doing well enough to kind of find themselves in final lobbies. But like you said, when they get to those final lobbies, that's where they usually crumble. So that's where I want to see them start to step up if they can get there. Toyo on the move up to the north. They got Buriram just to their south, and then Gen.G kind of repositioned just a little bit further south themselves to get a little bit more central circle here early. But Toyo just going to have to do some scouting. Not much going on around them unless CTG does something a little bit crazy.
Yeah, most teams already inside the circle. Most of the Falcons about to cross in, make it into the safe zone. Rock down around Los Siones, about to do the same thing. Sharper way down to the south around Puerto Priso, most likely is going to be their pathing. Uh-oh. There's a crate on the island, Paper.
Oh, well, that means we're going island then.
I mean, the circles follow the crates,
yeah,
right?
Maybe.
That's what I have been told.
Maybe that's the rumor. I don't know if it's true, but maybe maybe Earth. He's in a glider. He could go pick that crate up. I mean, even if it doesn't go there, I mean,
because that's what I obviously do. I look to the island for loot every single time I'm driving around in a glider.
I don't think anybody's going to get it. But.
I mean, that's probably the highest opportunity for it. We're just toying with Toby, who always wants to be looking at those island circles right now.
Oh yeah, we gotta give him a little love now that he's back with us. So GSW only 3 players here. That's the Falcons right next to them. HWin so darn close to this, but I don't think he got much info. Plus, you have a player up on the plateau there. CC could find a great strike here.
Oh, HWin spotted it. Tries to juke back down. Is going to get spotted. Is CC going to line up a bit more? This is a big problem for Falcons. They're just coming in full reinforcements. Pop up at the top of the hillside, but CC gets another one. Finally, he goes down. But up on top, big problems. AZ wants to go for the flush, but can't quite connect the tail end of it. Let's not forget about Ming, though. He might have an angle.
This is just great work by CC there, keeping himself hidden for long enough that he could do some serious damage. Kick in trouble, has to go prone, and I think he just got down in time. But this is a consequence of GSW sending that player out early and losing them, so they just kind of had to stand pat, and Falcons didn't expect it or read it well enough, and great work by GSW to keep themselves hidden in these long flanked out positions. They're doing some crazy good damage to the Falcons.
HWin looks like he's pretty much done too. Kickstart gonna get spotted. AZ just the high ground. It is so strong. Now down to just Shrimzy. And what is he gonna opt into doing? Looks like he's just gotta leave his teammates behind. Play for safety, play for points. I mean, they're doing pretty good on the leaderboard right now, so not feeling too bad about it, but salvage what you can. And GSW, opportunity shoots them up quite a bit if you look at it. 3 points is a big difference down from the position they were playing at, now sitting in 11th place, tied up with Toyo.
Yeah, this is great stuff in a man-down situation early in the game. To find points like this, that's got to give you some confidence that you can do some damage as this one goes on. I'm going to assume, I was going to say, the crate is not going to dictate our circle this time around. Navi,
look, Twitch chat tells me things and I have to believe
I'm sorry.
it, right?
I'm sorry you read that.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say Navi's popping an E pickup, but it might just be an info gathering little situation. T1's going to drive right down the half pipe there and try to figure out where they can go. This one is looking more and more likely that it's actually going to be that field ending that we were kind of concerned about. So you got to get real estate early here.
So there's a couple of points along the half pipe that you talked about that can be played, like most notably around the ramps. There are some opportunities, but it does not feel good. So curious to see what teams are going to go for as far as where they find strengths at. 17 is going to be the gatekeeping team, a bit ahead of what we're going to be looking at with Sharper. Well, I say gatekeeping, they're kind of moving as well. TE ahead of that, so they do have a way to breach in, but Bullsits just jumps out wanting to deal a tight, but they do manage to pick him up. Ian starting to do some work of his own, picks up 2. Is he going to make it a 3rd? Tries to go for the runaround, stops off, peeks out and around. Bullsits is down, and Ian eats them all.
Dude, he is still just so good. I mean, he's even the IGL for this team too, and even though you're going to lose type, that's still a huge win for T1, and it's a lot of EN there, just playing that angle around that vehicle so well. An unexpected crash, and he handles it brilliantly. God, he's been so good for so long, and I'm so happy that he's gotten another chance here with a big org, just like in the past. They saw the potential with him. Sonic kept him around, had the trust to lead the team.
Coming back. as a heads up. It looks like we did see the blue chip come into play. Shrimsy did find it. He couldn't get the other two members because they were down and slowly bleeding out.
Is he going to the island?
Oh, I mean, Crate's there, bro.
Heck yeah. That actually, hilariously enough.
It could be big.
Well, the funny thing is the glider is near him for Sharper. So.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
I assume Earth is going to see that. Earth might have even seen the
No, he's looking
crate.
at the other side. Look, you can see
You're
the
right.
little arrow.
Yeah,
he's not
you're
even
right.
looking direct. I mean, nobody's expecting it.
Did he grab a boat? What is Earth doing out there? I don't know. But
no, he's in the glider. Isn't that what we saw?
Yeah, he should have been in a glider. But he stopped right at the coast of the island. Anyway, whatever. It's not that important.
No, this is highly important.
He did get
the boat. He stole a boat, so Tig's not going to have the boat that he thought was going to be there.
Oh my God. If that's intentional, like if he saw Tig and he's like, nah, I'm just going to steal the boat. There might be another one out there. I think there's a couple that spawn out by that island, but that's so funny.
All right, yeah. This is going to slow things down a bit. Shrimsy's way over on the other side of the circle entirely, still being kind of harassed by AZ in positioning. DB team still kind of grouped up. They're going to have Sharper that's going to be now encroaching in right back behind them. Most of our other teams have kind of settled into the fields. No big pushes yet. Really, it's just Sharper wanting to kind of bully their way into Impala.
Yeah, they've done a really great job with this late rotation of Sharper, using that glider nicely to get some info, able to regroup with a boat, able to find themselves some kind of territory. Now, it's not easy to fight out of there. Again, as if things continue to get funneled into the fields, you just have to start playing for kills around the edge, because as the game drags on, you're just getting into worse and worse positions. So Sharper has an opportunity, but BB needs big points as well.
Well, Sharper is very separated out. They've got several members that were trying to go more Impala. Circle does pop, and it is leading right in the fields, so T1's kind of split position along half pipe is going to be a bit scary. They're going to get a lot of friends about to come say hello, most notably 17, going to be the first ones on it. Rock, good position, playing from Cantera all the way down south pretty much. They've got a lot of space that they can kind of navigate, play those hillsides.
This is a big fight for AGL. They need to have some serious damage done to Toyo, and they're lighting them up with the blue zones pre-pop there. Toyo's just eating it. Tycon finishing what the blue zone grenade started. Nice stuff here for AGL. Oh no!
Oh, steps back. That's fine. Rebo doesn't manage to get one, but Mas does get the second follow-up, and Toyo is eliminated, and there are the kills that everybody was expecting coming out from game number 1, finally happening in game number 5.
Well, we talked about it, that when it comes to these kind of situations where they're in close quarters fights, like there should be no better team on the planet. You would think in moments like that. You got Tycon, Himas, they get 2 kills apiece. That's exactly what you want. Look at this from Ian here with the AK even. Look at the way he's making sure he's safe with those sprays. Doesn't want to give himself up because he knows that he needs to be that anchor or the forward firing position. Meanwhile, Genji doing some more damage in this. Buriram can settle up here. There is this little mini canyon that's outside of this compound that's safe-ish. Just depends on if somebody crashes you from behind.
Well, Rock's actually got pincered points around it looking at, and there's about to be a 4th contender, as I believe it has changed the game. That has 2 of their members that are rotating over here. So we'll have to see, get some cover in, and you can see it's going to be Wimbo on the other side of this compound that's going to go stop off. T1 getting harassed at range from 17, who's got pretty much the God compound inside the circle right now.
Yeah, this was great early scouting by Lil Ghost for 17. I was watching him on the map, and he was able to get this position for free, and this is one of those power positions. This and the one Navi's in, if Navi can get through it safely, which can be tricky because there's enough stuff around Navi's compound that is kind of playable. And meanwhile, CTG here, I thought for a moment they might use this Dust Storm to try to sneak their way into Navi or Buriram's positions, but they don't feel comfortable to do so. But regardless, 17 Navi looking like they're going to have really good late game potential as long as they can lock things down.
So Sharper's made a rotate, but it's kind of slowed down a regroup between the expendables. Tanvu's just going to be over to the east. The other members are going to be more down in the south. But Sharper is going to try to use the Sandstorm to kind of creep by, getting very close to BB, running right in between all of them. Are they headed towards the second part of this split that BB's got set up? They're going to spot him out there, but they're going to have to pump in a lot of damage. Just jumps into a vehicle, trying to use it for cover hits. I don't know. Is that how you make new cars?
I believe so. I think Pansy would have something fun to say about that one. But this is just Maldoc trying to break that BRDM. Now, the 7.6 guns will shred those things pretty quick. So you can see already on very low health is that BRDM. It is in danger of being blown up very quickly. So Sharper has to make a decision making now, and it's right into T1.
I don't know if this is the decision you wanted to make.
jumps out, and it's just a ton of bullets already lined in. Does get the knock onto Raining, but that is going to be all she wrote and should be reserved.
Oh, man, T1, they even got the res here onto tight, so this is crazy good stuff for them. It was Raining who actually just drove out of the circle. I saw him driving away as 17 was making. What in the world's going on here? 17's crumbling.
Well, they're outside the circle, so they were trying to make a run into this angle. They get caught off. While this is going on, T1's trying to regroup. It looks like the Expendables might be trying to make a path into them. DK is already wrapping around the very far north. Rock also has to make a push in by themselves. BB just doesn't have very many options, so they're going to play the northern section, but they're going to be wrapping into Burrom in just a second. Stop off before they bump into them. Rock will have the high ground on them in just 1 second, but with everything that's going to be happening all out and around, there's not too much more that can work with. BB just going to take a ton of damage, but exchanges in bullets is getting knocks on Burrow's side as well.
That's even exchanges there. T1 starting to crumble underneath the Expendables, who drove up into their backside right after Sharper. So a couple big battles happening here on the map, but this one very crucial for BB to get further. And Navi wants some of this too. They're starting to peek up and over. A grenade from Hakatori is going to finish Edie off. So that's 1 point there for Navi, but I think they saw Rock coming up on the hill. Yeah, H1's back too. So Tiggleton died out in the blue. He wasn't able to get back. But Shrimsy got some revenge. I saw off screen. He did some damage to GSW as they were trying to drive in.
I mean, take one down, pass it around, get you a new Falcons player, I guess is the way it's working right now. Okay, Rock, you've got the high ground, but everybody else is in the low ground, and they don't like you right now, and so every peak is going to get pretty punished. Shrimsy does get the flush onto, what was, I believe, one of the Rock members, but H1 is going to go down. Navi kind of caught up on more what's going on around them at the time. Heather for T1 did move in very close to the northeast. They were wanting to see if maybe they can kind of survive out here for now, but 17 also going to encroach in from the southeast, as this is the compound where all of the party is going on.
Yeah, Falcons do eventually fall. Shrimsy doing a great job this game, just salvaging anything he could there for them. So that was a really difficult situation they found themselves in, came out of it nice. Fantastico, let's lose. There's so many players right there. If that grenade is on, they are dunzos. There are mortars raining out as well, but I think the grenade, it just did splash a little bit of damage in there, it looked like, but not quite on the point enough there. BB able to get back to the safety of their bus and their smokes for now.
Remember, this is pretty much open field, so everybody is just kind of hunkered down in that path right along the road, or you are around this compound. Rock is just to the west of that, in the high ground, looking down at everybody rotating. They can harass. They have so much control. So the team in first place, having control of so much of the circle already, really the only team they can't harass is going to be Navi that's in compound. 17 trying to make a desperation play, but it is going to be Aries that does spot him out.
I'm curious what the Expendables want to do there. They're just going to try to fan out in the fields and just try to play for the late game here. Circle is very much in favor of doing that. You kind of assume that everybody on the west side is just going to beat each other up. There's so many teams that are stuck around Navi's compound there that really you only have to worry about like Gen G. Essentially, until that fight kind of concludes over on your west is the Expendables. So they are really doing a nice job navigating this game. They did wipe out T1 previously, so they're in a position where they could get pretty deep into this one.
This is a pretty scary road. We've got the Expendables down to the south and AGAL up to the north. DK is going to be very close to them. Gen G and the compounds in the middle could get a lot of attention. Tycon already knows exactly where DK is going to be at. Blue Zone Aid's going to come out. Not probably going to force them out of the compound of safety for the time being.
Fantastico? Hello?
Well, yeah. I mean,
hitting mortars?
The nades didn't work, so the mortars worked.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Go to plan B, which was way better than plan A, it turns out.
Yeah, sometimes it do be like that.
Man, oh my God, he's getting the flushes too. This is so brutal for BB team. And now you got one player, very low health, stuck behind the bus. But let's listen into Rock here for a moment.
어디 소리 들리지 않느냐? 3번 쪽, 3번 쪽. 3번 쪽. 여기네. 나비가
Deixa eu pegar minha DMR, Ele pode ter rilado agora, não?
Não,
Eu tenho uma nade, mano.
Vem cá.
Mano, qualquer coisa dá pra vocês descer. Dá pra nós parar aqui e cravar nele, não, Bel? Vocês descer assim pra matar os dois. Vamos tentar mirar ele,
Tá lá.
Atrás do Jeep.
Tô. Vamos, vem, desce.
Bora. Bota a DMR, primeiro.
Okay, what are you going to do? Looks like it's going to be sending down the hillside. Can we see some BB revenge, or is the car going to be enough cover? Looks like it is going to provide it. They do manage to make landfall right over there next to Bestalock.
New set of nades coming out, going to make Best of Luck have to run for the hillside, but remember, Gen G is going to have vision on a new angle, AGAL as well, but they're kind of caught up looking at Geek K right now. This has just kind of turned into a catastrophe for everybody over here. Best of Luck is going to go down. Santastico finally does spot him out as the kill count continues to climb for Rock.
And Na'Vi now realizes that they've got a weakened Rock top team here in this lobby, and they have a chance to just knock him out of this game for now. They've already gotten one knock there. Sosid stretching out, finding some good damage. Tycon continuing to rock and roll up on the north, man. That is AGL starting to pick up some steam potentially. Still a tough fight for them against a dug-in Geekay. See if they can keep that up. But I was kind of hoping that when we got the listen in with Rock that they had a C4 play up their trick. Like when I saw the motorcycle come through, I'm like, oh, please tell me someone has a C4 and you're just going to yeet it at Na'Vi or something.
AGAL, looks like it's time to make some decisions. Circle stays pretty centered, so Gen G going to be the beneficiary of that. Kind of, Heather. Kind of. Can't really say too much more than that. AGAL very surrounding DK right now, and DK trying to see if they can weather the storm of bullets coming after them from both sides, but it has kind of caused this entrenched, slowed down game. Na'Vi does take out the last member of CTG that was just down to their south, so they should have a bit more options in rotation, as I believe Rock did get a res. So they're back up to 2. Means that we've got pretty much Heather for T1, Gen G in a good spot, the Expendables right along the half-pipe road, so should be able to find themselves a good spot for now. And a firefight up into the north to see who can get control over it, and everybody else just going to be making a mad dash in.
Yeah, smokes are out. Grenade there. Doesn't get in. It bounces outside as the heel's trying to come through. And they're still not able to get him in there. So AGAL not really finding the more, just not getting inside of there. The smoke's kind of working against him. Hymas able to at least find one, though. Spyro with an MP5 trying to do some damage there. And Tycon will go down for that. There's no backup here. Spyro still holding on.
He's just entrenched, and he's slowed down the pacing of everything. This has become a big problem. Geekay knew that they were in trouble, but this is allowing a new set coming up from Rock. Spyro just comes out and is dirty. Make sure to secure the kill, does get another knock, and now AGL in a lot of trouble. Dipex is still alive over on the other side of the road. Rock is now set up. They've got their 2 members in there. They still want some more out of this. So now AGL, who is setting the pace, blows a ton of utility and doesn't get much out of it. Heather, though, does manage to use some utility pretty efficiently, doing some jukes around, tries to get some more, but does get the knock on to extends. Thayrus finishes him off.
Oh, man, he just barely missed there after that first seat swap. He could have had 2 quick ones and maybe done more damage, but now the Expendable is going to try to use that opportunity to make a move. Flame has eyes on it. Flame's got some damage down, almost gets the knock on a Delwyn. Another couple good shots landing, but isn't able to connect enough to get a player on their knees for the Expendables, and they're trying to reposition. They're trying to use those cars to block off Gen G's angle. They're going to fan out a little bit west, see what they can claim while Na'Vi's recouping.
This is an interesting kind of wrap choice that they're going to use, because there is a couple of little divots, as you can see, that's going to be along this hillside that they can kind of sneak in. They know how some of the movement's been going on over here. They've been watching it for quite a while, so they know exactly where Na'Vi's going to be positioned. Up to the north, it looks like K is going to try to make a pretty desperate rotate as well. I think that they managed to get through it for the time being, but Rock has managed to spot them out. Does get the knock onto 1. Na'Vi is just trying to stay alive for the time being, and the Expendable is just going to start a continued tear over here, it feels like. Santastico has spotted out. Looks like he might actually be coming over here doing some reinforcements. Glorious doesn't even care. He's going over and getting, like, loot right now. He's like, nah, you guys got this.
Yeah. You guys are doing enough damage. Oh, perfect timing.
You got this.
Perfect timing there, right? As Sosid was trying to throw some util, and the Expendables just dislodge Na'Vi, no problem at all. Gen G hanging on to the edge of the circle here on the east, just trying to play gatekeeper as best as they can, but this has opened up space here for the Expendables. Maybe Tosi hitting some good shots, taking Duck Juice down momentarily, but the Expendables have claimed these hay bales that are on the other side of the road, so Gen G gonna have to fight their way out. Some util in their hands. You can see there, Bean still has a frag, still has some smoke, so they've got some toys to work with.
Okay, what do you have in the tank, Gen G? You've got the compound, but you're up against PGC champion and present leaderboard top of the guy right now in Rock. Rock's in a bit more of a, I guess, desperate situation given the fact that they don't have as much numbers nor as much cover, as it's kind of bouncing around and flying off to the heavens here and there as it's exploding. But they have been very proactive as Rock is sitting at 8 kills up alongside the Expendables, both just kind of cutting a path into the circle.
Yeah. honestly, that van explosion is pretty nice for Santastico for now. That gives them a pretty nice angle on top of the Expendables, and it's helping that Gen G's putting some pretty good damage down too. So, you know, it's a tough position to be in as the Expendables. They took a great hit against Na'Vi, but, you know, trying to find these reses, having to use a lot of smokes to make any kind of positioning happen. And you know, Clories is in the circle, sure, but, you know, you had to do these reses on the backside. Gen G's going to be very tunneled in on you. Yep, there you go. Bean as well finding damage, and that's going to be their go signal to try to make their strike.
Got to be a bit careful. BL might have some vision, and Bean's doing a good job on providing cover, enough for them to at least cross over into the road. Can they step in secure? The Expendables, though, are reacting so fast. They're shifting directly back into this, but trying to set up some utility. Looks like they were maybe trying to throw a nade and get caught with their pants down.
Yeah, that's tough for the Expendables. Gen G playing this extremely well. They recognized that situation that Clories was on his own, and they could capitalize. TE was trying to change direction to see if they could do something about it, but by the time they did, Gen G already had that hillside under their control, had the safety of that cover. They have an anchor position with Bean, who's continuing to rain from that building. Really well thought out here by Gen G.
So the hay bales that we can see BL playing from are the new focus, and that's good for Gen G. They realize they have the strength of the road, so they can kind of wrap whichever way they want, except for the angle that BL's holding down. Bean's trying to counter move into that. Santastico's trying to hold him back, so that's why you can kind of see the crossfire. BL down to the lower section of what's going on with Gen G. Well, it's going to be Santastico trying to see if he can kind of corral the Expendables into Gen G, or maybe stop Bean from getting any angles onto BL, because right now, this crossfire is all that Rock has to work with. They've got near on no cover, and they're going to have to be making some movements. Gen G has much easier pathing options, but they have the focus of the entirety of the lobby on them.
Yeah, so it comes down to Gen G playing safe. And if you get lucky, maybe Rock and the Expendables just end up kind of mutually assured destructioning each other. As you do have to be careful there, able to get back behind the hay bales. So BL going to go for the vehicle on the other side. Tanvu Delwyn just trying to wait this out as long as they can, but you know, Tanvu in particular on the worst edge of the circle possible, so making a move forward going to be tricky. I have no idea if he even has any smokes because they used so many just not too long ago. I don't think this is going to be very doable for them unless somehow they found some more util.
Especially because Flame has just been having one hell of a day right now. He's the guy that's holding back the Expendables, so see how he can handle with the 2v1 focus lined up against him. Tosi looks like he's going to be the guy that's going to have to deal with BL. So a lot of kind of 1v1, 1v2 fights, given the fact that there are still 4 members up. Santastico, though, does have some focus on what he's going to be looking at with the Expendables while they are managing to try to creep in. Bean's going to be the one that spots out Tanvu, does get the knock onto him. Flame took a lot of damage out of that, but should have enough time to maybe get this res off for the Expendables. Is Flame going to be able to creep forward? He's going to start running out of cover here in a second. Yeah, I was going to say, he's probably going to shift down into the road, so BL moves, that opens up the road, Flame just jumps in and takes it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of extra juice in that blue zone backpack for Flame there so he could survive just a little bit longer. Delwyn putting some fire down, a little bit of damage done, at least keeping Gen G honest below the hillside, but for now he has no helmet. That's a real big problem for him, especially at this angle, because that's what's going to be offered to Gen G when he starts peeking up.
I mean, he has like, what, maybe one strap of armor left? Just a dangling piece that's blowing in the wind is the only cover he's got, as we are now in phase number 9, and it's all going to come down to the center. Santastico's pretty close to it right now, being on the other side of it. Odd team out is going to be the Expendables. Already dropped down on their bellies, going to have to crawl forward, and this is going to be very, very brutal for everybody, pretty much except for Gen G.
Look at what Gen G's done here. They're using these smokes to cut off Rock's angles onto them so they can focus onto the Expendables, knowing that it's going to be really difficult for Rock to make a wide swing up to their southeast, or excuse me, to their northeast to try to kind of hammer onto Gen G. And yeah, there you go. Flame's got Tanvu down. That's another point over to Gen G. Looks like they might be in cruise control here. It's just going to come down to maybe them versus Rock if they can finish off Delwyn.
A lot of pressure going to be on Bean. There's the nade. Flame picks up another one. So 3v2. Can we see the lineups come up? Santastico sitting at 5 kills right now. He has been absolutely rocking this lobby. Flame on the other side, though, starting to feel it. Throws out all the nades right into Santastico's face. He braves it. Counter utility coming out, but BL is going to go down. Tosi now leading the way. Santastico gets some damage on a Tosi, but there's a follow-up. Santastico takes down Bean.
We've seen this before from Santastico, what he can do in these moments. He's hit big 1v3s before. 4. That is going to be point confirmed for Tosi. As Gen.G takes a pause, Tactical takes damage, he takes a stun. He can prone down. I think he's actually maybe safe there if there's no more frags or mollies.
For the time being, problem is the blue zone is right at his heels. He knows he has to move. So much utility now coming out. He wants it, but he cannot find it. It is going to be Gen.G picking up the victory.
Yeah, that's extremely well handled from Gen.G. You know, losing a player early, right? Remember, back to the very beginning of that game, they lost Orca to GSW, and they're able to hang on, lock down their positions, find their moments, isolate fights, pick teams apart piece by piece, and not give anything else over.
Well, understanding your win conditions in that circle in the territory you need to control. They realized how their lineups were. They did a great job of defending against it. And shout out to the Expendables as well as Rock. There is no easy mode for these guys right now. They want every single point that they can get. They are hungry and they want to prove themselves. And Gen.G just played very clean in-game to deny them out.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Expendables played this game very, very well. I mean, finding their moment to strike on a T1 to knock everybody but Heather out, claiming that southern edge for themselves, being able to work pretty methodically there. Again, they did something similar to Gen.G where they're picking teams apart piece by piece, making their moves, and then they get that moment on the Na'Vi when they can just make it rain with grenades and wipe them off the board. That's the Expendables you want to see, that smart, calculated, aggressive style.
Well, that's what we're talking about, the opportunistic team. You know, the one that realizes this is our moment to pounce. This is where we can jump. We can third party this, finding so much inside of it. And Gen.G finding more and more strengths, seeing if maybe they could be that team that so many fans are waiting for them to be. We're going to take a quick break while we get everything ready for our last game of the day.
Hi guys, I'm here with Tojo, and I'm standing here with Capitan. Well, with that Tego circle closing in on you, what was running through your mind when like the multiple teams were just coming at you all at once?
Yeah, it was really difficult. We expected that the circles comes to us. That really doesn't matter. We tried to do a good fight in between two teams. We did a good fight to have a good ground to play, but we tried. We placed, I think we have 3 points in that game. It was already sad, but we are going to get more in the next game.
Do you think maybe playing more aggressively on that last bit would have helped your case a little bit more?
Yeah, that was the idea. I say it. We need to play aggressive for that team in the edge to have a better ground after that. But I have a mistake there. I dive like very bad, and my team tried to kill them, but we didn't.
Oh, well, better luck on your next matches. All right, thank you, Capitan.
뚝배기 없었으면 오는 거 빨면 돼. 제 점짜기장.
나 기어다 찾을게. 그냥 오는 거
그대로야, 그대로.
서클 잡을 때 볼게.
그대로야.
켜져 봐. 나왔다 오른쪽 삥 맞고 다시 들어간다. 제가 삥 맞았게. 삥 넣었어.
먼저 안 내밀어도 된다.
준아 그냥 너 해. 과감하게 해. 너가 이겨. 삥 깔게.
안 보인다. 단차가 있는 것 같아. 단차. 오른쪽에 있어. 밀대 오른쪽에 그대로 있어. 나 움직이는 거 못 받는다. 기어 나왔다. 4번 쪽으로. 나이스. 헤이. 가제. 몇 개야 얘들아? 예. 잘 먹었다.
Genji on the dunes gets themselves the victory. Where's Clinton when you need him? That's a great win for them to be able to take it against all the opposing teams over in those fields. Joining me, Avenger. We got Godspeed. We got Toffees. He's looking through his notes. I'm not going to him just yet. Where's Avenger? That's Genji looking cool.
Yeah, big games for Genji here. Obviously, being in the Korean qualifier, was able to make moves, and it's good to see them coming in here. It's honestly quite a hard compound to come out. It's called Tire Pop for a reason, this compound, but the way that it kind of worked out for them, and them having the whole ridge to kind of work on, that really set them up for success in the late game. Also, it felt a little bit like Expendables with 4 could have taking this home here. What do you think?
You could have definitely argued that they could have taken it. It's almost like Clories didn't even care. Right?
Yeah.
Didn't even care. That being said, to bounce off what you were saying, Genji worked that ridge absolutely beautifully. They went all the way to the south and they went back up to the north to kind of clean up the fight that was happening with the AJL. So it was just, very well played.
It sure was.
No.
We need an emotional statement.
Genji has to be happy with that. But yes, Rock, I will also say, frustrated to have another second place come down that pipeline. They're qualified. They're going to be happy with their performance. But I was also very impressed with Rock in this game yet again. Surprising us. It's like that guy standing behind. You don't expect the person in line. You turn, Rock, you're there again. Every single game, Rock is popping up behind you.
Like, what are you doing down there?
Where'd you come from?
Pops out, no. Old man.
But every single time they're there, they're putting in points. They get 9 kills in this game with another 15, and it's done this way that you don't even notice until it's too late.
I mean, this is important, right? As much as Genji gets the win here, and great for them to bump up the standings, the day has been Rock's day here, Godspeed. They're constantly at the top. It's like that first kind of foray into success today just sparked something in them that has seen non-stop success.
And it started terribly. Game 1 and 2 on Erangel was not good for them whatsoever, but once they hit Rondo, their rotations I've noticed actually every game they've stayed on the west side of the map. So I don't know if that's a conscious decision where they drop every time, but they've stayed on the western edge and they've controlled the western edge every single time, and they've done it to perfection.
It felt like there was a spark moment at PGS as well for them, Avenger, when you kind of saw how they were playing things out. We saw kind of flubs here and there. Mr. Sentastico himself. Ooh.
Yeah, and also I think 5 kills for him in this game here, right? The way they had to control the high ground. If there were more than 2 that pulled up onto PP team there, they could have had a better game here. They had to lay low kind of towards the later stages of the game, right? But still, fantastic game for them. We also got to say it's good to see All Gamers Global to kind of pull up and get double digits here for the first time. Was it a Tycon turn on? 4 kills? What do you think?
I give it a Tycon turn on, or at least a Tycon turn up. Is it starting to look better, right? Yeah. And we talked about ALGL, one of those teams that can turn it up, get a big points, and get back in the mix, and here they are with a good game. So yeah, I'm willing to say Tycon turn up for you there.
It's great.
Yeah,
it's great.
All right, stop it, you guys. I've got the overalls. Let's stop these guys as quickly as possible and see how everything's shaping up so far, because Rock is flying high. This is kind of ridiculous, actually, for day number 1 here at the Esports World Cup. 61 points. T1 jumps into that second place with 46, and 17 Gaming since the beginning of the day has slipped here somewhat, Avenger.
Yeah, they fall to 5th. That's kind of insane. And yeah, congrats to Rock for being in the finals here. It's not the team that you're kind of going to be expecting to be making a hot drop situation or forcing someone out on their last day of play, but still, it's an exciting team that, going into the last 7 matches of their Esports World Cup group stage, they're going to have a lot of space for them to kind of turn up to.
It's not fancy, it's fundamental. And I think that's the way they approach this game in blocks. They sort of block it out, they play this section in a certain way, and they kind of move through their system. The problem I have is that it is very systematic, and there's going to be a point where the rest of the teams, when they start to lead and look at these guys, are going to say, there's the system, I can break it down.
The big thing is I don't think they're going to be able to keep the amount of control they've had on their edge in the next lobby the way they've done here. They'll still be good, but they're going to have much less space to work with.
That said, again, this has been a developing year for them, so they will learn through the School of Hard Knocks and bounce back. Looking at the bottom half of the leaderboard, there's some shocks here for me a little bit. I think a BB team, a little bit in the struggle bus right now, is not feeling great. GK Esports, I think, surprising with Diffx back. Again, we talked about in the last segment, another game where another struggle.
I've got 2 surprises down here, and it's GK and BB only. The other ones, teams, not so much.
Yeah.
Like, even though, we have Buriam, a team that had really big moves in APAC, it's a really difficult lobby to come in here and really dominate. And that's why I feel like Rock, they're thriving in a setting where it's very chaotic, and they're taking control on an edge where it's like, okay, we can fight one team and kind of move slowly towards the next kind of stages here. But once you get to the grand final, like, teams are going to turn into beast mode, and that's going to be extremely difficult to keep on holding on to the top 4.
DK did have a good last game though, so
yeah, they did.
That was good.
They keep getting rocked up on though in some of those moments where they get a few kills here and there, and then absolute annihilation from that point on though.
Good news for them and everybody else is that Rock is... I can't believe I'm saying this, sponging up all the points, right? Rock has come out there and is so far ahead that I do think it's going to leave a little bit of an opening for them when they come back in this final game and their next day of play to still pick up some options for survival.
I suppose for a circle like this, though, in those kinds of fields west of Impala, if you've got the compounds, we know those teams are going to be able to extend some kind of lead from that, surely.
My issue with this circle is it was one of those that we'd write off and say you can't put all your eggs in this game, right? Like, it was a tough circle. Problem is that's the second one today out of 5 games, and when you only play 12 to qualify, you can no longer lean into, well, everybody gets one bad one, right? And so it's just really tough to see 2 such difficult circles so close together for the players in the league, in the group today.
Yeah, actually, let's pull up exactly what we've seen from Rock, because they have earned their flag here for this for sure. As what?
Wow,
that's crazy.
Damage received. Does that mean damage done?
They've been shots.
But that's kind of insane stuff coming out from them.
Well, it's the impressive thing as well is not only do they have the control of the space, but they're getting the kills. They're actually hurting so many teams away from the position that they're holding that not only they're picking off kills, but they're forcing teams to play in an uncomfortable way, which, again, for a team like Rock on an international stage is very impressive.
Yeah, it's 36 kills for them here in 5 games. Really impressive, obviously, with the amount of points they're coming in. 61 total, so like obviously placement points is coming their way. They've been consistent, but yeah, 36 kills.
As you look at them, it's easy to go, man, look, they're easy going and excited, and they're getting each other hyped up because they're winning. I can tell you from personal experience, they're exactly the same when they're losing. And I think that's what this team has been doing well, is their communication. Even when they go out early, they're sitting in the comms, they're encouraging each other, they're being positive, and that's a very big deal.
And I want to say, listening to their comms, even though I don't understand it, it was very calm. You could tell that they were all very calm. The comms were clear and concise, and I think this is huge to build their confidence moving into the finals.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to hang with the big dogs. Of course, we did see them at PGSs, and they were playing in those lobbies quite handedly, especially when it came to PGSA. But now, here on a stage like this, the gravitas that does potentially press down on you here, Avenger, is kind of scary, and they're thriving in it.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to keep this cool, calm, and collected here, the 15 points last game, 13 points the game before that, and 22 in their win. It's like 2 second places and a win out of 5 games. They also had 9 points in their first game. Like, absolutely insane to do in a stage like this. But again, we talked about it at the beginning of the day, right? It's going to be a very chaotic day. Everyone has to kind of get in here and feel, because they know it's one of the biggest tournaments of the year. It's the biggest in terms of the club championship and everything. There's $650,000 for first place. Like, that's life-changing money.
Yeah. And I think the stress that puts on these teams can be challenging. I'm worried about Rock being in first place as they move forward, because now everyone's looking at them. They're going home with that pressure of being watched by everyone, and this is a new feeling for them. So I do hope they get together, their manager, their team, their coaches, say, okay, let's just keep it together. Let's not worry about anybody else. Let's not do anything. Let's not get too big for our britches, because I can see that pressure being very crushing for a bunch of young players who haven't handled it that often.
Technically, for teams who are just playing their first day of groups, technically, out of them, is it a BB team and a Geeky that you think can come back in day 2 and be able to kind of blast out, considering the quality of Group C? What were you thinking, Godspeed?
I definitely think if they go back, and they will go back, they'll watch the tapes, they'll see what mistakes they made, and then they'll try to take advantage once again of that new chaos coming in, because it's a new group coming in, and they're going to have to be able to get the points that they need. In order to do that, I think they're going to have to fix a lot of mistakes, because, as you said, GK and BB are currently struggling.
I mean, I'll put it out there with a hot take. I think BB team, yes. GK, no. I don't think so. They feel lost to me. Unless DiffX goes home and figures something out and the team has a powwow that changes lives. Right. But right now, not the way they look, no.
Avenger?
GK is playing tomorrow. BB team is playing tomorrow. Falcons are playing tomorrow. Rock is playing tomorrow. It's a lot of teams that are, have a high impact that's going up against teams that, if you have a bad day today, one good game from one of the C teams, that's going to put them above in the leaderboard. That's an insane amount of pressure.
All right, thank you very much, lads. It is time to head into the last game of the day of Group A and B, going head to head.
I've got one question for you, Paper.
Yeah, what's that?
Are you ready to rock?
Yeah.
I tried hard.
I'm ready to rock. I'm ready. Well, I mean, look, I'm having a good time. I come in here. Korea wins back-to-back games. Things are good.
It's all you.
I know. What can I say? I'm just the lucky charm for these guys.
All I can say is, wait, did we do something like that was like these doctor notes with like some, I don't know, hot takes or something?
We were pretty on the mark with that. Fist bump. Yeah, good job.
Let's get that. Okay, so last game, Miramar, and that was a mean circle, dude. Like,
yeah.
It was very difficult to play whenever we get down into the Impala field. Specifically, that area is just so... I don't have a nice way to say it. Sucky? There's no other way to deal with it.
It's gross.
It's really gross if you're not the team that has the ridgeline to play from. So kudos to Gen G to make sure to secure it. Also, kudos to everybody else that was having to play around it and make it into that very hard tail end of that game. But it is now time. Only 3 days of groups. And remember, we rotate out different teams. So you only get to play on 2 days. So this is going to be the halfway point for group stage after we are done with this match.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think about, but it is fast and furious. The desk has been talking about a lot. You've got to kind of come out here and play consistent PUBG. You can't really, give too much out there. You got to have good days. And so for teams like Rock, they're into the grand finals. That's great. But a lot of teams, want to get as many points as they can in this last game. And see what kind of situation they can find themselves in for their second day of play.
And this is all around a pretty interesting setup that we're looking at, because you have to kind of take what's given to you, but then also take whatever else you possibly can. That's one of the reasons we keep talking about opportunistic teams that we keep expecting from things like the Expendables or AGAL. We're starting to see flashes of it. I didn't think it was going to take 5 games to really see AGAL starting to find more and more kills, though.
Yeah, and I think AGL's probably kicking themselves a little bit from that last game with not landing that util into that trailer like when they needed to, because they could have had that position a lot cleaner, a lot sooner, been able to regroup, kind of get themselves maybe positioned for a better late game fight against, say, Rock or something like that. Maybe found themselves in that late game. Instead, they couldn't. And then they just crumbled. So we're seeing flashes from them, but we're not seeing consistency.
And the start of the day was very 17 heavy, and it's gotten a lot more quiet as we move forward. Hey, did you guys like that last circle? We'll get a bit more west for you, pretty much the same thing this time around.
Rip.
So this is, well, you already know the lay of life. We're not going to break that one down again.
Yeah.
Toffee's hit, I respect Toffee's because he was saying, he stood by and like, I don't know if EK can do it. If they can manage to bounce back and get that many points. It's a strong squad. We know that GK is, Diffex has been a core component of so many fantasy rosters for so long.
Yes.
Picking him up, because he's just always a smart pick. We saw a very interesting set of plays wherever they were kind of stuck around AGAL and kind of were the thorn in the side that caused them to finally have to relent and lose multiple members. It's going to be very hard for GK to really kind of rally back together. It's 17 points right now. One big game could get them there, but it's going to take a massive mental. Just you got to lock in and just be like, okay, everything's got to fire together to make this happen.
For sure, and you've seen it before. It happens all the time where a team has one bad day and then pops off another day. That's totally doable. But
or has a great day and then kind of collapses on the second.
Exactly, but you don't want to put yourself in that position, right? You want to give yourself a strong finish here today to go into your next day with as many points as possible. Of course, like that's a platitude. You're just saying that because it's true, but it is surprising to see GK that far down. I think they can bounce back. I assume that they'll figure it out. They're given another opportunity here with the circle to try and do some damage in this game. For Falcons here, trying to not get stuck in the weeds early like they did against GSW. They're comfortable with 41, but like you said, you can have a bad day. You can't afford to at this event, but it does happen. So, Falcons still some work to do for sure.
And there's an odd pressure on the Falcons. They'll all say, oh yeah, it doesn't exist and blah, 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 blah. But this has been like, Riyadh has been the location where Falcons as a team have been the most consistent.
Yeah.
And they will say until their dying breath, oh, no, there's no pressure on us. The team, the org is not going to be putting pressure on them. But there's going to be some internal pressure where it's going to be like, this is our event. We have to make something big happen here. And yeah, 41 points feels good. Tied up with Gen G. Weird sentence to be saying right there. But this is a squad that we know has a bigger upswing specifically at events like this. And I'm curious to see how it's going to progress moving into tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think there's probably a few little things to tweak here and there for them, but overall I've been pretty happy with their game plan. I mean, that last game was just...
That's a weird outlier.
It was a weird situation. It's an unexpected trap that GSW set up because of what happened.
What you mean? GSW, totally a better team than Falcons right now, right?
Yeah. 17 points, yeah.
Nobody saw his face.
No, but
he totally believes that, I promise.
Stuff like that does happen. I mean, it's part of the game. And you can scout as well as you can, but every once in a while a team's going to do something that catches you off guard. It happens to everybody, so I don't think there's anything too worried to be about.
And especially the group stages, right? Because like weird rotations, circles, all this other stuff, they can
feeling out in the lobby.
Yeah. So you don't ever really count out one round whenever we're looking at this in the group stages. It's whenever you start seeing consistency across different maps of, I guess, underwhelming performance is whenever we start to get a bit worried.
For sure, exactly. I mean, it's like when you have like one big game on like Erangel and then you're quiet the rest of the day. That's when I start to get concerned. Whereas Falcons have been relatively consistent.
What team are you conceively talking about that just did really well on Erangel?
No, I'm not going to name any names. No. Not going to do it. I was like, I'm not taking that bait. I am not. You can if you want. I mean, I think 17 will be fine. They're generally good. Historically, like I've always looked at them as an Erangel team, but like when they won PGS, obviously they had to be good at all the maps. Pretty much, that's the only way you're winning an event. So it'd be cool to see them do well here on Miramar. I always feel like the Korean teams are pretty formidable on Miramar for whatever reason. Like they seem to have a good pulse on this map, whether it be historically, like T1 with Sonic as a coach. So you go back to when he was on Danawa. You just saw Gen G there.
Shout out to Sonic, we love you.
If you looked at like the PNC stats, like historically, like they were the best team on Miramar throughout the history of that event. Not that that means nearly that much really at this event, but it's something to consider about. I mean, I think there's something to be said about certain regions seem to have better reads on certain maps, which is kind of weird.
You're saying that like Korea plays better on Miramar. I've always considered Miramar to be like the APAC map to me.
Yeah.
It's like foot push heavy. They can just absolutely pop off, and it feels like they're so scary.
No, you're right. That's the other region that for sure does really well on this map. I mean, you think back to some of those old Cerberus teams and things like that, like that really do damage on this map. So I think, you're considering a GAL here. TE had a great game, played that about as well as they could have in that previous game, given their situations. So I think this is definitely teams that I'm looking at. Sharper made a much earlier rotation this time, so I think that's pretty cool. Like they changed kind of their situation.
Well, it's always fun to see teams as they're coming into these events, how they make modifications, specifically when we see similar circles. I know sometimes it can be a bit boring and people are like, oh, it's like the same circle. But no, seeing teams and go, okay, last time we didn't rotate early enough, so we need to get here a little bit faster. Watching Falcons go, okay, we need to give some more breadth to this location. It really gives you an idea on how fast teams can respond and make modifications, which is the core of PUBG to me. Like, there is certain things that can happen with roteness and behaviors that happen inside of PUBG, but at its core, it's a survival game about trying to make sure that you're making the best decisions to get yourself in the best positions to win, and seeing how fast teams can figure out, okay, that's what screwed us up. Let's never let that happen again, and make it part of the repertoire to where they can now use it as a strength is so cool.
Yeah, and already, if you were looking at the minimap here, you're going to see some differences. Like, GK's fanned out further to the west earlier. Obviously, that's partly because the circle's further shifted west earlier, but they're making adjustments. Gen G has fortified that line against GSW a little bit sooner to try to prevent someone from getting in there early to cause them a little bit disruption. Even though they win that last game, they don't want to lose Orca early. That's not consistent PUBG. That's not going to get you, you want to have that 4-man up into that end game scenario if possible. So little things like that, like CTG is fanned out much further down the road on the eastern coast a little bit earlier. All those little things actually do can make a big difference.
And also Gen G, who had a great compound and good control over that compound, not going to take it even though they have inside track to it, because who wants to go fields again?
No, yeah.
Like, no. We'll leave that open for now. They can get there fast if they want it.
And they have control over that.
Yeah.
Because of the way they're fanned out. They have some control over that space.
Only really Na'Vi or GSW would be able to go after it from the positions they're playing from, and Na'Vi is way happier where they're at right now anyway.
For sure. I mean, Navi's just doing what they did in the last game, more or less. And that's totally fine. Because that compound that Na'Vi was in, if the circle ends anywhere near it, you're giving yourself a damn good chance to win a game. So absolutely just, I wouldn't change anything either. Like, what they did in that last game was fine. They got points. They're doing okay enough here. They've got 32. They can kind of keep the ship steady, maintain course. AGAL is making a much different rotation here. They're way over on the west. There was a knock on a TE, though. Actually, Tanadol from Full Sense, so a little bit of APAC on APAC action. And Tanvu actually going to be taken out here early. So the Expendables, after having such a great early game into a good late game, going to find themselves down a very talented player early.
Yeah, this is... I'm curious to see how that's going to continue to play out off of it. The 2-2 split coming up from AGL, also pretty intriguing. Buriram just called an emergency pickup, but I think that they probably just found that and were probably pacing it out just in case they don't want it. Buriram is presently in the factory section of Impala, so they probably don't want to drive across Impala fields potentially, so just see if they can leapfrog over it. T1 is coming in from the south, and they're going to scoot right by a 2-2 split from BB. Circle does pop, and surprise, surprise, it goes right back to the fields.
Yeah, maybe we'll get lucky on this one.
Further north,
a little bit. Maybe we'll get lucky. It'll go like northwest towards Minas or something. T1 trying to get... they're trying to go to the exact same place they did in the previous game, right? They're trying to get to the half pipe again early, but there's a lot of teams already making rotations around that. They're taking not much damage. Their vehicles maybe a little, but other than that, they're actually maybe going to get there.
Look at Na'Vi is cutting off ahead of them, denying out the compound that Gen G was playing from last time. So that's kind of caused T1 to do a stop-off. Gen G is now shifted into a 2-2 split. And again, it's the modifications from what we saw inside last game. It's so cool to watch how it plays out, specifically even on the map.
Yeah, this is very much a tactical, strategic game as much as it is an individual, mechanics game. Buriram there, I don't think they ever gotten that pickup because they're driving out towards CTG, who's contesting some of this space ahead of them. Tian takes a little bit of damage, and he's just going to back off momentarily. Buriram's got to be careful. They don't have much control of this zone, and yeah, they're trying to back out. Tire popped, I think, there for Demasti, but it looks like they're going to peel back.
Yeah, he could be vulnerable for some other angles more to the west, but it looks like Gen G, I thought Bean might be able to spot him out, more caught up. Edie just kind of having to navigate a full hailstorm of bullets running right at him, but should be okay for now. Down to the south, it's going to be a couple of rotations we need to keep an eye on. Rock's still not inside the circle, and they're going to be pathing pretty close to what looks to be Sharper as well as BB, maybe next to Geek. DK has set themselves up in that 2-2 split that maybe this could be their game that could get them points on the board.
Yeah, for sure. Those can be great positions if the circle does end up shifting down that direction. So again, you're kind of gambling a little bit, but you have to. In PUBG, you're playing percentages, you're playing odds, trying to maximize points where you can find them. Falcons with a big 2-2 split of their own.
That's a big 2-2 split.
It is huge, but they've got no one really near them. I mean, you have AGAL to your south, just to this compound, but you're not really
heard it here first. Paper just called AGL no one.
Oh. Well, they're really spread out.
I'm just making jokes. They are very spread out. They're like spread across 2 kilometers or like a kilometer or something.
Yeah, you're right, though. I should clarify. When I say that, I mean, it's pretty unlikely in my mind that something is going to occur. Not that there's not teams there.
Sorry, just putting words.
No, it's okay. No, you're fine. No, I'm sure there's someone in chat who was like, "Well, I can't believe he said that." And I'm like, "No, you're not picking up what I'm putting down."
They also have 17 that's right next to him as well. So I'm just doing it to make a joke. 17's got Cantera right now, which is going to be really big in the circle and actually give you some rotation options, but also has some vulnerabilities just due to the fact of how hard it is to control every single side of it. TE is doing a long wrap around. As we're watching Rock, how are you going to bully your way in? Or are you even going to do that? You can't technically stop here, as this hillside's going to give you some cover, but man, it is so far south.
I'm not going to lie, this is a very tricky position that Rock finds themselves in. I mean, trying to fight your way to the north from this position is tough.
Well, I guess they could try to wrap around the Rock of Impala itself if they wanted to touch a little bit of blue zone, but then you're coming to Buriram.
CTG. 17 actually also going to call an emergency pickup. Nobody wants to deal with the fields after the last game. Be like, no, we had one, we're done. Ooh. Circle Pops moves most of the fields out. So really Gen G finding themselves in the center of the circle again.
Yeah, so Gen G has a choice to make. Do they try to collapse onto Bean and take that very central compound, try to lock that down? Looks like that's going to be their choice. There were a few other options available to them, but I think that's very much the wisest one that they can make. Buriram is going to be able to just sit down in that factory area that they've been in for a while and kind of defend that from Sharper. Rock is going to have to make that wide wrap you were talking about around the I mean, they don't have any other choice.
And it's even suckier now because there's going to be more teams all on top of each other. Sharper's going to be rotating right into Buriram. No real options that they can do unless they want to just hang out in Impala. See how this is going to stack over to the north. GSW has been kind of bullied out by what's going to be going on with Toyo. Looks like Tombu did manage to get rezzed, so he looks like he's going to try to regroup. The rest of the Expendables are going to be just to the north of GSW, while they're going to have Falcons that are going to be back behind them. So this is everybody praying it's going to go to this kind of eastern hillside.
I think the Falcons might have worked out that TE called in that blue chip. So I think they might be trying to punish TE here a little bit on the backside. Tanbu is going to land and truck stop those safely, so they actually are going to be A-okay for now. It just depends on what loot is available for Tanbu to scoop up. There's a good knock from Capitan onto Lil Ghost. He's out in the open. He is potentially done, but the smokes are blooming. See if he can get this grenade far enough downhill to connect. It is a bit of a throw. First one didn't go. Second one, I think just short. Yeah, that's so far away. Even though it is downhill and you're going to get that extra roll, extra distance, it's a little too much to ask.
I mean, Xiaobei wants to get to this, but it is so scary. And it's actually going to be Navi that are taking shots. Crossfire set up as, what was it, Gen G? I think maybe they were shooting at Raining because Gen G is going to be stacked up. They've got some T1 members that are going to be right next to them. This has all just gotten really messy as nobody wants to move into the fields itself. There you go. Whoa. That's what's going on with T1 and Gen G is this is weird, but you know, you're laying on top of a building, you take what you can get.
Oh man, I was sorry. You know how I feel about bolts.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is awkward for Gen G and T1, and this is kind of funny because you're seeing that this region has the exact same idea on how to play this circle. They know what compound is good, and they're willing to gamble for it. And you could take the roof here as T1, excuse me, and just kind of chill. And there's not much that Gen G can do about it without getting some good grenades up there. Getting up on top of that roof of these firehouse compounds is difficult.
So annoying. So, Falcons makes a sin right into the Expendables. Tickleton is going to be down. It looks like the other Falcons do manage to crash into the backside of this one. H1 holding a very strong angle, seeing if maybe he can defend up Tickleton. Nade's going to be coming out. Molotov actually going to be landing right at his feet. Can he get the knock? Does manage to take Glorious down. It looks like the Falcons swoop in just in time to keep Tig alive.
Well, T1 actually got hit by a grenade in the meantime up on top of that roof. They're getting hit with all the util. Gen G throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them. This is really nice stuff from Gen G. I said it could be difficult to do. They're making it look pretty easy as Orca keeping the other teams at bay with the bolt, making sure that nobody from 17 is going to be able to get an angle into this fight.
Why walk up roof when nade? You know what I mean?
That's
it's just
true.
Throw everything that you've got up there. Usually we can see T1 avoid it, but I think that there's just too many people kind of watching this, because remember, Toyo does have that compound that's to the north of this. They were looking down into 17, so they should have some vision. And I think that's why we saw everybody from T1 that was kind of hunkered in at the top in that little alcove that was over there. Buriram doesn't have very many options in the circle as well. So we've got 57 still alive, and it's about to suck for a lot of teams because there is not enough space. Rock's going to be up on top of Falcons. We also have a rotate that's going to be happening where it looks like it is going to be full sense, trying to see if they can get by. This is, there's just not a lot of options. Hey, BB has a good rotate option though, and it's going to be all together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BB, yeah, well, look, you got to try something here, and maybe you can find some level of safety because of this BRDM, like a ditch that normally would be much more difficult to get to, as CTG is out in the east there, but they're kind of on the edge of the circle trying to get themselves squared away. They had Rock up on the high ground just to their north, maybe putting a little damage in, but BB found their landing spot. A doozy has liked what he sees. Yeah.
BB just used the BDRM.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
A lot of bees.
That's a lot of bees. It amuses my brain for no apparent reason. Okay, so that's what now you guys, I don't know why, but things like that happen. Okay,
Geeke and Na'Vi stacked up next to each other, kind of. It's going to be Extends. He's got some friends down to the south, but Geeke also a bit separated out over here, is fighting over a trailer that's just kind of along the edge, and this is what's going to happen whenever you move into this field area. There's just not much to work.
This is so well played right now by PWD. He dodged that grenade. He avoided that initial push from Na'Vi Extends trying to hold on for dear life, trying to create some kind of beachhead here for his team. Team's just dying everywhere out on the map. Kind of what I was like thinking when we were talking about how this next circle was going to go. We had 57 players. We're going to lose like 20 or 30 here. Not too long. We are losing Geeke players though. It's actually Toyo as well getting involved, and Na'Vi has a good angle into this fight from their other players.
Here's the mess into the north as Rock finally goes down and falters just a touch, but it comes at a cost of a lot of Falcons members. Kickstart trying to crawl down into Shrimzy. Shrimzy trying to get his health back up. Meanwhile, this is just a catastrophe. I mean, this is just really hard for either one of these teams to hold through, and you can see pressure is just mounting up. Extends kind of no longer extended away from the rest of the squad. Well, I say that Fayrist is down south, but he is going to go down, so that should be able to get flushed pretty quick. That's just going to leave Fayrist way down to the south, as it looks like AGAL is going to be lined into Genji's position, while we still have T1 up on top of him, and maybe Burram getting involved over there too.
Well, Genji has to retreat, try to set up some kind of safety, but they haven't completely dealt with T1, so that could be a bit of a problem for them. The good news is Burram's being a bit of a distraction here in T1. As soon as Tycon peaked, he took a bunch of damage from Type. So Genji just going to have to lock it down on the inside, trying to avoid some of these crossfires and other things, and just let T1 act as the fence for them, just blocking some of these other teams, doing a little bit of damage, maybe softening them up on the way in. As Burram has found a little bit of safety. Looks like Edie's gotten into the circle, and he's not taking any damage that I can see. BB team getting swung on by CTG. They're starting to fall apart.
So there's 35 people alive, and there's, 11, 12 inside, right next to this compound, because this is just the focal point where everything's going to be going on. While this has all been happening, that 2-2 split from 17, it still feels pretty good. Toyo has been kind of harassing them, yes, but up to the north, they have to deal with this rotate that's coming up from FS. So really, I mean, Full Sense just got a full send, and they're going to be running right next to Shrimzy. Does he want a piece of this too?
I think Shrimzy's just going to wait. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger on this until they figure out what Full Sense is doing. Maybe he can find, I don't know how many more first aids he has either. It's starting to get dangerous because he's in phase 5, only one. Yeah, this is like, he's looking for that one extra kill and then maybe go down. So here comes this last first aid. Let's see what Shrimzy can do off of it. The problem is Full Sense has had the opportunity to heal themselves up, taking a bit of a fight. Flash there on point. Flash good for 2, but Shrimzy strikes from behind.
Oh, he wants it. He wants it so bad. Does get the taps in. Picks up more kills, more points for his team, sitting at 5, but he is going to go down to the blue zone. That means that Rock is out. Falcons are out. T1 still has 2 members, and they're going to be directly above Genji, so kind of an unofficial 5-man team.
Well, Falcons got 8 kills in this game. I mean, they took out TE. They ended up tracking them down north the truck stop there and took a decent fight, I guess. We didn't get to really see much of it, but
Himsy did work.
Must have got, well, yeah, he has been playing great today.
Yeah.
He has had a phenomenal day.
I mean, it's just how he is. He's so consistent. He is just a rock for that team. And, I mean, that's not to take away anything from Kickstart. I mean, H1's even been having his own pop-offs and everything else like that. It's just, whenever you need a point, whenever you need to get that last shot on a player, Shrimzy just makes it happen.
He is Mr. Reliable. He has just always been so damn good. And just truly a pleasure to get to watch him play, to be frank. AGL, they got some work to do now. They have to decide, do we try to wrap around Genji? Do we try to just fight through them in T1?
Look, PNC is over. It shouldn't be on AGAL to have to push into Team Korea right now.
Yeah, right?
They're just all on top of each other.
Well, I don't know what other choice they really have.
That's it, yep.
17, this is quite an interesting split they have.
Hey, Himas.
There you go. There you go. That could be the opener. I'd love to see this fight. Thank you so much. AGL is going to lose Haisaki, though, and Himas on this entry. Tosi and Flame are just knocking him down. Flame with the drop shot. Oh, my goodness.
Flame just doing it to him right now. AGL stopped in their tracks. Tycon, the last one up, and he's being held out by T1. So the combined forces, high ground, low ground, just too much for AGAL to overcome.
Dude, Flame is having a whale of a day.
Where you been at, Flame? This is like, he is just popping off for his squad today.
He's playing very, very. I mean, he's one of those game PT players. So a couple of years ago, there was this team, Game PT in Korea, that a lot of the players are in these lobbies now because they were so explosive individually. Heather being one of them. Toyo, in the meantime, trying to get their way into 17. What a grenade from Emmy!
Oh, it does that unlock anything else out of it. The Southern duo still trying to grasp, but actually it's T1 that's taking shots into Toyo, not allowing them to get too much more. Jin-Ji picks up the kills on the 17 members, steals them away from Toyo.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Toyo, man. They were doing such a good job there. They were going to get themselves into a nice position in the circle, and they don't get those 2 extra points. That is absolutely brutal. And T1 continues to just play gatekeeper on top of Gen.G, and they're profiting. I mean, Gen.G is just loving this.
Oh, no. And now they have to just clown, well, not full clown car. They've got 3 members in, so send through, but it looks like it's going to be mostly just Tosi taking shots. It's going to put him pretty close to change the game. Orca does finally take down Tycon, so it means that AGAL is eliminated, and Toyo is at a point where, like, just a couple points, like 1 or 2 kills right now is so big for them. Every single steal like that is just going to feel so bad. Finally, they managed to pick up another one, getting more space, starting to climb up and assault that leaderboard, trying to creep up against Burma, but Solo's still just clinging to life.
Yeah, good grenade there from Xiao Wu. He's got to play really solid defense here. This is a tough position to be in. Fortunately for them, that first blue zone from GSW came up short, so 17 is actually hanging on. Stuff's exploding, but they're not really taking too much damage. Again, a lot of this util from GSW isn't getting in, and the problem is as they try to push forward, they're opening themselves up to the sightlines of the 2 Korean teams that are still sitting in that compound. Tosi throws another grenade on the roof, takes down Type. What is going on?
It's just raining nades up there. Game start wins, just like, please. I mean, even Jin-Ji is kind of rooting for GSW right now to get those shots on the EN, but he survives. Oh, more blue zone nades. Hey, Type, come over here. I need you to crawl out of this position so that way I don't have to run into that. If anything, it does stall out, and the new circle has left this building, so while T1 has made a lot of friends, they're going to regret having to leave this building.
Yeah, the kind of sad part of this situation for T1 is they probably racked up they racked up a ton of damage. Look, a lot of damage. 541 for EN, but they don't get any kills out of it.
Yeah.
So, not the end of the world. You're still going to have a solid day no matter what here.
Tosi, no. He walked into Edie, the last one up for Burrow.
Chilling, yeah. He's been in this spot for a while, and he's getting a point out of it, and he's getting placements out of it.
Okay, so with control over the circle right now, it's kind of Toyo. I mean, it's very weird because they're separated out. They've got the high ground-ish. GSW is kind of hunkered down because of the harassment that's been going on, but they're kind of teamed up with 17. Jin-Ji, T1, Buriram all are trying to wrap in over into this like eastern corridor, but they're just having to scrap against each other because this hillside's kind of locked it out, and Edie finds another knock. This man is a problem.
Dude, EN just jumped off the building. He's like, all right, I guess you guys have given me the opportunity, so Flame now I think might have heard the parachute pull and is just waiting to see if he can catch EN, but EN taking him on in a square fight. Edie's like, yep, my job here is done. Thank you very much. EN done. Flame, disgusting.
Edie, no man kills me, only the blue zone does. All right, so Toyo lined up with 17 as well as GSW. Big potential games for Toyo GSW. 17 if they can rack up a ton of kills, even though they're kind of in a Toyo GSW sandwich right now, could also put them back into a very contingent spot at the top.
Well, you're kind of hoping that Toyo and GSW just end up kind of fighting each other here, and you're in this position where because you're in the middle and they both have hills to play with, they're going to be doing pot shots and damage to each other that way, and you can maybe break out. Another blue zone comes up short of this shack, so 17 is also being gifted with a little luck on their side in terms of the teams not quite being able to judge their util placements properly. Toyo now has to set up with the smoke wall, trying to cut off GSW's angles as best as they can, trying to force that fight between 17 and GSW if they can.
6 kills right now for Toyo. Can sometimes play a bit passive. CC just has to brave the bullets. See if he can get the nade in onto 17. Capitan does get the knock onto 7-7. So Zhao Wu, the last one up for the time being, feels like he is going to be hunted, and he is correct. Toyo already stretching down right now, finally being a bit more aggressive. I know it's a squad that we can sometimes pick on for being a bit too passive, but it is going to be GSW that picks up both. AZ putting in more work for his squad. This guy is trying to make sure that GSW qualifies.
Yeah, he really is, and they finally found their moment with that wrap from Toyo with that knock that they also found onto 17. He was able to finally get an angle into that door to bounce in a much easier grenade. So well done by them. Good patience and had just enough utility to pull things off. But now with a 4v3 versus Toyo, they had to commit so much there just to get 17 out of this spot. I doubt there's a ton of util left in there. I mean, you can see CC has 3 stuns. No idea what it looks like for the rest of the team, but it can't be great.
I like this, though. GSW has been playing the low side of this hill, opposing ridgeline, because Toyo's been kind of holding the high ground for so long. GSW keeps kind of like, they were messing with 17 for the longest time because they also had to deal with what was going on with T1 up on that high ground. They were locked in point. CC keeps stretching up to the north, kind of opens up that high ground position a bit more. But you can see Toyo's already kind of right in. They're waiting for it. But I love the fact that you can see that GSW is at least trying to prod different areas of the Toyo defense to try to figure out where it's going to be weakest.
That's
the weakness.
That's a big knock. That's a really big knock because that's the forward position for Toyo, which means if they're going to get to that, they're going to have to commit resources. It's downhill a little bit from some of those other players, so it's going to expose anybody who tries to go for the res, potentially, depending on how many smokes are left here for Toyo. That is a big deal.
This pretty much puts us into a locked 3v3. Rebo, I mean, Binya, he can kind of run down that hillside like you're talking about, but it just doesn't feel good. There is more cover-dependent points for Toyo, but they're more separated out. GSW does have the Wolfpack capabilities to where they can stay closer to each other, to where if something goes wrong, there's benefit. But center point control right now is definitely Toyo's. You cannot argue that. But GSW, they've been kind of fighting their way back out of this one. I mean, they were the aggressors into 17. They just got that knock. They want this, and whoever's going to win this firefight will end up on top of the other one on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I don't see any vehicles available here for GSW. I still haven't seen any smoke, so
I think that they're all in tatters.
They have to work the terrain. So CC trying to be a little tricky here. You know, kept Emmy pinned down behind that rock, and now he's trying to see if he can maybe wrap underneath them and see if they can find in a little bit of an extra angle, but these shots have to be good.
I love the fact that they're trying to use sections of the hillside. There's firmer cover set up from Toyo, and Toyo might have had an opportunity here to maybe go for the res on a Rebo, but he's kind of creeping more into the north, making sure that he's trying to at least use his down time to scout out, make sure that nobody's encroaching up there. But now GSW is just locked up on top of each other, and Toyo realizes this. They're starting to set up new angles, and Capitan leading the way, getting closer and closer, trying to make this a close-range skirmish and make it painful. Make sure that the blue zone is just stacking damage and pressure right back behind GSW.
GSW needs these points, so they're going to try to start pushing out. Smokes are down, stuns are through, but Capitan has AZ down. Capitan going for the flank. You do have Emmy, though, but Benja finds CC, so it's just on to Ming.
Peeking both sides of the smoke. Capitan so bold on this angle. Binya spots out Ming, feeds over information. Capitan doesn't want to move just yet. Smoke's now starting to dissipate. Little cover to be had, and there you go. Toyo takes the round.
What a nice end game there for them. Able to stake their claim onto that eastern edge and just box out the last two remaining teams, the two China teams, 17 and GSW, to give themselves huge points, much needed to get something going here at the very end of day number 1.
And that is big. Momentum moving into the second day, picking up that last round, or at least even making it in the later stages, because GSW, they were a catalyst for a lot of stuff that was going on inside that game, so even that will feel good and stretching into the later stages, but you could see the smiles, the relief, just going, okay, maybe there's still opportunities for us on Toyo's face. Like, okay, can we get in here? Can we string this together? Can we make the miracle run happen?
It's a good question. It looks good. I mean, that game looked good. I will say they really kind of better late than never, right? You find your form, you kind of find some confidence. We know these guys are really solid players. I mean, Capitan in particular, a long-time big brain of PUBG Esports, making a great wrap there at the end to really keep GSW pinned inside of a position where they couldn't really break out.
I mean, Capitan, my Capitan, we've got ourselves an interview set and ready to go with Bean.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Gen G's Tosi. What a day, spectacular day for Gen G here at EWC. Day 1, you got a chicken, showed perfect teamwork, and it's just been wonderful. I want to ask you, how's the teamwork been like? Because we have some new members on the roster that we haven't seen yet. 오늘 첫날부터 치킨도 가져가고 운영도 부족한 거 없고 팀워크가 정말 완벽한 하루를 보여줬거든요. 새로운 멤버들 합류를 하고 또 이렇게 처음 만나 뵙게 됐는데 좀 팀워크에 대한 얘기 좀 들어볼 수 있을까요?
플레임 선수가 이제 또 처음 합류해서 첫 국제대회도 국제대회이기도 하고 한데 잘 적응하고 잘 떠는 것 같지도 않아서 잘 팀워크가 잘 맞는 것 같습니다.
Well, this is our first global event with Flame added onto the roster, but hey, it's his first global, but he doesn't seem nervous, and I think that's what did the trick for our teamwork. Well, you guys came into the last map tied with Falcons on the 3rd, but hey, today was really, really good. I wanted to ask you, are you happy with how today rolled out? What are you going to take away from today going into day 3 when we'll see you next? 이제 또 오늘 경기력에 대해서도 만족하시는지도 궁금하고 그러고 이제 데이 3 때 다시 만나 뵙게 됐거든요. 그 마지막 날은 우리가 이거는 꼭 지켜야 되겠다. 얻어가는 게 있을까요?
일단 전 대회에서는 그래도 좀 실수도 많고 개인적인 좀 실수가 많이 나왔는데 오늘은 실수도 안 나오고 팀적으로 움직임이 좀 많이 좋았던 것 같아가지고 오늘 같이 또 똑같이 팀적으로 잘 움직이고 하면은 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well, despite unlike our other global events, I think today with the team chemistry and all the calls, it was just aligned perfectly. So I think we actually need to do what we did today on our last day. All right, thank you, Tosi. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you on day 3 as well. And you are the MVP as well. That is crazy. Give me a smile. Smiles don't have sounds, but all right. Well, that is all from us, and we're gonna go back to the studio.
What was that? Smiles don't have sound.
Smile without sound, will you?
Oh, she's going mental. All right, well, it's been the day of Americas. Let's get back on track here.
Love you, Bella.
Smiles don't have sound, but I tell you something, America has made a lot of sound here throughout the day. What another win coming in from Toyo here to shape up America's looking amazing, Toppies.
They've made a lot of sound. We've seen a lot of smiles. Our America's teams have come to play. Toyo with a very slow start. I'm not sure I buy in to Matt saying this is the start of their surging comeback. I hope that it is. You know, as an America's caster traditionally, yes, I would love to see Toyo surge to the top. But that battle just did not seem... I threw my book down
That's
because
crazy.
it was not a great fight.
It's not the day of America's books.
Well, first of all, his book hit my foot earlier, which I didn't appreciate. But
it's because the day is in the book soon.
Yeah.
To bounce off that, though, Toyo needs to be much more proactive. I'm just going to say it. They need to be way more proactive if they want to find success. Yeah. Sure, this is a great start. Do I think, like you said, it's their start of their run? I really don't think so. Or I'm just not sure. I'll say that.
I'd like to believe it, but...
I would love to believe it, but from what they showed today, I'm not sure.
Do you have any thoughts, non-American?
Yeah, I mean, they were 13th and 14th with 17 and 16 points today, the last two teams that we got here. But, you know, Toyo and GameStart Win getting 19 and 11 points. Sure, it's going to put them in kind of in the upper mid-pack for Toyo. So I'm happy to see that for the boys. Yeah, Capitan is a player, you know, for me, that's historically been one of the guys that are kind of the superstars coming out of the region. Great. So I'm happy to see that. But it was Benya with 5 kills in the kind of this game here that popped off, or was it 6 kills even?
Either amount, I think, is great compared to how they started the day.
Sure.
And it is. It's a team that we want to see do well. They've got a long legacy in PUBG. They're all got a great attitude generally when they're hanging out. They're fun to talk to. So you do want to see them do well. It's just some of the choices that were made in those first couple of games were...
At least they admitted it. They're like,
that's
hey,
true.
we made mistakes, and I can respect that. So hopefully they fix those.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going into the final moments as well, GameStart Win, this is an important moment for them as well, I would say, Avenger, considering that for them... If they were going to get the win, it would be game, set, and match. They'd be able to have many more points here, but not to be.
Yeah, but they did get badonkadonged a little bit by 17 Gaming, honestly. Like, you were 4 versus 2, and you're sending all your utility that's not having enough impact here. Like, they should have made that push way earlier.
Yeah.
They should have been 4 guys alive. I would like to see way more domination. Sure, Ming got Ribo here, but yeah, they get dominated in the later stages of the game.
But I think that sums up both of these teams in the final two, because that's what they do. Is everything is about winning the fight in front of you, surviving a little bit longer, right? So to them, if they burn every utility they have to walk away with 2 or 3 points, it's worth it.
Here is the overalls. All right, Rock is still at number 1. Fantastic for them. They're basically qualified into the finals. Congrats. Gen G moves up to number 2 overall here, Godspeed. And that's a big move for them, considering we have expectations for South Korea, but Gen G isn't really on the tip of people's tongue when it comes to those.
Exactly, they're not. They're definitely not one of the teams that I would have looked for, especially not with the pedigree that we've seen in the past. But one thing that I've noticed that they've done so well today is they've worked off their splits better than they have in the first couple games, and they really started to clean it up. They set themselves up in the middle of that compound before T1 landed on top of them, and I think
had the kills,
circles. Yes, but the kills they're also accumulating from those positions are helping them immensely.
I mean, at the end, I'll call a spade a spade. They've been resting on their GPT. The conversation has been going on. Do they deserve to be one? This is a situation where they are a team that needs to put up now to defend their status as one of the greatest organizations in PUBG history.
They have gone through a lot of rosters. Whilst kind of in flux when it comes to these last year or two, we think it comes to GPT. And you saw the 9th through 16th as well. There's definitely some teams there that need to have the step up. I do come back to what we were saying, though, before. Definitely the day of Americas. Rocket number 1. Falcons up there as well. Toyo's been able to launch themselves back up as well. For 17, the story was of the first 2 games, and it really didn't feel like much more materialized eventually.
No, only except for this last game here, where obviously they're able to get a few points, but still, it's the Erangel games, massive amount of points, the kind of style that we like seeing here.
Yeah.
It's kind of falling apart in our wildcard maps, also not really coming to fruition here. But then again, we have 2 very similar circles. We're expecting the same teams that have the same priority into those circles. Gen G is one of them to get a lot of points here. 17 maybe should have gotten more, but they weren't in there, and they weren't in there early.
Well, we have the Gadia top players as well from the day, so let's check in with everything that's gone down. I'm really hoping Bella saying smiles don't have sounds is in here somewhere, but Himas with all of those shots coming in. Great to see this play coming out from his toppies, but All Gamers Global still needs more on the board.
Yeah, I do think after watching that last game, Martin's on the track that this Tycon turn on may be happening. The synergy could be clinking in. Yeah, exactly. They are a Miramar. In the same way that 17 seems to thrive on Erangel, it does seem like All Gamers Global work better on sort of the terrain style of Miramar. It lets them be a little more aggressive and get away with some stuff. But also, again, they're getting their feet back under them, playing as a team. I'm not writing them off. I think tomorrow, when they come back, they're going to be strong.
Godspeed.
I don't think you can ever write them off, but it's not even just Tycon either or Himas, right? It's also Haisaki. Like, they all need to step up, especially now with 6 games down the hatch. They really only have 6 games left in order to make sure that they qualify. Again, one big game, one big win can swing that in their direction, but as we've seen, this lobby is kind of chaos.
Yeah, I'm not going to hark too much on it, but he had 7 kills today, Tycon, all on Miramar. 0 in the full prior to that here. Tosi, though, had 9 on Miramar. What a standout performance for Tosi.
Wow. I do think a lot of teams, to me, it's a little bit shocking how many teams pivoted in that halfway point in the day, where a lot of our teams that were dominating on Erangel just fell off on the back half of the day, and it flipped, where teams that started weak were all of a sudden coming up strong on Miramar. I don't know if that's map related or if that's just, hey, all of the lights and the cool stage that moves, getting used to it. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I find that fascinating that we saw so many teams kind of shift as the day went on.
We have our Sony MVP of the day, but before we go to it... Damn! You were setting it up.
Nice try.
I wanted to get some predictions.
I think it's Tosi.
I think it's Tosi as well.
Well done, Toppies. That was an amazing prediction.
Let's add some stats to that. 14 kills here for Tosi, though. 2,100 damage for the 6 games today. 9 of them on Miramar. But I will say this, though. Flame, also 14 kills. Very impressed with his performance coming in here.
Dude, in that last game, Flame absolutely popped off, especially towards the end of the phases there. I mean, he just melted. I think T1 was on his list, as well as multiple teams that had tried to crash in up on the south. So, yeah, Flame was nuts in this game.
Yeah, he was hot. He was smoldering. There was nothing you could do to put him out. But I do think that 1-2 punch, Tosi going along with him, and the fact that they just seemed comfortable on this map, no matter where that circle went, they were rotating pretty well. Is, again, exciting to see as someone who has been watching PUBG since the beginning. Gen G is one of those brands where you're like, We get why you're GPT. You know, we expect great things from you.
Well, even Bean.
Yeah, exactly.
Bean in the last game was also fantastic, right? And so like, we need to see that from we need to see all 4 of those members start to really come to the plate, and I think they have, at least in the end of the day.
I think that's the challenge for Gen G. They're one of those teams that all 4 players have to be hitting at all times in order for them to succeed, right? ALGL, I could argue maybe 1 can have a bad day, 3 can go off.
Or 2, yeah, sure.
Yeah, Gen G has to play 4 the whole time at the top of their game, and I think that that's what we need to look for when they take the field again.
Avenger, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, with Gen G, let's just wrap it up here. With Toshi and Flame being like the 2 guys today, Bean was the top fragger in the Korean qualifier. Like,
he was, yeah.
When they all turn on, like, I have pretty big expectations from them, what we saw so far, but we have to remember, it's group stage. You just need to get top 16, and the chaos that kind of involves in group stage, it's going to completely change once we get to the grand final.
Well, thank you very much, boys. It is day number 1 in the books overall. Some great thoughts here and some surprises for us for day number 1 of our group stage. Let's head over to the stage to round things out for the day. Seems we're staying here then.
Let's just talk a little bit more.
Just us. Okay.
Sick.
Let's take a look at Groups A and C. I forgot that was first. That's tomorrow.
That's great. The teams are playing tomorrow. Oh, it's A and C, not B and C, right? It's A and C. That's
all right.
Crazy.
Yeah, so let's talk about C as well. Of course, as DM Freaks comes in, that's a huge name. And you get to see Team Liquid back on LAN. Toffees, are you excited?
I am pumped, right? Like, this is a roster made up of guys that have been watching play forever. They're grinders, they're elder statesmen, and they have had the best year I've seen in a very long time. Last year, missed PGS by just a little bit, and I think this is their chance. They're going to come in with a chip on their shoulder, something to prove, and a club trophy to chase, and they're going to be fire.
And I think for the issue for the teams in Group A, the teams coming in Group C are going to be a nightmare for them to deal with. If they're already having issues now, that's going to be something that we really need to look into coming in tomorrow.
Avenger, final
sure.
thoughts for again?
Yeah, I mean, I said one more final thoughts. I'll just say the same as I did before. No, I'm excited for C to come in and playing tomorrow. Right, there's some teams that are within striking distance, 1-2 good games that you can take over them on the leaderboard, right? Yes. Which is really what the impact is going to be about. But then again, like you need a decent game. You just need to get top 16 and kind of evolve with the chaos that you are. Get a little bit of points, as we heard Shrimsy said today. Make sure that your average per game is just in there. Don't get those 0 and 1 point games. Stay 4 alive, and you're going to have great games.
All right, well, that was a Groundhog Day moment there. We've got Avengers' final thoughts for the day twice. You guys are so lucky at home.
I know.
Congratulations to you guys. And of course, thank you for tuning in for today. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. We get some huge names entering the Battlegrounds tomorrow here for the Esports World Cup. We'll see you then.
They say they're never getting in my way, and even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through, 'cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way, and even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, stop.